At the start of each segment, I will ask the same lead-off question to both candidates, and they will each have up to 2 minutes to respond. From that point until the end of the segment, we'll have an open discussion. The questions are mine and have not been shared with the commission or the campaigns. The audience here in the room has agreed to remain silent so that we can focus on what the candidates are saying. I will invite you to applaud, however, at this moment as we welcome the candidates. Democratic nominee for President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, and Republican nominee for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Good luck to you. Mr. Trump, good luck to you. Well, I don't expect us to cover all the issues of this campaign tonight, but I remind everyone there are 2 more presidential debates scheduled. We are going to focus on many of the issues that voters tell us are most important, and we're going to press for specifics. I am honored to have this role, but this evening belongs to the candidates and just as important to the American people. Candidates, we look forward to hearing you articulate your policies and your positions, as well as your visions and your values. So, let's begin. We're calling this opening segment Achieving Prosperity, and central to that is jobs. There are 2 economic realities in America today. There's been a record 6 straight years of job growth, and new census numbers show incomes have increased at a record rate after years of stagnation. However, income inequality remains significant, and nearly half of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Beginning with you, Secretary Clinton, why are you a better choice than your opponent to create the kinds of jobs that will put more money into the pockets of American workers?
Well, thank you, Lester, and thanks to Hofstra for hosting us. The central question in this election is really what kind of country we want to be and what kind of future we'll build together. Today is my granddaughter's 2nd birthday, so I think about this a lot. First, we have to build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. That means we need new jobs, good jobs, with rising incomes. I want us to invest in you. I want us to invest in your future. That means jobs in infrastructure, in advanced manufacturing, in innovation and technology, clean renewable energy, and small business, because most of the new jobs will come from small business. We also have to make the economy fairer. That starts with raising the national minimum wage and also guarantee, finally, equal pay for women's work. I also want to see more companies do profit sharing. If you help create the profits, you should be able to share in them, not just the executives at the top. And I want us to do more to support people who are struggling to balance family and work. I've heard from so many of you about the difficult choices you face and the stresses that you're under. So let's have paid family leave, earned sick days. Let's be sure we have affordable child care and debt-free college. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it by having the wealthy pay their fair share and close the corporate loopholes. Finally, we tonight are on the stage together, Donald Trump and I. Donald, it's good to be with you. We're going to have a debate where we are talking about the important issues facing our country. You have to judge us. Who can shoulder the immense, awesome responsibilities of the presidency? Who can put into action the plans that will make your life better? I hope that I will be able to earn your vote on November 8th.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, the same question to you. It's about putting more money into the pockets of American workers. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lester. Our jobs are fleeing the country. They're going to Mexico. They're going to many other countries. You look at what China is doing to our country in terms of making our product. They're devaluing their currency, and there's nobody in our government to fight them. And we have a very good fight, and we have a winning fight, because they're using our country as a piggy bank to rebuild China, and many other countries are doing the same thing. So we're losing our good jobs, so many of them. When you look at what's happening in Mexico, a friend of mine who builds plants said it's the 8th wonder of the world. They're building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world, some of the most sophisticated, some of the best plants. With the United States, as he said, not so much. So Ford is leaving. You see that, their small car division leaving. Thousands of jobs, leaving Michigan, leaving Ohio. They're all leaving, and we can't allow it to happen anymore. As far as child care is concerned and so many other things, I think Hillary and I agree on that. We probably disagree a little bit as to numbers and amounts and what we're going to do, but perhaps we'll be talking about that later. But we have to stop our jobs from being stolen from us. We have to stop our companies from leaving the United States, and with it, firing all of their people. All you have to do is take a look at Carrier Air Conditioning in Indianapolis. They left, fired 1,400 people. They're going to Mexico. So many, hundreds and hundreds of companies are doing this. We cannot let it happen. Under my plan, I'll be reducing taxes tremendously, from 35% to 15% for companies, small and big businesses. That's going to be a job creator like we haven't seen since Ronald Reagan. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. Companies will come, they will build, they will expand, new companies will start, and I look very, very much forward to doing it. We have to renegotiate our trade deals, and we have to stop these countries from stealing our companies and our jobs.
Secretary Clinton, would you like to respond?
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% of the world's population. We have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals. We also, though, need to have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percent of the people in this country than we've ever had. I call it trumped up trickle down, because that's exactly what it would be. That is not how we grow the economy. We just have a different view about what's best for growing the economy, how we make investments that will actually produce jobs and rising incomes. I think we come at it from somewhat different perspectives. I understand that. You know, Donald was very fortunate in his life, and that's all to his benefit. He started his business with $14 million borrowed from his father, and he really believes that the more you help wealthy people, the better off we'll be, and that everything will work out from there. I don't buy that. I have a different experience. My father was a small businessman. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics on long tables where he pulled out those fabrics and he went down with a silk screen and dumped the paint in and took the squeegee and kept going. And so what I believe is the more we can do for the middle class, the more we can invest in you, your education, your skills, your future, the better we will be off and the better we'll grow. That's the kind of economy I want us to see again.
Let me follow up with Mr. Trump if I can. You've talked about creating 25 million jobs, and you've promised to bring back millions of jobs for Americans. How are we going to bring back the industries that have left this country for cheaper labor overseas? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Well, for one thing, and before we start on that, my father gave me a very small loan in 1975, and I built it into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars with some of the greatest assets in the world. And I say that only because that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. Our country's in deep trouble. We don't know what we're doing when it comes to devaluations, and all of these countries all over the world, especially China, they're the best ever at it. What they're doing to us is a very, very sad thing. So we have to do that. We have to renegotiate our trade deals. And Lester, they're taking our jobs, they're giving incentives, they're doing things that, frankly, we don't do. Let me give you the example of Mexico. They have a VAT tax. We're in a different system. When we sell into Mexico, there's a tax. When they sell in automatic, 16% approximately. When they sell into us, there's no tax. It's a defective agreement. It's been defective for a long time, many years, but the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, is that okay? Good. I want you to be very happy. It's very important to me. But in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, when she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she made the agreements better? The NAFTA agreement is defective just because of the tax and many other reasons, but just because of the fact.
Let me interrupt just a moment.
Secretary Clinton and others, politicians, should have been doing this for years, not right now because of the fact that we've created a movement. They should have been doing this for years. What's happened to our jobs and our country and our economy generally is, look, we owe $20 trillion. We cannot do it any longer, Lester.
Back to the question, though, how do you specifically bring back jobs? American manufacturers, how do you make them bring the jobs back?
Well, the first thing you do is don't let the jobs leave. The companies are leaving. I could name, there are thousands of them. They're leaving, and they're leaving in bigger numbers than ever. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck. We wish you a lot of luck. But if you think you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or your cookies or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you're going to have to tax them coming in, and our politicians never do this because they have special interests, and the special interests want those companies to leave because in many cases they own the companies. So what I'm saying is we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from leaving, and that's a big, big factor.
Let me let Secretary Clinton get in there.
Let's stop for a second and remember where we were 8 years ago. We had the worst financial crisis, the Great Recession, the worst since the 1930s. That was in large part because of tax policies that slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their eyes off of Wall Street, and created a perfect storm. In fact, Donald was one of the people who rooted for the housing crisis. He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way.
9 million people. 9 million people lost their jobs. 5 million people lost their homes, and $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. 9 million people lost their jobs. We have come back. 5 million people lost their homes, and $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. 9 million people lost their jobs. We have much better economy, but the last thing we did has not been easy. $9 million that he failed us in the first place. We have much better economy, but the last thing we did has not been easy. $9 million that he failed us in the first place. We have independent economy, but the last thing we did has not been easy. $9 million that he failed us in some instances. We have independent economy, but the last thing we did has not been easy. $9 million that he failed us in some instances. And maybe have another recession. They've looked at my plans and they've said, okay, if we can do this, and I intend to get it done, we will have 10 million more new jobs because we will be making investments where we can grow the economy. Take clean energy. Some country is going to be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. Donald thinks that climate change is a hoax perpetrated by the Chinese. I think it's real.
I did not.
Science is real.
I do not say that.
And I think it's important that we grip this and deal with it, both at home and abroad. And here's what we can do. We can deploy 500 million more solar panels. We can have enough clean energy to power every home. We can build a new modern electric grid. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of new economic activity. So I've tried to be very specific about what we can and should do, and I am determined that we're going to get the economy really moving again, building on the progress we've made over the last 8 years, but never going back to what got us in trouble in the first place.
Mr. Trump.
She talks about solar panels. We invested in a solar company, our country. That was a disaster. They lost plenty of money on that one. Now, look, I'm a great believer in all forms of energy, but we're putting a lot of people out of work. Our energy policies are a disaster. Our country is losing so much in terms of energy, in terms of paying off our debt. You can't do what you're looking to do with $20 trillion in debt. The Obama administration, from the time they've come in, is over 230 years worth of debt, and he's topped it. He's doubled it in a course of almost 8 years, 7.5 years to be semi-exact. So I will tell you this, we have to do a much better job at keeping our jobs, and we have to do a much better job at giving companies incentive to build new companies or to expand, because they're not doing it. And all you have to do is look at Michigan. and look at Ohio and look at all of these places where so many of their jobs and their companies are just leaving. They're gone. And Hillary, I just ask you this. You've been doing this for 30 years. Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now? For 30 years, you've been doing it, and now you're just starting to think of solutions.
Well, actually,
I will bring back jobs. You can't bring back jobs.
Well, actually, I have thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, for 30 years.
I have, well, not quite that long. I think my husband did a pretty good job in the 1990s. I think a lot about what worked and how we can make it work again.
Well, he approved
3 million
NAFTA.
new jobs,
He approved
a balanced
NAFTA,
budget,
which is the single worst trade deal ever approved in this country.
Incomes went up for everybody. Manufacturing jobs went up also in the 1990s, if we're actually going to look at the facts. When I was in the Senate, I had a number of trade deals that came before me, and I held them all to the same test. Will they create jobs in America? Will they raise incomes in America? And are they good for our national security? Some of them I voted for. The biggest one, a multinational one known as CAFTA, I voted against. And because I hold the same standards as I look at all of these trade deals. But let's not assume that trade is the only challenge we have in the economy. I think it is a part of it, and I've said what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a special prosecutor. We're going to enforce the trade deals we have, and we're going to hold people accountable. When I was Secretary of State, we actually increased American exports globally 30%. We increased them to China 50%. So I know how to really work to get new jobs and to get exports that help to create more new jobs.
Well, you haven't done it in 30 years or 26 years.
Well,
any number you
I've
want to
been
do.
a senator,
You
Donald,
haven't done it.
And
you haven't
I
done
have
it.
been a
And
Secretary of State, and I have
Your
done
husband signed
a lot.
NAFTA, which was one of the worst things that ever happened
Well,
to the
that's your
manufacturing
opinion.
industry.
That is your
You go to New England, you go to Ohio, Pennsylvania, you go anywhere you want, Secretary Clinton, and you will see devastation where manufacturing is down 30, 40, sometimes 50%. NAFTA is the worst trade deal maybe ever signed anywhere, but certainly ever signed in this country. And now you want to approve Trans-Pacific Partnership. You were totally in favor of it. Then you heard what I was saying, how bad it is, and you said, I can't win that debate. But you know that if you did win, you would approve that, and that will be almost as bad as NAFTA. Nothing will ever top NAFTA.
That is just not accurate. I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the gold standard.
Well, I hope...
You called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but that is not the facts. The facts are, I did say I hoped it would be a good deal, but when it was negotiated, which I was not responsible for, I concluded it wasn't. I wrote about that.
So is it President Obama's fault? Is it President Obama's fault?
Even announced. Look, there are
Secretary, is it President Obama's fault?
There are
because he's pushing it.
There are different views about what's good for our country, our economy, and our leadership in the world. And I think it's important to look at what we need to do to get the economy going again. That's why I said new jobs with rising incomes, investments, not in more tax cuts that would add $5 trillion to the debt.
But you have no plan.
Oh, I do.
Secretary,
in fact,
you have no plan.
A book about it. It's called Stronger Together. You can pick it up tomorrow.
That's about all you...
Folks,
at the bookstore or at an airport near you.
We're going to move to...
But it's because I see this. We need to have strong growth, fair growth, sustained growth. We also have to look at how we help families balance the responsibilities at home and the responsibilities at business. So we have a very robust set of plans, and people who have looked at both of our plans have concluded that mine would create 10 million jobs and yours would lose us 3.5 million jobs and explode.
You are going to approve one of the biggest tax cuts in history. You are going to approve one of the biggest tax increases in history. You are going to drive business out. Your regulations are a disaster, and you're going to increase regulations all over the place. And by the way, my tax cut is the biggest since Ronald Reagan. I'm very proud of it. It will create tremendous numbers of new jobs. But regulations, you are going to regulate these businesses out of existence. When I go around, Lester, I tell you this, I've been all over. And when I go around, despite the tax cut, the things that businesses and people like the most is the fact that I'm cutting regulation. You have regulations on top of regulations, and new companies cannot form, and old companies are going out of business, and you want to increase the regulations and make them even worse. I'm going to cut regulations, but I'm going to cut taxes big league, and you're going to raise taxes big league. End of story.
Let me get you to pause right there, because we're going to move into the next segment. We're going to talk taxes.
That can't be left
Please
to
just
stand.
take 30 seconds, and then we're going to go on.
I kind of assumed that there would be a lot of these charges and claims. And so we have taken the homepage of my website, HillaryClinton.com, and we've turned it into a fact checker. So if you want to see in real time what the facts are, please go and take a look.
And take a look at mine also, and you'll see.
Add a penny to the debt, and your plans would add $5 trillion to the debt. What I have proposed would cut regulations and streamline them for small businesses. What I have proposed would be paid for by raising taxes on the wealthy, because they have made all the gains in the economy. And I think it's time that the wealthy and corporations paid their fair share to support this country.
Well, you just opened the next segment.
Well, look, could I just finish? I think I should.
I'm going to
you
give
go
you a
to her
chance right
website,
here. With the
and
new
you take a look at her website. She's going to raise taxes $1.3 trillion.
Mr. Trump,
and look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. Well, look, could I just finish? Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. Take a look at her website. General's going to raise taxes $1.3 trillion. And look at her website.
Well, at least I have a
You know what? It's no
plan to
different than
fight
this.
ISIS.
I just got to tell you everything you want to do. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. Everything you want to do. She's going to raise taxes $1.3 trillion. Look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. I just got to tell you everything you want to do. She's going to raise taxes on her website. Everything you want to do. She's going to raise taxes $1.3 trillion. Look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. I just got to tell you everything you want to do. She's going to raise taxes on her website. Everything you want to do. She's going to raise taxes $1.3 trillion.
To defend this.
Because the wealthy are going to create tremendous interest because the middle class are going to create taxes are so onerous and the bureaucratic red tape. So what is so bad? So what they're doing is they're leaving our country, and they're, believe it or not, leaving because taxes are too high and because some of them have lots of money outside of our country. And instead of bringing it back and putting the money to work because they can't work out a deal to, and everybody agrees it should be brought back. Instead of that, they're leaving our country to get their money because they can't bring their money back into our country because of bureaucratic red tape, because they can't get together, because we have a president that can't sit them around a table and get them to approve something. And here's the thing. Republicans and Democrats agree that this should be done. $2.5 trillion. I happen to think it's double that. It's probably $5 trillion that we can't bring into our country, Lester. And with a little leadership, you'd get it in here very quickly, and it could be put to use on the inner cities and lots of other things, and it would be beautiful. But we have no leadership. And honestly, that starts with Secretary Clinton.
All right, you have 2 minutes on the same question to defend tax increases on the wealthiest Americans, Secretary Clinton.
I have a feeling that by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
And honestly, that starts with Secretary Clinton.
All right, you have 2 minutes on the same question to defend tax increases on the wealthiest Americans, Secretary Clinton.
I have a feeling by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
Honestly, that starts with Secretary Clinton.
This is a Secretary Clinton question to defend tax increases on the
saying more crazy things. We've looked. I don't see changes in the corporate tax rates or the kinds of proposals you're referring to that would cause the repatriation, bringing back of money that's stranded overseas. I happen to
Then you didn't
support
read
that.
it.
I happen to support that in a way that will actually work to our benefit. But when I look at what you have proposed, you have what is called now the Trump loophole, because it would so advantage you and the business you do. You've proposed an approach that has a $4 billion tax benefit for your family. And when you look at what you are
how much for my family?
It is,
Lester,
as I said, trumped up trickle down. Trickle down did not work. It got us into the mess we were in 2008 and 9. Slashing taxes on the wealthy hasn't worked, and a lot of really smart, wealthy people know that. And they are saying, hey, we need to do more to make the contributions we should be making to rebuild the middle class. I don't think top-down works in America. I think building the middle class, investing in the middle class, making college debt-free so more young people can get their education, helping people refinance their debt from college at a lower rate. Those are the kinds of things that will really boost the economy. Broad-based, inclusive growth is what we need in America, not more advantages for people at the very top.
Mr. Trump,
typical politician, all talk, no action, sounds good, doesn't work, never going to happen. Our country is suffering because people like Secretary Clinton have made such bad decisions in terms of our jobs and in terms of what's going on. Now, look, we have the worst revival of an economy since the Great Depression. And believe me, we're in a bubble right now. And the only thing that looks good is the stock market. But if you raise interest rates even a little bit, that's going to come crashing down. We are in a big, fat, ugly bubble. And we better be awfully careful. And we have a Fed that's doing political things. This Janet Yellen of the Fed is doing political by keeping the interest rates at this level. And believe me, the day Obama goes off and he leaves and he goes out to the golf course for the rest of his life to play golf, when they raise interest rates, you're going to see some very bad things happen because the Fed is not doing their job. The Fed is being more political than Secretary Clinton.
Mr. Trump, we're talking about the burden that Americans have to pay, yet you have not released your tax returns. And the reason nominees have released their returns for decades is that voters will know if their potential president owes money to, who owes it to, and any business conflicts. Don't Americans have a right to know if there are any conflicts of interest?
I don't mind releasing. I'm under a routine audit, and it'll be released. And as soon as the audit's finished, it'll be released. But you will learn more about Donald Trump by going down to the federal elections, where I filed a 104-page, essentially financial statement of sorts, the forms that they have. It shows income. In fact, the income, I just looked today, the income is filed at $694 million for this past year. $694 million. If you would have told me I was going to make that 15 or 20 years ago, I would have been very surprised. But that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. When we have a country that's doing so badly, that's being ripped off by every single country in the world, it's the kind of thinking that our country needs, because everybody, Lester, we have a trade deficit with all of the countries that we do business with of almost $800 billion a year. You know what that is? That means who's negotiating these trade deals? We have people that are political hacks negotiating our trade deals.
The IRS says an audit of your taxes, you're perfectly free to release your taxes during an audit. And so the question, does the public's right to know outweigh your personal?
Well, I told you, I will release them as soon as the audit. Look, I've been under audit almost for 15 years. I know a lot of wealthy people that have never been audited. I said, do you get audited? I get audited almost every year. And in a way, I should be complaining. I'm not even complaining. I don't mind it. It's almost become a way of life. I get audited by the IRS, but other people don't. I will say this. We have a situation in this country that has to be taken care of. I will release my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes. When she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted, as soon as she releases them, I will release my tax returns. And that's against my lawyers. They say, don't do it. I will tell you this. No, in fact, watching shows, reading the papers, almost every lawyer says you don't release your returns until the audit's complete. When the audit's complete, I'll do it. But I would go against them if she releases her email.
So it's negotiable?
It's not negotiable. No, let her release the email. Why did she delete 33,000?
Well, I'll let her ask that, but let me just admonish the audience one more time. There was an agreement. We did ask you to be silent, so it would be helpful for us. Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think you've just seen another example of bait and switch here. For 40 years, everyone running for president has released their tax returns. You can go and see nearly, I think, 39, 40 years of our tax returns, but everyone has done it. We know the IRS has made clear there is no prohibition on releasing it when you're under audit. So you've got to ask yourself, why won't he release his tax returns? And I think there may be a couple of reasons. First, maybe he's not as rich as he says he is. Second, maybe he's not as charitable as he claims to be. Third, we don't know all of his business dealings, but we have been told through investigative reporting that he owes about $650 million to Wall Street and foreign banks. Or maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes, because the only years that anybody's ever seen were a couple of years when he had to turn them over to state authorities when he was trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So if he's paid zero, that means zero for troops, zero for vets, zero for schools or health. And I think probably he's not all that enthusiastic about having the rest of our country see what the real reasons are, because it must be something really important, even terrible, that he's trying to hide. And the financial disclosure statement, they don't give you the tax rate. They don't give you all the details that tax returns would. And it just seems to me that this is something that the American people deserve to see. And I have no reason to believe that he's ever going to release his tax returns, because there's something he's hiding. And we'll guess. We'll keep guessing at what it might be that he's hiding. But I think the question is, were he ever to get near the White House, what would be those conflicts? Who does he owe money to? Well, he owes you the answers to that, and he should provide them.
He also raised the issue of your emails. Do you want to respond to that?
I do. You know, I made a mistake using a private email.
That's for sure.
And if I had to do it over again, I would obviously do it differently. But I'm not going to make any excuses. It was a mistake, and I take responsibility for that.
Mr. Trump?
That was more than a mistake. That was done purposely. Okay, that was not a mistake. That was done purposely. When you have your staff taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth, so they're not prosecuted. When you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the Fifth, I think it's disgraceful. And believe me, this country thinks it's disgraceful. It really thinks it's disgraceful also. As far as my tax returns, you don't learn that much from tax returns, that I can tell you. You learn a lot from financial disclosure. And you should go down and take a look at that. The other thing, I'm extremely underleveraged. The report that said 650, which, by the way, a lot of friends of mine that know my business said, boy, that's really not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money relative to what I had. The buildings that were in question, they said in the same report, which was actually, it wasn't even a bad story, to be honest with you, but the buildings are worth $3.9 billion. And the 650 isn't even on that. But it's not 650. It's much less than that. But I could give you a list of banks. I would, if that would help you, I would give you a list of banks. These are very fine institutions, very fine banks. I could do that very quickly. I am very underleveraged. I have a great company. I have a tremendous income. And the reason I say that is not in a braggadocious way. It's because it's about time that this country had somebody running it that has an idea about money. When we have $20 trillion in debt and our country's a mess. You know, it's one thing to have $20 trillion in debt and our roads are good and our bridges are good and everything's in great shape. Our airports are like from a third world country. You land at LaGuardia, you land at Kennedy, you land at LAX, you land at Newark. And you come in from Dubai and Qatar, and you see these incredible, you come in from China, you see these incredible airports, and you land We've become a third world country. So the worst of all things has happened. We owe $20 trillion, and we're a mess. We haven't even started. And we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, according to a report that I just saw, whether it's 6 or 5, but it looks like it's 6. $6 trillion. In the Middle East, we could have rebuilt our country twice, and it's really a shame. And it's politicians like Secretary Clinton that have caused this problem. Our country has tremendous problems. We're a debtor nation, we're a serious debtor nation, and we have a country that needs new roads, new tunnels, new bridges, new airports, new schools, new hospitals. And we don't have the money because it's been squandered on so many of your ideas.
Let you
and
respond,
maybe
and we'll move to our
because
next.
you haven't paid any federal income tax for a lot of years. And the other thing I think is important.
It would be squandered too, believe me.
If your main claim to be president of the United States is your business, then I think we should talk about that. You know, your campaign manager said that you built a lot of businesses on the backs of little guys. And indeed, I have met a lot of the people who were stiffed by you and your businesses, Donald. I've met dishwashers, painters, architects, glass installers, marble installers, drapery installers, like my dad was, who you refused to pay when they finished the work that you asked them to do. We have an architect in the audience who designed one of your clubhouses at one of your golf courses. It's a beautiful facility. It immediately was put to use, and you wouldn't pay what the man needed to be paid, what he was charging you.
Maybe he didn't do a good job, and I was unsatisfied with his work, which our country should do too.
The thousands of people that you have stiffed over the course of your business not deserve some kind of apology from someone who has taken their labor, taken the goods that they produced, and then refused to pay them? I can only say that I'm certainly relieved that my late father never did business with you. He provided a good middle-class life for us, but the people he worked for, he expected the bargain to be kept on both sides. And when we talk about your business, you've taken business bankruptcy 6 times. There are a lot of great business people that have never taken bankruptcy once. You call yourself the king of debt. You talk about leverage. You even at one time suggested that you would try to negotiate down the national debt of the United States. Well, sometimes there's not a direct transfer of skills from business to government, but sometimes what happened in business would be really bad for government.
Let's let Mr.
And
Trump
we need to be very clear about that.
Look, it's all words. It's all sound bites. I built an unbelievable company, some of the greatest assets anywhere in the world, real estate assets anywhere in the world, beyond the United States, in Europe, lots of different places. It's an unbelievable company. But on occasion, 4 times, we used certain laws that are there. And when Secretary Clinton talks about people that didn't get paid, first of all, they did get paid a lot, but taking advantage of the laws of the nation. Now, if you want to change the laws, you've been there a long time, change the laws. But I take advantage of the laws of the nation because I'm running a company. My obligation right now is to do well for myself, my family, my employees, for my companies. And that's what I do. But what she doesn't say is the tens of thousands of people that are unbelievably happy and that love me. I'll give you an example. We're just opening up on Pennsylvania Avenue, right next to the White House. So if I don't get there one way, I'm going to get to Pennsylvania Avenue another. But we're opening the old post office. Under budget, ahead of schedule, saved tremendous money. I'm a year ahead of schedule. And that's what this country should be doing. We build roads and they cost 2 and 3 and 4 times what they're supposed to cost. We buy products for our military and they come in at costs that are so far above what they were supposed to be because we don't have people that know what they're doing. When we look at the budget is bad to a large extent because we have people that have no idea as to what to do and how to buy. The Trump International is way under budget and way ahead of schedule. And we should be able to do that for our
Well,
country.
we're well behind schedule, so I want to move to our next segment. We move into our next segment talking about America's direction, and let's start by talking about race. The share of Americans who say race relations are bad in this country is the highest it's been in decades, much of it amplified by shootings of African Americans by police, as we've seen recently in Charlotte and Tulsa. Race has been a big issue in this campaign, and one of you is going to have to bridge a very wide and bitter gap. So how do you heal the divide? Secretary Clinton, you get 2 minutes on this.
Well, you're right. Race remains a significant challenge in our country. Unfortunately, race still determines too much, often determines where people live, determines what kind of education in their public schools they can get, and yes, it determines how they're treated in the criminal justice system. We've just seen those two tragic examples in both Tulsa and Charlotte. And we've got to do several things at the same time. We have to restore trust between communities and the police. We have to work to make sure that our police are using the best training, the best techniques, that they're well prepared to use force only when necessary. Everyone should be respected by the law, and everyone should respect the law. Right now, that's not the case in a lot of our neighborhoods. So I have, ever since the first day of my campaign, called for criminal justice reform. I've laid out a platform that I think would begin to remedy some of the problems we have in the criminal justice system. But we also have to recognize, in addition to the challenges that we face with policing, there are so many good, brave police officers who equally want reform. So we have to bring communities together in order to begin working on that as a mutual goal. And we've got to get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. The gun epidemic is the leading cause of death of young African American men, more than the next 9 causes put together. So we have to do 2 things, as I said. We have to restore trust. We have to work with the police. We have to make sure they respect the communities and the communities respect them. And we have to tackle the plague of gun violence, which is a big contributor to a lot of the problems that we're seeing today.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Well, first of all, Secretary Clinton doesn't want to use a couple of words, and that's law and order. And we need law and order. If we don't have it, we're not going to have a country. And when I look at what's going on in Charlotte, a city I love, a city where I have investments, when I look at what's going on throughout various parts of our country, whether it's, I mean, I can just keep naming them all day long. We need law and order in our country. And I just got today, as you know, the endorsement of the Fraternal Order of Police. We just came in. We have endorsements from, I think, almost every police group. A large percentage of them in the United States. We have a situation where we have our inner cities, African Americans, Hispanics, are living in hell because it's so dangerous. You walk down the street, you get shot. In Chicago, they've had thousands of shootings, thousands, since January 1st. Thousands of shootings. And I'm saying, where is this? Is this a war-torn country? What are we doing? And we have to stop the violence. We have to bring back law and order in a place like Chicago, where thousands of people have been killed. Thousands over the last number of years. In fact, almost 4,000 have been killed since Barack Obama became president. Over almost 4,000 people in Chicago have been killed. We need law and order. We have to bring back law and order. We're not going to have whether or not in a place like when I look Chicago, at what's going on stop and frisk, which worked very well. Giuliani's here, worked very well in New York. When I look at what's going on throughout various parts of our country, whether the gun away I can just keep naming them all day long. We have gangs roaming the street in our country. And in many cases, and I just got today, as you know, the endorsement of the Fraternal Order of
And we have
police
to be very
just
strong. And
came
we
in.
have to be very
We have
vigilant.
endorsements
We have to know what we're doing. Right now, our police, in many cases, are afraid to do anything. We have to protect our inner cities because African-American communities are being decimated by crime.
Your 2 minutes expired, but I do want to follow up. Stop and frisk was ruled unconstitutional in New York because it largely singled out black and Hispanic young men.
No,
You're wrong. It went before
January 1st.
a judge
Thousands of
who was a
shootings.
very against police judge. It was taken away from her. And
we have to stop the violence.
Our new mayor refused to go forward with the case. They would have
In
wanted
a place like
you look at it,
Chicago,
where throughout the
Thousands
country
of
there are
problems.
many places.
The argument is that
Over
Trump,
the
you have
last
2 minutes.
number
I'll
of
bring
years,
you over the line.
Almost the argument is that we have to take guns away from people that have them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago from January 1st, when you have 4,000 people killed in Chicago by guns from the beginning of the presidency of Barack Obama, his hometown, you have to have stop and frisk. You need more police. You need a better community, relation. You don't have good community relations in Chicago. It's terrible. I have property there. It's terrible what's going on in Chicago. But when you look, and Chicago's not the only. You go to Ferguson. You go to so many different places. You need better relationships. I agree with Secretary Clinton on this. You need better relationships between the communities and the police, because in some cases it's not good. But you look at Dallas, where the relationships were really studied. The relationships were really a beautiful thing. And then 5 police officers were killed one night very violently. So there's some bad things going on, some really bad things.
Secretary Clinton,
but we need, Lester, we need law and order. And we need law and order in the inner cities, because the people that are most affected by what's happening are African-American and Hispanic people. And it's very unfair to them what our politicians are allowing to happen.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I've heard Donald say this at his rallies, and it's really unfortunate that he paints such a dire, negative picture of black communities in our country. You know, the vibrancy of the black church, the black businesses that employ so many people, the opportunities that so many families are working to provide for their kids. There's a lot that we should be proud of and we should be supporting and lifting up. But we do always have to make sure we keep people safe. There are the right ways of doing it, and then there are ways that are ineffective. Stop and frisk was found to be unconstitutional, and in part because it was ineffective. It did not do what it needed to do. Now, I believe in community policing. And in fact, violent crime is 1/2 of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%. We just don't want to see it creep back up. We've had 25 years of very good cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences. Too many young African American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses. And it's just a fact that if you're a young African-American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward with a plan that is going to divert people from the criminal justice system, deal with mandatory minimum sentences, which have put too many people away for too long for doing too little. We need to have more second chance programs. I'm glad that we're ending private prisons in the federal system. I want to see them ended in the state system. You shouldn't have a profit motivation to fill prison cells with young Americans. So there are some positive ways we can work on this. And I believe strongly that common sense gun safety measures would assist us right now. And this is something Donald has supported along with the gun lobby right now. We've got too many military-style weapons on the streets. In a lot of places, our police are outgunned. We need comprehensive background checks, and we need to keep guns out of the hands of those who will do harm, and we finally need to pass a prohibition on anyone who's on the terrorist watch list from being able to buy a gun in our country. If you're too dangerous to fly, you are too dangerous to buy a gun. So there are things we can do, and we ought to do it in a bipartisan way.
Secretary Clinton, last week you said we've got to do everything possible to improve policing, to go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased against black people?
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions about each other. And therefore, I think we need all of us to be asking hard questions about, why am I feeling this way? But when it comes to policing, since it can have literally fatal consequences, I have said in my first budget we would put money into that budget to help us deal with implicit bias by retraining a lot of our police officers. I've met with a group of very distinguished, experienced police chiefs a few weeks ago. They admit it's an issue. They've got a lot of concerns. Mental health is one of the biggest concerns because now police are having to handle a lot of really difficult mental health problems on the street. They want support. They want more training. They want more assistance. And I think the federal government could be in a position where we would offer and provide that.
I'd like to respond.
Please.
First of all, I agree, and a lot of people, even within my own party, want to give certain rights to people on watch lists and no-fly lists. I agree with you. When a person is on a watch list or a no-fly list, and I have the endorsement of the NRA, which I'm very proud of, these are very, very good people, and they're protecting the Second Amendment. But I think we have to look very strongly at no-fly lists and watch lists, and when people are on there, even if they shouldn't be on there, we'll help them legally, we'll help them get off. But I tend to agree with that quite strongly. I do want to bring up the fact that you were the one that brought up the word super predator about young black youth. And that's a term that I think was it's been horribly met, as you know. I think you've apologized for it. But I think it was a terrible thing to say. And when it comes to stop and frisk, you're talking about taking guns away. Well, I'm talking about taking guns away from gangs and people that use them. And I really don't think you disagree with me on this, if you want to know the truth. I think maybe there's a political reason why you can't say it, but I really don't believe. In New York City, stop and frisk, we had 2,200 murders, and stop and frisk brought it down to 500 murders. 500 murders is a lot of murders. Hard to believe. 500 is like supposed to be good. But we went from 2,200 to 500, and it was continued on by Mayor Bloomberg, and it was terminated by current mayor. But stop and frisk had a tremendous impact on the safety of New York City, tremendous beyond belief. So when you say it has no impact, it really did. It had a very, very big impact.
Well, it's also fair to say, if we're going to talk about mayors, that under the current mayor, crime has continued to drop, including murders. So there is.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Murders are up. All right, you check.
New York has done an excellent job, and I give credit. I give credit across the board, going back to mayors, to police chiefs, because it has worked, and other communities need to come together to do what will work as well. Look, one murder is too many, but it is important that we learn about what has been effective and not go to things that sound good that really did not have the kind of impact that we would want. Who disagrees with keeping neighborhoods safe? But let's also add, no one should disagree about respecting the rights of young men who live in those neighborhoods. And so we need to do a better job of working again with the communities, faith communities, business communities, as well as the police, to try to deal with this problem.
This conversation is about race, and so, Mr. Trump, I have to ask you.
But I'd like to just respond, if I might.
Please, 20 seconds.
I'd just like to respond.
Please respond, then I've got to
I will.
call follow up.
Look, the African-American community has been let down by our politicians. They talk good around election time, like right now, and after the election, they said, see you later, I'll see you in 4 years. The African-American community, look, the community within the inner cities has been so badly treated. They've been abused and used in order to get votes by Democrat politicians, because that's what it is. They've controlled these communities for up to 100 years.
Mr. Trump, let me...
Well,
unbroken. And I will tell you, you look at the inner cities, and I just left Detroit, and I just left Philadelphia, and I just, you know, you've seen me. I've been all over the place. You decided to stay home, and that's okay. But I will tell you, I've been all over, and I've met some of the greatest people I'll ever meet within these communities, and they are very, very upset with what their politicians have told them and what their politicians have done.
Mr. Trump,
I think Donald just criticized me for preparing for this debate. And yes, I did. And you know what else I prepared for? I prepared to be president, and I think that's a good thing.
Mr. Trump, for 5 years, you perpetuated a false claim that the nation's first black president was not a natural-born citizen. You questioned his legitimacy. In the last couple of weeks, you acknowledged what most Americans have accepted for years: the president was born in the United States. Can you tell us what took you so long?
I'll tell you just very simple to say. Sidney Blumenthal works for the campaign and very close friend of Secretary Clinton. And her campaign manager, Patty Doyle, went to, during the campaign, her campaign against President Obama, fought very hard. And you can go look it up and you can check it out. And if you look at CNN this past week, Patty Solis Doyle was on Wolf Blitzer saying that this happened. Blumenthal sent McClatchy, highly respected reporter at McClatchy, to Kenya to find out about it. They were pressing it very hard. She failed to get the birth certificate. When I got involved, I didn't fail. I got him to give the birth certificate. So I'm satisfied with it, and I'll tell you why I'm satisfied with it. Because I want to get on to defeating ISIS. Because I want to get on to creating jobs. Because I want to get on to having a strong border. Because I want to get on to things that are very important to me and that are very important to the country.
I'll let you respond. It's important, but I just want to get the answer here. The birth certificate was produced in 2011. You continued to tell the story and question the president's legitimacy in 2012, 13, 14, 15, as recently as January. So the question is, what changed your mind?
Well, nobody was pressing it. Nobody was caring much about it. I figured you'd ask the question tonight, of course, but nobody was caring much about it. But I was the one that got him to produce the birth certificate, and I think I did a good job. Secretary Clinton also fought it. I mean, you know, now everybody in mainstream is going to say, oh, that's not true. Look, it's true. Sidney Blumenthal sent a reporter. You just have to take a look at CNN last week, the interview with your former campaign manager, and she was involved. But just like she can't bring back jobs, she can't produce.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to follow up, and I will let you respond to that, because if there's a lot there. But we're talking about racial healing in this segment. What do you say to Americans?
Well, it was I say nothing. I say nothing because I was able to get him to produce it. He should have produced it a long time before. I say nothing. But let me just tell you, when you talk about healing, I think that I've developed very, very good relationships over the last little while with the African-American community. I think you can see that. And I feel that they really wanted me to come to that conclusion, and I think I did a great job and a great service, not only for the country, but even for the president, in getting him to produce his birth certificate.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, just listen to what you heard. And clearly, as Donald just admitted, he knew he was going to stand on this debate stage, and Lester Holt was going to be asking us questions, so he tried to put the whole racist birther lie to bed. But it can't be dismissed that easily. He has really started his political activity based on this racist lie that our first black president was not an American citizen. There was absolutely no evidence for it, but he persisted. He persisted year after year because some of his supporters, people that he was trying to bring into his fold, apparently believed it or wanted to believe it. But remember, Donald started his career back in 1973 being sued by the Justice Department for racial discrimination because he would not rent apartments in one of his developments to African Americans, and he made sure that the people who worked for him understood that was the policy. He actually was sued twice by the Justice Department. So he has a long record of engaging in racist behavior. And the birther lie was a very hurtful one. You know, Barack Obama is a man of great dignity, and I could tell how much it bothered him and annoyed him that this was being touted and used against him. But I like to remember what Michelle Obama said in her amazing speech at our Democratic National Convention. When they go low, we go high. And Barack Obama went high, despite Donald Trump's best efforts to bring him down.
Mr. Trump, you can respond, then we're going to move on to the next segment.
I would love to respond. First of all, I got to watch, in preparing for this, some of your debates against Barack Obama. You treated him with terrible disrespect. And I watched the way you talk now about how lovely everything is and how wonderful you are. It doesn't work that way. You were after him. You were trying to. You even sent out, or your campaign sent out, pictures of him in a certain garb, very famous pictures. I don't think you can deny that. But just last week, your campaign manager said it was true. So when you try to act holier than thou, it really doesn't work. It really doesn't. Now, as far as the lawsuit, yes, when I was very young, I went into my father's company, had a real estate company in Brooklyn and Queens, and we, along with many, many other companies throughout the country, it was a federal lawsuit, were sued. We settled the suit with no admission of guilt. It was very easy to do, but they sued many people. I notice you bring that up a lot, and I also noticed the very nasty commercials that you do on me in so many different ways, which I don't do on you. Maybe I'm trying to save the money, but frankly, I look at that and I say, isn't that amazing? Because I settled that lawsuit with no admission of guilt, but that was a lawsuit brought against many real estate firms, and it's just one of those things. I'll go on one step further. In Palm Beach, Florida, tough community, a brilliant community, a wealthy community, probably the wealthiest community there is in the world. I opened a club and really got great credit for it. No discrimination against African Americans, against Muslims, against anybody. And it's a tremendously successful club, and I'm so glad I did it. And I have been given great credit for what I did, and I'm very, very proud of it. And that's the way I feel. That is the true way I feel.
Our next segment is called Securing America. We want to start with a 21st century war happening every day in this country. Our institutions are under cyber attack, and our secrets are being stolen. So my question is, who's behind it, and how do we fight it? Secretary Clinton, this answer goes to you.
Well, I think cybersecurity, cyber warfare will be one of the biggest challenges facing the next president, because clearly we're facing at this point two different kinds of adversaries. There are the independent hacking groups that do it mostly for commercial reasons, to try to steal information that they then can use to make money. But increasingly, we are seeing cyber attacks coming from states, organs of states. The most recent and troubling of these has been Russia. There's no doubt now that Russia has used cyber attacks against all kinds of organizations in our country, and I am deeply concerned about this. I know Donald's very praiseworthy of Vladimir Putin, but Putin is playing a really tough, long game here. And one of the things he's done is to let loose cyber attackers to hack into government files, to hack into personal files, hack into the Democratic National Committee. And we recently have learned that, that this is one of their preferred methods of trying to wreak havoc and collect information. We need to make it very clear, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, or anybody else, The United States has much greater capacity, and we are not going to sit idly by and permit state actors to go after our information, our private sector information or our public sector information. And we're going to have to make it clear that we don't want to use the kinds of tools that we have. We don't want to engage in a different kind of warfare, but we will defend the citizens of this country. And the Russians need to understand that. I think they've been treating it as almost a probing. How far would we go? How much would we do? And that's why I was so shocked when Donald publicly invited Putin to hack into Americans. That is just unacceptable. It's one of the reasons why 50 national security officials who served in Republican administration have said that Donald is unfit to be the commander-in-chief. It's comments like that that really worry people who understand the threats that we face.
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes in the same question. Who's behind it and how do we find it?
I do want to say that I was just endorsed, and more are coming next week. It'll be over 200 admirals, many of them are here, admirals and generals endorsed me to lead this country. That just happened, and many more are coming, and I'm very proud of it. In addition, I was just endorsed by ICE. They've never endorsed anybody before on immigration. I was just endorsed by ICE. I was just recently endorsed 16,500 Border Patrol agents. So when Secretary Clinton talks about this, I mean, I'll take the admirals and I'll take the generals any day over the political hacks that I see that have led our country so brilliantly over the last 10 years with their knowledge, okay? Because look at the mess that we're in. Look at the mess that we're in. As far as the cyber, I agree to parts of what Secretary Clinton said. We should be better than anybody else, and perhaps we're not. I don't think anybody knows it was Russia that broke into the DNC. She's saying Russia, 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 but maybe it was. I mean, it could be Russia, but it could also be China. It could also be lots of other people. It also could be somebody sitting on their bed that weighs 400 pounds, okay? You don't know who broke in to DNC. But what did we learn with DNC? We learned that Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of by your people, by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Look what happened to her. But Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of. That's what we learned. Now, whether that was Russia, whether that was China, whether it was another country, we don't know. Because the truth is, under President Obama, we've lost control of things that we used to have control over. We came in with the Internet. We came up with the Internet. And I think Secretary Clinton and myself would agree very much. When you look at what ISIS is doing with the Internet, they're beating us at our own game, ISIS. So we have to get very, very tough on cyber and cyber warfare. It is a huge problem. I have a son. He's 10 years old. He has computers. He is so good with these computers. It's unbelievable. The security aspect of cyber is very, very tough, and maybe it's hardly doable. But I will say we are not doing the job we should be doing. But that's true throughout our whole governmental society. We have so many things that we have to do better, Lester, and certainly cyber is one of them.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think there are a number of issues that we should be addressing. I have put forth a plan to defeat ISIS. It does involve going after them online. I think we need to do much more with our tech companies to prevent ISIS and their operatives from being able to use the Internet to radicalize, even direct people in our country and Europe and elsewhere. But we also have to intensify our air strikes against ISIS and eventually support our Arab and Kurdish partners to be able to actually take out ISIS in Raqqa and their claim of being a caliphate. We're making progress. Our military is assisting in Iraq, and we're hoping that within the year we'll be able to push ISIS out of Iraq and then, really squeeze them in Syria. But we have to be cognizant of the fact that they've had foreign fighters coming to volunteer for them, foreign money, foreign weapons. So we have to make this the top priority, and I would also do everything possible to take out their leadership. I was involved in a number of efforts to take out al-Qaeda leadership when I was Secretary of State, including, of course, taking out bin Laden, and I think we need to go after Baghdadi as well, make that one of our organizing principles, because we've got to defeat ISIS, and we've got to do everything we can to disrupt their propaganda efforts online.
You mentioned ISIS, and we think of ISIS certainly as over there, but there are American citizens who have been inspired to commit acts of terror on American soil. The latest incident, of course, the bombings we just saw in New York and New Jersey, the knife attack at a mall in Minnesota, and the last year, deadly attacks in San Bernardino and Orlando. I'll ask this to both of you. Tell us specifically how you would prevent homegrown attacks by American citizens, Mr. Trump.
Well, first I have to say one thing, very important. Secretary Clinton is talking about taking out ISIS. We will take out ISIS. Well, President Obama and Secretary Clinton created a vacuum the way they got out of Iraq, because they got out, they shouldn't have been in, but once they got in, the way they got out was a disaster, and ISIS was formed. So she talks about taking them out. She's been doing it a long time. She's been trying to take them out for a long time. But they wouldn't have even been formed if they left some troops behind, like 10,000 or maybe something more than that. And then you wouldn't have had them. Or, as I've been saying for a long time, and I think you'll agree because I said it to you once, had we taken the oil, and we should have taken the oil, ISIS would not have been able to form either, because the oil was their primary source of income. And now they have the oil all over the place, including the oil, a lot of the oil in Libya, which was another one of her disasters.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I hope the fact checkers are turning up the volume and really working hard. Donald supported the invasion of Iraq.
Wrong.
That is absolutely
wrong.
Proved over and over again.
Wrong.
He actually advocated for the actions we took in Libya and urged that Gaddafi be taken out after actually doing some business with him one time. But the larger point, he says this constantly, is George W. Bush made the agreement about when American troops would leave Iraq, not Barack Obama. And the only way that American troops could have stayed in Iraq is to get an agreement from the then Iraqi government that would have protected our troops. And the Iraqi government would not give that. But let's talk about the question you asked, Lester. The question you asked is, what do we do here in the United States? That's the most important part of this. How do we prevent attacks? How do we protect our people? And I think we've got to have an intelligence surge where we are looking for every scrap of information. I was so proud of law enforcement in New York, in Minnesota, in New Jersey. You know, they responded so quickly, so professionally to the attacks that occurred by Rahami. And they brought him down. And we may find out more information because he is still alive, which may prove to be an intelligence benefit. So we've got to do everything we can to vacuum up intelligence from Europe, from the Middle East. That means we've got to work more closely with our allies. And that's something that Donald has been very dismissive of. We're working with NATO, the longest military alliance in the history of the world, to really turn our attention to terrorism. We're working with our friends in the Middle East, many of which, as you know, are Muslim-majority nations. Donald has consistently insulted Muslims abroad, Muslims at home, when we need to be cooperating with Muslim nations and with the American Muslim community. They're on the front lines. They can provide information to us that we might not get anywhere else. They need to have close working cooperation with law enforcement in these communities, not be alienated and pushed away, as some of Donald's rhetoric, unfortunately, has led to.
Mr.
Well, I'd have to respond.
Please respond.
The Secretary said very strongly about working with. We've been working with them for many years. And we have the greatest mess anyone's ever seen. You look at the Middle East, it's a total mess, under your direction to a large extent. But you look at the Middle East, you started the Iran deal. That's another beauty, where you have a country that was ready to fall. I mean, they were doing so badly. They were choking on the sanctions, and now they're going to be actually probably a major power at some point pretty soon, the way they're going. But when you look at NATO, I was asked on a major show, what do you think of NATO? Now, you have to understand, I'm a business person. I did really well, but I have common sense. And I said, well, I'll tell you, I haven't given lots of thought to NATO,
But two things. Number one, the 28 countries of NATO, many of them aren't paying their fair share. Number two, and that bothers me because we should be, as we're defending them, and they should at least be paying us what they're supposed to be paying by treaty and contract. And number two, I said, and very strongly, NATO could be obsolete because, and I was very strong on this, and it was actually covered very accurately in the New York Times, which is unusual for the New York Times, to be honest. But I said they do not focus on terror. And I was very strong, and I said it numerous times. And about 4 months ago, I read on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that NATO is opening up a major terror division. And I think that's great. And I think we should get, because we pay approximately 73% of the cost of NATO, it's a lot of money to protect other people. But I'm all for NATO. But I said they have to focus on terror also. And they're going to do that. And that was, believe me, I'm sure I'm not going to get credit for it, but that was largely because of what I was saying and my criticism of NATO. I think we have to get NATO to go into the Middle East with us, in addition to surrounding nations, and we have to knock the hell out of ISIS, and we have to do it fast. When ISIS formed in this vacuum created by Barack Obama and Secretary Clinton, and believe me, you were the ones that took out the troops. Not only that, you named the day. They couldn't believe it. They sat back probably and said, I can't believe it. They said, no, wait a minute.
We've covered
when they formed, this is something that never should have happened. It should have never happened. Now, you're talking about taking out ISIS, but you were there and you were Secretary of State when it was a little infant. Now it's in over 30 countries. And you're going to stop them? I don't think so.
Mr. Trump, a lot of these are judgment questions. You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your judgment?
I did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her, because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is, since you
would you like to hear?
Why is your
I was against the war. Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq, just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise.
The record does not show that.
Why is your judgment?
The record shows that I'm right. When I did an interview with Howard Stern, very lightly, first time anyone's asked me that, I said, very lightly, I don't know, maybe, who knows, essentially. I then did an interview with Neil Cavuto. We talked about the economy is more important. I then spoke to Sean Hannity, which everybody refuses to call Sean Hannity. I had numerous conversations with Sean Hannity at Fox, and Sean Hannity said, and he called me the other day, and I spoke to him about it. He said, you were totally against the war, because he was for the war.
Why is your judgment better than...
And that was before the war started. Sean Hannity said very strongly to me and other people, he's willing to say, but nobody wants to call him, I was against the war. He said, you used to have fights with me because Sean was in favor of the war. And I understand that side also, not very much, because we should have never been there. But nobody called Sean Hannity. And then they did an article in a major magazine shortly after the war started, I think in 2004, but they did an article which had me totally against the war in Iraq. And one of your compatriots said, you know, whether it was before or right after, Trump was definitely, because if you read this article, there's no doubt. But if somebody, and I'll ask the press, if somebody would call up Sean Hannity, this was before the war started, he and I used to have arguments about the war. I said it's a terrible and a stupid thing. It's going to destabilize the Middle East, and that's exactly what it's done. It's been a disaster.
My reference was to what you had said in 2002. My question was, why is your judgment any different than Mrs. Clinton?
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know, I have a much better. She spent, let me tell you, she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on an advertising. You know, they get Madison Avenue into a room, they put names. Oh, temperament, let's go after. I think my strongest asset, maybe by far, is my temperament. I have a winning temperament. I know how to win. She does not know how to win. Wait, the AFL-CIO the other day, behind the blue screen, I don't know who you were talking to, Secretary Clinton, but you were totally out of control. I said, there's a person with a temperament that's got a problem.
Secretary Clinton.
Woo, okay. Let's talk about two important issues that were briefly mentioned by Donald. First, NATO. You know, NATO, as a military alliance, has something called Article 5, and basically it says this: an attack on one is an attack on all. And do you know the only time it's ever been invoked? After 9/11, when the 28 nations of NATO said that they would go to Afghanistan with us to fight terrorism, something that they still are doing by our side. With respect to Iran, when I became Secretary of State, Iran was weeks away from having enough nuclear material to form a bomb. They had mastered the nuclear fuel cycle under the Bush administration. They had built covert facilities. They had stocked them with centrifuges that were whirling away. And we had sanctioned them. I voted for every sanction against Iran when I was in the Senate, but it wasn't enough. So I spent a year and a half putting together a coalition that included Russia and China to impose the toughest sanctions on Iran. And we did drive them to the negotiating table. And my successor, John Kerry, and President Obama got a deal that put a lid on Iran's nuclear program without firing a single shot. That's diplomacy. That's coalition building. That's working with other nations. The other day, I saw Donald saying that there were some Iranian sailors on a ship in the waters off of Iran, and they were taunting American sailors who were on a nearby ship. He said, you know, if they taunted our sailors, I'd blow them out of the water and start another war. That's not good judgment. That is not the right temperament to be commander-in-chief, to be taunted. And the worst part of what we've heard Donald say has been about nuclear weapons. He has said repeatedly that he didn't care if other nations got nuclear weapons, Japan, South Korea, even Saudi Arabia. It has been the policy of the United States, Democrats and Republicans, to do everything we could to reduce the proliferation of nuclear weapons. He even said, well, you know, if there were a nuclear war in the East Asia, well, you know, that's fine. You know, have a good time, folks. And in fact, his cavalier attitude about nuclear weapons is so deeply troubling. That is the #1 threat we face in the world, and it becomes particularly threatening if terrorists ever get their hands on any nuclear material. So a man who can be provoked by a tweet should not have his fingers anywhere near the nuclear codes, as far as I think anyone with any sense about this should be concerned.
That line's getting a little bit old, I must say. Listen,
it's a good one, though.
I would like to,
well describes the problem.
It's not an accurate one at all. It's not an accurate one. So I just want to give a lot of things and just to respond. I agree with her on one thing. The single greatest problem the world has is nuclear armament, nuclear weapons, not global warming like you think and your president thinks. Nuclear is the single greatest threat. Just to go down the list, we defend Japan, we defend Germany, we defend South Korea, we defend Saudi Arabia, we defend countries. They do not pay us what they should be paying us because we are providing tremendous service and we're losing a fortune. That's why we're losing. We lose on everything. I say, who makes these? We lose on everything. Well, I said that it's very possible that if they don't pay a fair share, because this isn't 40 years ago where we could do what we're doing. We can't defend Japan, a behemoth selling us cars by the million.
We need to move on.
Well, wait, but it's very important. All I said was they may have to defend themselves or they have to help us out. We're a country that owes $20 trillion. They have to help us out. As far as the nuclear is concerned, I agree. It is the single greatest threat that this country has.
Which leads my next question as we enter our last segment here still on the subject of securing America. On nuclear weapons, President Obama reportedly considered changing the nation's longstanding policy on first use. Do you support the current policy? Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes on that.
Well, I have to say that, for what Secretary Clinton was saying about nuclear with Russia, she's very cavalier in the way she talks about various countries. But Russia has been expanding. They have a much newer capability than we do. We have not been updating from the new standpoint. I looked the other night, I was seeing B-52s. They're old enough that your father, your grandfather could be flying them. We are not we are not keeping up with other countries. I would like everybody to end it, just get rid of it, but I would certainly not do first strike. I think that once the nuclear alternative happens, it's over. At the same time, we have to be prepared. I can't take anything off the table because you look at some of these countries, you look at North Korea, we're doing nothing there. China should solve that problem for us. China should go into North Korea. China is totally powerful as it relates to North Korea. And by the way, another one powerful is the worst deal I think I've ever seen negotiated that you started is the Iran deal. Iran is one of their biggest trading partners. Iran has power over North Korea. And when they made that horrible deal with Iran, they should have included the fact that they do something with respect to North Korea. And they should have done something with respect to Yemen and all these other places. And when asked to Secretary Kerry, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you add other things into the deal? One of the great giveaways of all time, including $400 million in cash. Nobody's ever seen that before. That turned out to be wrong. It was actually $1.7 billion in cash. Obviously, I guess, for the hostages, it certainly looks that way. So you say to yourself, why didn't they make the right deal? This is one of the worst deals ever made by any country in history. The deal with Iran will lead to nuclear problems. All they have to do is sit back 10 years, and they don't have to do much, and they're going to end up getting nuclear. I met with Bibi Netanyahu the other day. Believe me, he is not a happy camper.
All right, Mrs. Clinton, Secretary Clinton, you have 2 minutes.
Let me start by saying words matter. Words matter when you run for president, and they really matter when you are president. And I want to reassure our allies in Japan and South Korea and elsewhere that we have mutual defense treaties, and we will honor them. It is essential that America's word be good. And so I know that this campaign has caused some questioning and some worries on the part of many leaders across the globe. I've talked with a number of them. But I want to, on behalf of myself, and I think on behalf of a majority of the American people, say that, our word is good. It's also important that we look at the entire global situation. There's no doubt that we have other problems with Iran, but personally, I'd rather deal with the other problems having put that lid on their nuclear program than still to be facing that. And Donald never tells you what he would do. Would he have started a war? Would he have bombed Iran? If he's going to criticize a deal that has been very successful in giving us access to Iranian facilities that we never had before, then he should tell us what his alternative would be. But it's like his plan to defeat ISIS. He says it's a secret plan, but the only secret is that he has no plan. So we need to be more precise in how we talk about these issues. People around the world follow our presidential campaigns so closely, trying to get hints about what we will do. Can they rely on us? Are we going to lead the world with strength and in accordance with our values? That's what I intend to do. I intend to be a leader of our country that people can count on, both here at home and around the world, to make decisions that will further peace and prosperity, but also stand up to bullies, whether they're abroad or at home. We cannot let those who would try to destabilize the world, to interfere with American interests and security, to be given any opportunities at all.
Is expired.
Let's do one thing I'd like to say.
Very quickly.
I will go very quickly, but I will tell you that Hillary will tell you to go to her website and read all about how to defeat ISIS, which she could have defeated by never having it, get going in the first place. Right now, it's getting tougher and tougher to defeat them because they're to her website in more and more places, read all about how to defeat ISIS, more and more nations.
Mr. Trump.
And it's a big problem. And as far as Japan is concerned, I want to help all of our allies, but we are losing billions and billions of dollars. We cannot be the policeman of the world. We cannot protect countries all over the world where they're not paying us what we need.
We have just a few final questions.
She doesn't say that because she's got no business ability. We need heart. We need a lot of things, but you have to have some
basic ability. And sadly, she doesn't have that. All of the things that she's talking about could have been taken care of during the last 10 years, let's say, while she had great power, but they weren't taken care of. And if she ever wins this race, they won't be taken care of.
Mr. Trump, this year, Secretary Clinton became the first woman nominated for president by a major party. Earlier this month, you said she doesn't have, quote, a presidential look. She's standing here right now. What did you mean by that?
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina. I said she doesn't have the stamina. And I don't believe she does have the stamina. To be president of this country, you need tremendous stamina.
The quote was, I just don't think she has a presidential look.
Wait a minute, unless you asked me a question. Did you ask me a question? You have to be able to negotiate our trade deals. You have to be able to negotiate, that's right, with Japan, with Saudi Arabia. I mean, can you imagine we're defending Saudi Arabia, and with all of the money they have, we're defending them and they're not paying? All you have to do is speak to them. Wait, you have so many different things you have to be able to do, and I don't believe that Hillary has the stamina.
Let's let her respond.
Well, as soon as he travels to 112 countries and negotiates a peace deal, a ceasefire, a release of dissidents, an opening of new opportunities in nations around the world, or even spends 11 hours testifying in front of a congressional committee, he can talk to me about stamina.
The world, let me tell you, Hillary has experience, but it's bad experience. We have made so many bad deals during the last, so she's got experience, that I agree, but it's bad experience. Whether it's the Iran deal that you're so in love with, where we gave them $150 billion back, whether it's the Iran deal, whether it's anything you can name, you almost can't name a good deal. I agree. She's got experience, but it's bad experience. And this country can't afford to have another 4 years of that kind of experience.
We are at the final question.
One thing,
Very
Lester,
quickly,
is,
we're at the
you
final
know,
question
he
now.
tried to switch from looks to stamina. But this is a man who has called women pigs, slobs, and dogs, and someone who has said pregnancy is an inconvenience to employers, who has said women don't deserve equal pay unless they do as good a job as men. And one of the worst things he said was about a woman in a beauty contest. He loves beauty contests, supporting them and hanging around them. And he called this woman Miss Piggy. Then he called her Miss Housekeeping because she was Latina. Donald, she has a name.
Where did you find
her
this?
name
Where
is
did you find
Alicia
this?
Machado.
Where did you find
and
it?
she has become a U.S. citizen, and you can bet she's going to vote this November.
Okay, good. Let me just tell you.
Mr. Trump, if you take 10 seconds, and then we're going to have the final question.
Hillary is hitting me with tremendous commercials. Some of it said in entertainment. Some of it said somebody who's been very vicious to me, Rosie O'Donnell. I said very tough things to her, and I think everybody would agree that she deserves it, and nobody feels sorry for her. But you want to know the truth? I was going to say something extremely rough to Hillary, to her family, and I said to myself, I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's inappropriate. It's not nice. But she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on negative ads on me, many of which are absolutely untrue. They're untrue and they're misrepresentations. And I will tell you this, Lester, it's not nice, and I don't deserve that. But it's certainly not a nice thing that she's done. It's hundreds of millions of ads, and the only gratifying thing is I saw the polls come in today, and with all of that money, over $200 million is spent, and I'm either winning or tied, and I've spent practically nothing.
One of you will not win this election. So my final question to you tonight, are you willing to accept the outcome as the will of the voters? Secretary Clinton?
Well, I support our democracy. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But I certainly will support the outcome of this election. And I know Donald's trying very hard to plant doubts about it, but I hope the people out there understand this election's really up to you. It's not about us so much as it is about you and your families and the kind of country and future you want. So I sure hope you will get out and vote as though your future depended on it, because I think it does.
Mr. Trump, very quickly, the same question. Will you accept the outcome as the will of the voters?
I want to make America great again. We are a nation that is seriously troubled. We're losing our jobs. People are pouring into our country. The other day, we were deporting 800 people, and perhaps they passed the wrong button, they pressed the wrong button, or perhaps, worse than that, it was corruption. But these people that we were going to deport for good reason ended up becoming citizens. And it was 800, and now it turns out it might be 1,800, and they don't even know.
Will you accept
Look,
the outcome
here's
of
the
the
story.
election?
I want to make America great again. I'm going to be able to do it. I don't believe Hillary will. The answer is, if she wins, I will absolutely support her.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us. That concludes our debate for this evening. A spirited one. We covered a lot of ground, not everything, as I suspected we would. The next presidential debates are scheduled for October 9th at Washington University in St. Louis and October 19th at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. The conversation will continue. A reminder, the vice presidential debate is scheduled for October 4th at Longwood University in Farmville, Virginia. My thanks to Hillary Clinton and to Donald Trump and to Hofstra University for hosting us tonight. Good night, everyone.
Good evening from the Thomas and Mack Center at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the third and final of the 2016 presidential debates between Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and Donald J. Trump. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments with 2-minute answers to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to those rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. None of those questions has been shared with the commission or the two candidates. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, so we and you can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Democratic nominee for president, Secretary Clinton, and the Republican nominee for president, Mr. Trump. Secretary Clinton, Mr. Trump, welcome. Let's get right to it. The first topic is the Supreme Court. You both talked briefly about the court in the last debate, but I want to drill down on this because the next president will almost certainly have at least one appointment and likely or possibly 2 or 3 appointments, which means that you will, in effect, determine the balance of the court for what could be the next quarter century. First of all, where do you want to see the court take the country? And secondly, what's your view on how the Constitution should be interpreted? Do the founders' words mean what they say, or is it a living document to be applied flexibly according to changing circumstances? In this segment, Secretary Clinton, you go first. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thanks to UNLV for hosting us. You know, I think when we talk about the Supreme Court, it really raises the central issue in this election, namely, what kind of country are we going to be? What kind of opportunities will we provide for our citizens? What kind of rights will Americans have? And I feel strongly that the Supreme Court needs to stand on the side of the American people, not on the side of the powerful corporations and the wealthy. That means that we need a Supreme Court that will stand up on behalf of women's rights, on behalf of the rights of the LGBT community, that will stand up and say no to Citizens United, a decision that has undermined the election system in our country because of the way it permits dark, unaccountable money to come into the electoral system. I have major disagreements with my opponent about these issues and others that will be before the Supreme Court. But I feel that at this point in our country's history, it is important that we not reverse marriage equality, reverse Roe v. Wade, that we stand up against Citizens United, we stand up for the rights of people in the workplace, that we stand up and basically say the Supreme Court should represent all of us. That's how I see the court, and the kind of people that I would be looking to nominate to the court would be in the great tradition of standing up to the powerful, standing up on behalf of our rights as Americans. And I look forward to having that opportunity. I would hope that the Senate would do its job and confirm the nominee that President Obama has sent to them. That's the way the Constitution fundamentally should operate. The President nominates, and then the Senate advises and consents, or not, but they go forward with the process.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, same question. Where do you want to see the court take the country, and how do you believe the Constitution should be interpreted?
Well, first of all, it's great to be with you, and thank you, everybody. The Supreme Court, it's what it's all about. Our country is it's just so imperative that we have the right justices. Something happened recently where Justice Ginsburg made some very, very inappropriate statements toward me and toward a tremendous number of people, many, many millions of people that I represent, and she was forced to apologize, and apologize she did. But these were statements that should never, ever have been made. We need a Supreme Court that, in my opinion, is going to uphold the Second Amendment and all amendments, but the Second Amendment, which is under absolute siege. I believe if my opponent should win this race, which I truly don't think will happen, we will have a Second Amendment which will be a very, very small replica of what it is right now. But I feel that it's absolutely important that we uphold because of the fact that it is under such Trump. The justices that I am going to appoint, and I've named 20 of them, the justices that I'm going to appoint will be pro-life. They will have a conservative bent. They will be protecting the Second Amendment. They are great scholars in all cases, and they're people of tremendous respect. They will interpret the Constitution the way the founders wanted it interpreted, and I believe that's very, very important. I don't think we should have justices appointed that decide what they want to hear. It's all about the Constitution and so important, the Constitution the way it was meant to be. And those are the people that I will appoint.
Mr. Trump, thank you. We now have about 10 minutes for an open discussion. I want to focus on two issues that, in fact, by the justices that you name, could end up changing the existing law of the land. First is one that you mentioned, Mr. Trump, and that is guns. Secretary Clinton, you said last year, and let me quote, the Supreme Court is wrong on the Second Amendment. And now, in fact, in the 2008 Heller case, the court ruled that there is a constitutional right to bear arms, but a right that is reasonably limited. Those were the words of the judge, Antonin Scalia, who wrote the decision. What's wrong with that?
Well, first of all, I support the Second Amendment. I lived in Arkansas for 18 wonderful years. I represented upstate New York. I understand and respect the tradition of gun ownership. It goes back to the founding of our country. But I also believe that there can be and must be reasonable regulation. Because I support the Second Amendment doesn't mean that I want people who shouldn't have guns to be able to threaten you, kill you or members of your family. And so when I think about what we need to do, we have 33,000 people a year who die from guns. I think we need comprehensive background checks, need to close the online loophole, close the gun show loophole. There's other matters that I think are sensible, that are the kind of reforms that would make a difference, that are not in any way conflicting with the Second Amendment. You mentioned the Heller decision, and what I was saying that you referenced, Chris, was that I disagreed with the way the court applied the Second Amendment in that case, because what the district stored them. And the court didn't accept that reasonable regulation, but they've accepted many others. So I see no conflict between saving people's lives and defending the Second Amendment.
Let me bring Mr. Trump in here. The bipartisan open debate coalition got millions of votes on questions to ask here, and this was, in fact, one of the top questions that they got. How will you ensure the Second Amendment is protected? You just heard Secretary Clinton's answer. Does she persuade you that while you may disagree on regulation, that in fact she supports a Second Amendment right to bear arms?
Well, the D.C. versus Heller decision was very strongly, and she was extremely angry about it. I watched. I mean, she was very, very angry when upheld. And Justice Scalia was so involved, and it was a well-crafted decision. But Hillary was extremely upset, extremely angry, and people that believe in the Second Amendment and believe in it very strongly were very upset with what she had to say.
Well, let me bring in Secretary Clinton. Were you extremely upset?
Well, I was upset because, unfortunately, dozens of toddlers injure themselves, even kill people with guns, because, unfortunately, not everyone who has loaded guns in their homes takes appropriate precautions. But there's no doubt that I respect the Second Amendment, that I also believe there's an individual right to bear arms. That is not in conflict with sensible, common sense regulation. And, you know, look, I understand that Donald's been strongly supported by the NRA. The gun lobby's on his side. They're running millions of dollars of ads against me. And I regret that, because what I would like to see is for people to come together and say, of course, we're going to protect and defend the Second Amendment, but we're going to do it in a way that tries to save some of these 33,000 lives that we lose every year.
Let me bring Mr. Trump back into that, because, in fact, you oppose any limits on assault weapons, any limits on high-capacity magazines. You support a national right to carry law. Why, sir?
Well, let me just tell you, before we go any further, in Chicago, which has the toughest gun laws in the United States, probably you could say by far, they have more gun violence than any other city. So we have the toughest laws, and you have tremendous gun violence. I am a very strong supporter of the Second Amendment, and I don't know if Hillary was saying it in a sarcastic manner, but I'm very proud to have the endorsement of the NRA, and it's the earliest endorsement they've ever given to anybody who ran for president. So I'm very honored by all of that. We are going to appoint justices. This is the best way to help the Second Amendment. We are going to appoint justices that will feel very strongly about the Second Amendment, that will not do damage to the Second Amendment.
Well, let's pick up on another issue which divides you and the justices that whoever ends up winning this election appoints could have a dramatic effect there, and that's the issue of abortion.
Right.
Mr. Trump, you're pro-life, but I want to ask you specifically, do you want the court, including the justices that you will name, to overturn Roe v. Wade, which includes, in fact, states a woman's right to abortion?
Well, if that would happen, because I am pro-life and I will be appointing pro-life judges, I would think that that will go back to the individual states.
But I'm asking you specifically, would you like to...
If they overturned it, it'll go back to the states.
But what I'm asking you, sir, is do you want to see the court overturn? You just said you want to see the court protect the Second Amendment. Do you want to see the court overturn Roe v. Wade?
Well, if we put another 2 or perhaps 3 justices on, that's really what's going to be, that will happen. And that'll happen automatically, in my opinion, because I am putting pro-life justices on the court. I will say this, it will go back to the states, and the states will then make a determination.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I strongly support Roe v. Wade, which guarantees a constitutional right to a woman to make the most intimate, most difficult in many cases, decisions about her health care that one can imagine. And in this case, it's not only about Roe v. Wade. It is about what's happening right now in America. So many states are putting very stringent regulations on women that block them from exercising that choice, to the extent that they are defunding Planned Parenthood, which, of course, provides all kinds of cancer screenings and other benefits for women in our country. Donald has said he's in favor of defunding Planned Parenthood. He even supported shutting the government down to defund Planned Parenthood. I will defend Planned Parenthood. I will defend Roe v. Wade, and I will defend women's rights to make their own health care decisions.
Secretary
And we have come too far to have that turned back now. And indeed, he said women should be punished, that there should be some form of punishment for women who obtain abortions. And I could just not be more opposed to that kind of thinking.
I'm going to give you a chance to respond, but I want to ask you, Secretary Clinton, I want to explore how far you believe the right to abortion goes. You have been quoted as saying that the fetus has no constitutional rights. You also voted against a ban on late-term partial birth abortions. Why?
Because Roe v. Wade very clearly sets out that there can be regulations on abortion so long as the life and the health of the mother are taken into account. And when I voted as a senator, I did not think that that was the case. The kinds of cases that fall at the end of pregnancy are often the most heartbreaking, painful decisions for families to make. I have met with women who, toward the end of their pregnancy, get the worst news one could get, that their health is in jeopardy if they continue to carry to term, or that something terrible has happened or just been discovered about the pregnancy. I do not think the United States government should be stepping in and making those most personal of decisions. So you can regulate, if you are doing so, with the life and the health of the mother taken into account.
Mr. Trump, your reaction, and particularly on this issue of late-term partial birth abortion.
Well, I think it's terrible. If you go with what
the
Hillary is
life
saying
and the health
in the
of the
ninth
mother
month,
taken
you can
into account.
take the
Mr. Trump,
baby
your reaction,
and
and
rip
particularly on this
the
issue of
baby
late-term
out of the
partial
womb.
birth
Well, I think
abortion.
it's
Of the mother.
terrible.
Just
If you
prior
go
to the
with
birth.
what
With the
Hillary
life
is
and
saying
the health
in the
of the
ninth
mother
month, you
taken
can
into
say that
account.
that's
Mr. Trump,
okay
your reaction,
and rip
particularly
and
on this
Hillary can
issue of
say
late-term
that that's
partial
okay,
birth
Well, I
but
think
it's
it's
not
terrible.
okay with me.
Just
Because based on what she's saying and based on where she's going and where she's been, you can take the baby and rip the baby out of the womb in the ninth month on the final day. And that's not acceptable.
Well, that is not what happens in these cases. And using that kind of scare rhetoric is just terribly unfortunate. You should meet with some of the women that I've met with, women I've known over the course of my life. This is one of the worst possible choices that any woman and her family has to make. And I do not believe the government should be making it. You know, I've had the great honor of traveling across the world on behalf of our country. I've been to countries where governments either forced women to have abortions like they used to do in China, or forced women to bear children like they used to do in Romania. And I can tell you the government has no business in the decisions that women make with their families in accordance with their faith, with medical advice, and I will stand up for that right.
All right. But just briefly, I want to move on
And
to another
honestly,
segment.
nobody has business doing what I just said, doing that as late as 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 days prior to birth. Nobody has that.
All right. Let's move on to the subject of immigration. And there is almost no issue that separates the two of you more than the issue of immigration. Actually, there are a lot of issues that separate the two of you. Mr. Trump, you want to build a wall. Secretary Clinton, you have offered no specific plan for how you want to secure our southern border. Mr. Trump, you are calling for major deportations. Secretary Clinton, you say that within your first 100 days as president, you're going to offer a package that includes a pathway to citizenship. The question really is, why are you right and your opponent wrong? Mr. Trump, you go first in this segment. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, she wants to give amnesty, which is a disaster and very unfair to all of the people that are waiting in line for many, many years. We need strong borders. In the audience tonight, we have 4 mothers of, I mean, these are unbelievable people that I've gotten to know over a period of years whose children have been killed, brutally killed by people that came into the country illegally. You have thousands of mothers and fathers and relatives all over the country. They're coming in illegally. Drugs are pouring in through the border. We have no country if we have no border. Hillary wants to give amnesty. She wants to have open borders. The border secure, as you know, the Border Patrol agents, 16,500 plus ICE last week endorsed me. First time they've ever endorsed a candidate. It means their job is tougher. but they know what's going on. They know it better than anybody. They want strong borders. They feel we have to have strong borders. I was up in New Hampshire the other day. The biggest complaint they have, with all of the problems going on in the world, many of the problems caused by Hillary Clinton and by Barack Obama, all of the problems, their single biggest problem is heroin that pours across our southern borders, just pouring and destroying their youth. It's poisoning the blood of their youth and plenty of other people. We have to have strong borders. We have to keep the drugs out of our country. Right now, we're getting the drugs, they're getting the cash. We need strong borders. We need we cannot give amnesty. Now, I want to build the wall. We need the wall. The Border Patrol, ICE, they all want the wall. We stop the drugs. We shore up the border. One of my first acts will be to get all of the drug lords, all of the bad ones. We have some bad people in this country that have to go out. We're going to get them out. We're going to secure the border. And once the border is secured, at a later date, we'll make a determination as to the rest. But we have some bad hombres here, and we're going to get them out.
Mr. Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Secretary Clinton. Basically, why are you right and Mr. Trump is wrong?
Well, as he was talking, I was thinking about a young girl I met here in Las Vegas, Carla, who was very worried that her parents might be deported because she was born in this country, but they were not. They work hard. They do everything they can to give her a good life. And you're right. I don't want to rip families apart. I don't want to be sending parents away from children. I don't want to see the deportation force that Donald has talked about in action in our country. We have 11 million undocumented people. They have 4 million American citizen children, 15 million people. He said as recently as a few weeks ago in Phoenix that every undocumented person would be subject to deportation. Now, here's what that means. It means you would have to have a massive law enforcement presence, where law enforcement officers would be going school to school, home to home, business to business, rounding up people who are undocumented. And we would then have to put them on trains, on buses to get them out of our country. I think that is an idea that is not in keeping with who we are as a nation. I think it's an idea that would rip our country apart. I have been for border security for years. I voted for border security in the United States Senate. And my comprehensive immigration reform plan, of course, includes border security. But I want to put our resources where I think they're most needed, getting rid of any violent person, anybody who should be deported, we should deport them. When it comes to the wall that Donald talks about building, he went to Mexico. He had a meeting with the Mexican president, didn't even raise it. He choked and then got into a Twitter war because the Mexican president said, we're not paying for that wall. So I think we are both a nation of immigrants and we are a nation of laws, and that we can act accordingly. And that's why I'm introducing comprehensive immigration reform within the first 100 days with a path to citizenship.
Thank you, Secretary Clinton. I want to follow up.
I think I should respond to that. First of all, I had a very good meeting with the president of Mexico, very nice man. We will be doing very much better with Mexico on trade deals, believe me. The NAFTA deal signed by her husband is one of the worst deals ever made of any kind, signed by anybody. It's a disaster. Hillary Clinton wanted the wall. Hillary Clinton fought for the wall in 2006 or thereabouts. Now, she never gets anything done, so naturally the wall wasn't built. But Hillary Clinton wanted the wall.
Well,
we are a country of laws. And by the way,
no, wait. I'd like to hear from. I'd like to hear from Secretary Clinton.
I voted for border security, and there are some limited places where that was appropriate. There also is necessarily going to be new technology and how best to deploy that. But it is clear when you look at what Donald has been proposing. He started his campaign bashing immigrants, calling Mexican immigrants rapists and criminals and drug dealers, that he has a very different view about what we should do to deal with immigrants. Now, what I am also arguing is that bringing undocumented immigrants out from the shadows, putting them into the formal economy will be good, because then employers can't exploit them and undercut Americans' wages. And Donald knows a lot about this. He used undocumented labor to build the Trump Tower. He underpaid undocumented workers, and when they complained, he basically said what a lot of employers do: you complain, I'll get you deported. I want to get everybody out of the shadows, get the economy working, and not let employers like Donald exploit undocumented workers, which hurts them but also hurts American workers.
Mr. Trump.
President Obama has moved millions of people out. Nobody knows about it. Nobody talks about it. But under Obama, millions of people have been moved out of this country. They've been deported. She doesn't want to say that, but that's what's happened, and that's what's happened big league. As far as moving these people out and moving, we either have a country or we don't. We're a country of laws. We either have a border or we don't. Now, you can come back in and you can become a citizen, but it's very unfair. We have millions of people that did it the right way. They're online, they're waiting. We're going to speed up the process, big league, because it's very inefficient. But they're online citizens. Very unfair that somebody runs across the border, becomes a citizen. Under her plan, you have open borders. You would have a disaster on trade, and you will have a disaster with your open borders. But what she doesn't say is that President Obama has deported millions and millions of people just the way
Secretary
it is.
Clinton, I want to...
We will not have open borders.
Well, let me
that is a rank mischaracterization.
Secretary Clinton.
We will have secure borders, but we will also have reform. And this used to be a bipartisan issue. Ronald Reagan was the last president to sign immigration reform, and George W. Bush supported it as well.
Secretary Clinton, I want to clear up your position on this issue, because in a speech you gave to a Brazilian bank for which you were paid $225,000, we've learned from the WikiLeaks that you said this, and I want to quote, "My dream is a hemispheric common market with open trade and open borders." So that's the question. That's the question. Please quiet everybody. Is that your dream, open borders?
Well, if you went on to read the rest of the sentence, I was talking about energy. You know, we trade more energy with our neighbors than we trade with the rest of the world combined. And I do want us to have an electric grid, an energy system that crosses borders. I think that would be a great benefit to us. But you are very clearly quoting from WikiLeaks, and what's really important about WikiLeaks is that the Russian government has engaged in espionage against Americans. They have hacked American websites, American accounts of private people, of institutions. Then they have given that information to WikiLeaks for the purpose of putting it on the internet. This has come from the highest levels of the Russian government, clearly from Putin himself, in an effort, as 17 of our intelligence agencies have confirmed, to influence our election. So I actually think the most important question of this evening, Chris, is finally, will Donald Trump admit and condemn that the Russians are doing this and make it clear that he will not have the help of Putin in this election, that he rejects Russian espionage against Americans, which he actually encouraged in the past. Those are the questions we need answered. We've never had anything like this happen in any of our elections before.
That was a great pivot off the fact that she wants open borders, okay? How did we get onto Putin?
Hold on. No. Wait. Hold on, folks, because this is going to end up getting out of control. Let's try to keep it quiet for the candidates and for the American people.
So just to finish on the borders.
Yes.
She wants open borders. People are going to pour into our country. People are going to come in from Syria. She wants 550% more people than Barack Obama. And he has thousands and thousands of people. They have no idea where they come from. And you see, we are going to stop radical Islamic terrorism in this country. She won't even mention the words, and neither will President Obama. So I just want to tell you, she wants open borders. Now we can talk about Putin. I don't know Putin. He said nice things about me. If we got along well, that would be good. If Russia and the United States got along well and went after ISIS, that would be good. He has no respect for her. He has no respect for our president. And I'll tell you what, we're in very serious trouble because we have a country with tremendous numbers of nuclear warheads, 1,800, by the way, where they expanded and we didn't. 1,800 nuclear warheads. And she's playing chicken. Look,
Putin,
wait.
from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of
No
the United
puppet,
States.
no puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit
No, you're
that
the
the
puppet.
Russians have engaged in cyber attacks against the United States of America, that you encouraged espionage against our people, that you are willing to spout the Putin line, sign up for his wish list, break up NATO, do whatever he wants to do, and that you continue to get help from him because he has a very clear favorite in this race. So I think that this is such an unprecedented situation. We've never had a foreign government trying to interfere in our election. We have 17 intelligence agencies, civilian and military, who have all concluded that these espionage attacks, these cyber attacks, come from the highest levels of the Kremlin, and they are designed to influence our election. I find that deeply disturbing,
Secretary
and
Clinton,
I think it's
She
time
has no
you
idea
take a
whether it's
stand,
Russia,
because if-
China, or anybody else.
I am not quoting
She has
myself.
no idea.
I am quoting
Hillary, you have no idea.
17 do you doubt 17
Our
military
country has
and
no idea.
civilian agencies? Well,
Yeah, I
he'd
doubt
rather
it. I
believe
doubt it.
Vladimir Putin than the military and civilian intelligence professionals who are sworn to protect us. I find that just absolutely
She doesn't
frightening.
like
Mr. Trump-
Putin because Putin
Mr.
has outsmarted her at every
Mr.
step
Trump,
of the way. Excuse me. Putin has
Mr. Trump,
outsmarted her in
Mr.
Syria.
Trump, I'm
He's
not a potted
outsmarted her
plant here.
every step of the way.
I do get to ask some questions.
Yes, that's
And I would
fine.
like to ask you this direct question. The top national security officials of this country do believe that Russia has been behind these hacks. Even if you don't know for sure whether they are, do you condemn any interference by Russia in the American election?
By Russia or anybody else.
You condemn their interference?
Of course I condemn. Of course I can. I don't know Putin. I have
I'm
no
not asking
idea.
you. I'm asking
I
you, do
never
you
met
condemn?
Putin. This is not my best friend. But if the United States got along with Russia, wouldn't be so bad. Let me tell you, Putin has outsmarted her and Obama at every single step of the way. Whether it's Syria, no, you name it, missiles. Take a look at the startup that they signed. The Russians have said, according to many, many reports, I can't believe they allowed us to do this. They create warheads and we can't. The Russians can't believe it. She has been outsmarted by Putin, and all you have to do is look at the Middle East. They've taken over. We've spent $6 trillion. They've taken over the Middle East. She has been outsmarted and outplayed worse than anybody I've ever seen in any government whatsoever.
We're a long way away from immigration, but I'm going to let you finish this topic.
Well,
You got about 45 seconds.
Yeah,
And she always will be.
I find it ironic that he's raising nuclear weapons. This is a person who has been very cavalier. Go ahead, enjoy yourselves, folks. that kind
And
of
defend
language,
yourselves. And
the
defend
United
yourselves. I didn't say
States has
nuclear.
kept
And
the
defend
peace.
yourself.
The United States has kept the peace through our alliances. Donald wants to tear up our alliances. I think it makes the world safer, and frankly, it makes the United States safer. I would work with our allies in Asia, in Europe, in the Middle East, and elsewhere. That's the only way we're going to be able to keep the peace.
We are going to move on to the next topic, which is the economy, and I hope we handle that as well as we did immigration. You also have very different ideas about how to get the economy growing faster. Secretary Clinton, in your plan, government plays a big role. You see more government spending, more entitlements, more tax credits, more tax penalties. Mr. Trump, you want to get government out with lower taxes and less regulation.
Yes.
We're going to drill down into this a little bit more, but in this overview, please explain to me why you believe that your plan will create more jobs and growth for this country and your opponent's plan will not. In this round, you go first, Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think when the middle class thrives, America thrives. And so my plan is based on growing the economy, giving middle class families many more opportunities. I want us to have the biggest jobs program since World War II, jobs in infrastructure and advanced manufacturing. I think we can compete with high-wage countries, and I believe we should. New jobs and clean energy, not only to fight climate change, which is a serious problem, but to create new opportunities and new businesses. I want us to do more to help small business. That's where 2/3 of the new jobs are going to come from. I want us to raise the national minimum wage because people who live in poverty should not, who work full-time should not still be in poverty. And I sure do want to make sure women get equal pay for the work we do. I feel strongly that we have to have an education system that starts with preschool and goes through college. That's why I want more technical education in high schools and in community colleges, real apprenticeships to prepare young people for the jobs of the future. I want to make college debt-free, and for families making less than $125,000, you will not get a tuition bill from a public college or university if the plan that I worked on with Bernie Sanders is enacted. And we're going to work hard to make sure that it is, because we are going to go where the money is. Most of the gains in the last years since the Great Recession have gone to the very top. So we are going to have the wealthy pay their fair share. We're going to have corporations make a contribution greater than they are now to our country. That is a plan that has been analyzed by independent experts, which said that it could produce 10 million new jobs. By contrast, Donald's plan has been analyzed to conclude it might lose 3.5 million jobs. Why? Because his whole plan is to cut taxes, to give the biggest tax breaks ever to the wealthy and to corporations, adding $20 trillion to our debt and causing the kind of dislocation that we have seen before, because it truly will be trickle-down economics on steroids. So the plan I have, I think, will actually produce greater opportunities. The plan he has will cost us jobs and possibly lead to another Great Recession.
Secretary, thank you. Mr. Trump, why will your plan create more jobs and growth than Secretary Clinton?
Well, first of all, before I start on my plan, her plan is going to raise taxes and even double your taxes. Her tax plan is a disaster. And she can say all she wants about college tuition, and I'm a big proponent. We're going to do a lot of things for college tuition, but the rest of the public's going to be paying for it. We will have a massive, massive tax increase under Hillary Clinton's plan. But I'd like to start off where we left, because when I said Japan and Germany, and I'm not to single them out, but South Korea, these are very rich, powerful countries. Saudi Arabia, nothing but money. We protect Saudi Arabia. Why aren't they paying? She immediately, when she heard this, I questioned it. And I questioned NATO. Why aren't the NATO questioned? Why aren't they paying? Because they weren't paying. Since I did this was a year ago, all of a sudden they're paying. And I've been given a lot of credit for it. All of a sudden they're starting to pay up. They have to pay up. We're protecting people. They have to pay up. And I'm a big fan of NATO, but they have to pay up. She comes out and said, we love our allies. We think our allies are great. Well, it's awfully hard to get them to pay up when you have somebody saying, we think how great they are. We have to tell Japan in a very nice way. We have to tell Germany, all of these countries, South Korea, we have to say, you have to help us out. We have, during his regime, during President Obama's regime, we've doubled our national debt. We're up to $20 trillion. So my plan, we're going to renegotiate trade deals. We're going to have a lot of free trade. We're going to have free trade, more free trade than we have right now. But we have horrible deals. Our jobs are being taken out by the deal that her husband signed, NAFTA, one of the worst deals ever. Our jobs are being sucked out of our economy. You look at all of the places that I just left. You go to Pennsylvania, you go to Ohio, you go to Florida, you go to any of them. You go upstate New York. Our jobs have fled to Mexico and other places. We're bringing our jobs back. I am going to renegotiate NAFTA. And if I can't make a great deal, then we're going to terminate NAFTA and we're going to create new deals. We're going to have trade, but we're going to terminate it. We're going to make a great trade deal. And if we can't, we're going to do it. We're going to go a separate way because it has been a disaster. We are going to cut taxes massively. We're going to cut business taxes massively. They're going to start hiring people. We're going to bring the $2.5 trillion that's offshore back into the country. We are going to start the engine rolling again because right now our country is dying at 1% GDP.
Well, let me translate that if I can, Chris, because
you can't.
The fact is he's going to advocate for the largest tax cuts we've ever seen, 3 times more than the tax cuts under the Bush administration. I have said repeatedly throughout this campaign, I will not raise taxes on anyone making $250,000 or less. I also will not add a penny to the debt. I have costed out what I'm going to do. He will, through his massive tax cuts, add $20 trillion to the debt. Well, he mentioned the debt. We know how to get control of the debt. When my husband was president, we went from a $300 billion deficit to a $200 billion surplus, and we were actually on the path to eliminating the national debt. When President Obama came into office, he inherited the worst economic disaster since the Great Depression. He has cut the deficit by 2/3. So, yes, one of the ways you go after the debt, one of the ways you create jobs is by investing in people. So I do have investments in new jobs, investments in education, skill training, and the opportunities for people to get ahead and stay ahead. That's the kind of approach that will work. Cutting taxes on the wealthy, we've tried that. It has not worked the way that it has been promised.
Secretary Clinton, I want to pursue your plan because in many ways it is similar to the Obama stimulus plan in 2009, which has led to the slowest GDP growth since 1949.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. You told me in July when we spoke that the problem is that President Obama didn't get to do enough in what he was trying to do with this stimulus. So is your plan basically even more of the Obama stimulus?
Well, it's a combination, Chris. And let me say that when you inherit the level of economic catastrophe that President Obama inherited, it was a real touch-and-go situation. I was in the Senate before I became Secretary of State. I've never seen people as physically distraught as the Bush administration team was because of what was happening to the economy. I personally believe that the steps that President Obama took saved the economy. He doesn't get the credit he deserves for taking some very hard positions. But it was a terrible recession. So now we've dug ourselves out of it. We're standing, but we're not yet running. So what I am proposing is that we invest from the middle out and the ground up, not the top down. That is not going to work. That's why what I have put forward doesn't add a penny to the debt, but it is the kind of approach that will enable more people to take those new jobs, higher paying jobs. We're beginning to see some increase in incomes, and we certainly have had a long string of increasing jobs. We've got to do more to get the whole economy moving, and that's what I believe I will be able to do.
Mr. Trump, even conservative economists who have looked at your plan say that the numbers don't add up, that your idea, and you've talked about 25 million jobs created, 4%
over a 10-year period
growth, is unrealistic. And they say, you talk a lot about growing the energy industry, they say with oil prices as low as they are right now, that's unrealistic as well. Your response?
So I just left some high representatives of India. They're growing at 8%. China is growing at 7%, and that for them is a catastrophically low number. We are growing. Our last report came out, and it's right around the 1% level, and I think it's going down. Last week, as you know, at the end of last week, they came out with an anemic jobs report, a terrible jobs report. In fact, I said, is that the last jobs report before the election? Because if it is, I should win easily. It was so bad. The report was so bad. Look, our country is stagnant. We've lost our jobs. We've lost our businesses. We're not making things anymore, relatively speaking. Our product is pouring in from China, pouring in from Vietnam, pouring in from all over the world. I've visited so many communities. This has been such an incredible education for me, Chris. I've gotten to know so many. I've developed so many friends over the last year, and they cry when they see what's happened. I passed factories that were thriving 20, 25 years ago, and because of the bill that her husband signed and she blessed 100%, it is just horrible what's happened to these people in these communities. Now, she can say that her husband did well, but boy, did they suffer as NAFTA kicked in, because it didn't really kick in very much, but it kicked in after they left. Boy, did they suffer. That was one of the worst things that's ever been signed by our country. Now she wants to sign Trans-Pacific Partnership, and she wants it. She lied when she said she didn't call it the gold standard in one of the debates. She totally lied. She did call it the gold standard, and they actually fact-checked, and they said I was right. I was so honored.
I want to give you a chance to briefly speak to that, and then I want to pivot to 1/6
And that
of the
will be as
economy,
bad as NAFTA.
which is Obamacare. But go ahead,
Well,
briefly.
First, let me say, number one, when I saw the final agreement for TPP, I said I was against it. It didn't meet my tests. I've had the same tests. Does it create jobs, raise incomes, and further our national security? I'm against it now. I'll be against it after the election. I'll be against it when I'm president. There's only one of us on
Obamacare, but go ahead.
Well,
briefly.
First, let me say, number one, when I saw the final agreement for TPP, I said I was against it. It didn't meet my tests. I've had the same tests. Does it create jobs, raise incomes, and further our national security? I'm against it now. I'll be against it after the election. I'll be against it when I'm president. There's only one of us on this stage who's actually shipped jobs to Mexico, because that's Donald. He's shipped jobs to 12 countries, including Mexico. But he mentioned China. And, you know, one of the biggest problems we have with China is the illegal dumping of steel and aluminum into our markets. I have fought against that as a senator. I've stood up against it as Secretary of State. Donald has bought Chinese steel and aluminum. In fact, the Trump hotel right here in Las Vegas was made with Chinese steel. So he goes around with crocodile tears about how terrible it is, but he has given jobs to Chinese steel workers, not American steel workers.
Mr. Trump?
That's the kind of approach that is just not going to work. We're going to pull the country together. We're going to have trade agreements that we enforce. That's why I'm going to have a trade prosecutor for the first time in history. And we're going to enforce those agreements. And we're going to look for businesses to help us by buying American products.
Go ahead,
I
Mr.
ask
Trump.
a simple question. She's been doing this for 30 years. Why the hell didn't you do it over the last 15, 20 years? You were very much involved. Excuse me, my turn. You were very much involved in every aspect of this country, very much. And you do have experience. I'd say the one thing you have over me is experience, but it's bad experience, because what you've done has turned out badly. For 30 years, you've been in a position to help. And if you say that I use steel or I use something else, I make it impossible for me to do that. I wouldn't mind. The problem is you talk, but you don't get anything done, Hillary. You don't. Just like when you ran the State Department, $6 billion was missing. How do you miss $6 billion? You ran the State Department. $6 billion was either stolen, they don't know. It's gone. $6 billion. If you become president, this country is going to be in some mess, believe me.
Well, first of all, what he just said about the State Department is not only untrue, it's been debunked numerous times. But I think it's really an important issue. He raised the 30 years of experience. So let me just talk briefly about that. You know, back in the 1970s, I worked for the Children's Defense Fund, and I was taking on discrimination against African-American kids in schools. He was getting sued by the Justice Department for racial discrimination in his apartment buildings. In the 1980s, I was working to reform the schools in Arkansas. He was borrowing $14 million from his father to start his businesses. In the 1990s, I went to Beijing, and I said women's rights are human rights. He insulted a former Miss Universe, Alicia Machado, called her an eating machine. And on the day when I was in the Situation Room, monitoring the raid that brought Osama bin Laden to justice. He was hosting the Celebrity Apprentice. So I'm happy to compare my 30 years of experience, what I've done for this country, trying to help in every way I could, especially kids and families, get ahead and stay ahead, with your 30 years, and I'll let the American people make that decision.
Well, I think I did a much better job. I built a massive company, a great company, some of the greatest assets anywhere in the world, worth many, many billions of dollars. I started with a $1 million loan. I agree with that. It's a $1 million loan, but I built a phenomenal company. And if we could run our country the way I've run my company, we would have a country that you would be so proud of. You would even be proud of it. And frankly, when you look at her real record, take a look at Syria, take a look at the migration, take a look at Libya, take a look at Iraq. She gave us ISIS because her and Obama created this huge vacuum. And a small group came out of that huge vacuum because we should have never been in Iraq, but once we were there, we should have never got out the way they wanted to get out. She gave us ISIS as sure as you are sitting there. And what happened is now ISIS is in 32 countries. And now I listen how she's going to get rid of ISIS. She's going to get rid of nobody.
All right, we are going to get to foreign hotspots in a few moments, but the next segment is fitness to be president of the United States. Mr. Trump, at the last debate, you said your talk about grabbing women was just that, talk, and that you'd never actually done it. And since then, as we all know, 9 women have come forward and said that you either groped them or kissed them without their consent. Why would so many different women from so many different circumstances over so many different years, why would they all in this last couple of weeks make up, you deny this, why would they all make up these stories? And since this is a question for both of you, Secretary Clinton, Mr. Trump says what your husband did and that you defended was even worse. Mr. Trump, you go first here.
Well, first of all, those stories have been largely debunked. Those people, I don't know those people. I have a feeling how they came. I believe it was her campaign that did it. Just like if you look at what came out today on the clips, where I was wondering what happened with my rally in Chicago and other rallies where we had such violence. She's the one in Obama that caused the violence. They hired people, they paid them $1,500, and they're on tape saying, be violent, cause fights, do bad things. I would say the only way, because those stories are all totally false. I have to say that. And I didn't even apologize to my wife, who's sitting right here, because I didn't do anything. I didn't know any of these women. I didn't see these women. These women, the woman on the plane, the woman, I think they want either fame or her campaign did it. And I think it's her campaign, because when I saw what they did, which is a criminal act, by the way, where they're telling people to go out and start fistfights and start violence. And I'll tell you what, in particular in Chicago, people were hurt and people could have been killed in that riot. And that was now all on tape, started by her. I believe, Chris, that she got these people to step forward. If it wasn't, they get their 10 minutes of fame. But they were all totally, it was all fiction. It was lies and it was fiction.
Well,
Secretary Clinton.
At the last debate, we heard Donald talking about what he did to women. And after that, a number of women have come forward saying that's exactly what he did to them. Now, what was his response? Well, he held a number of big rallies where he said that he could not possibly have done those things to those women because they were not attractive enough for
I did not
them
say
to be
that.
assaulted.
I did not say that.
In fact, he went on to say...
Her 2 minutes, sir, her 2 minutes.
But did not say that.
It's her 2 minutes.
He went on to say, look at her. I don't think so. About another woman, he said, that wouldn't be my first choice. He attacked the woman reporter writing the story, called her disgusting, as he has called a number of women during this campaign. You know, Donald thinks belittling women makes him bigger. He goes after their dignity, their self-worth, and I don't think there is a woman anywhere who doesn't know what that feels like. So we now know what Donald thinks and what he says and how he acts toward women. That's who Donald is. I think it's really up to all of us to demonstrate who we are and who our country is, and to stand up and be very clear about what we expect from our next president, how we want to bring our country together, where we don't want to have the kind of pitting of people one against the other, where instead we celebrate our diversity, we lift people up, and we make our country even greater. America is great because America is good. And it really is up to all of us to make that true now and in the future, and particularly for our children and our grandchildren.
Mr. Trump.
Nobody has more respect for women than I do. Nobody. Nobody has more respect.
Please, everybody.
And frankly, those stories have been largely debunked. And I really want to just talk about something slightly different. She mentions this, which is all fiction, all fictionalized, probably or possibly started by her and her very sleazy campaign. But I will tell you, what isn't fictionalized are her emails, where she destroyed 33,000 emails criminally, after getting a subpoena from the United States Congress. What happened to the FBI? I don't know. We have a great general, four-star general, today, you read it in all the papers, going to potentially serve 5 years in jail for lying to the FBI. One lie. She's lied hundreds of times to the people, to Congress, and to the FBI. He's going to probably go to jail. This is a four-star general, and she gets away with it, and she can run for the presidency of the United States. That's really what you should be talking about, not fiction, where somebody wants fame or where they come out of her crooked campaign.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, every time Donald is pushed on something which is obviously uncomfortable, like what these women are saying, he immediately goes to denying responsibility. And it's not just about women. He never apologizes or says he's sorry for anything. So we know what he has said and what he's done to women. But he also went after a disabled reporter, mocked and mimicked him on national television. He went after Mr. and Mrs. Khan, the parents of a young man who died serving our country, a Gold Star family, because of their religion. He went after John McCain, a prisoner of war, said he prefers people who aren't captured. He went after a federal judge, born in Indiana, but who Donald said couldn't be trusted to try the fraud and racketeering case against Trump University because his parents were Mexican. So it's not one thing. This is a pattern of divisiveness, of a very dark and in many ways dangerous vision of our country, where he incites violence, where he applauds people who are pushing and pulling and punching at his rallies. That is not who America is. And I hope that as we move in the last weeks of this campaign, more and more people will understand what's at stake in this election. It really does come down to what kind of country we are going to have.
So sad when she talks about violence at my rallies, and she caused the violence. It's on tape. The other things are false, but honestly, I'd love to talk about getting rid of ISIS, and I'd love to talk about other things.
Okay.
But those other charges, as she knows, are false.
In this bucket about fitness to be president, there's been a lot of developments over the last 10 days since the last debate. I'd like to ask you about them. These are questions that the American people have. Secretary Clinton, during your 2009 Senate confirmation hearing, you promised to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest with your dealing with the Clinton Foundation while you were Secretary of State. But emails show that donors got special access to you. Those seeking grants for Haiti relief were considered separately from non-donors, and some of those donors got government contracts, taxpayer money. Can you really say that you kept your pledge to that Senate committee? And why isn't what happened and what went on between you and the Clinton Foundation, why isn't it what Mr. Trump calls pay to play?
Well, everything I did as Secretary of State was in furtherance of our country's interests and our values. The State Department has said that. I think that's been proven. But I am happy. In fact, I'm thrilled to talk about the Clinton Foundation because it is a world-renowned charity. And I am so proud of the work that it does. You know, I could talk for the rest of the debate. I know I don't have the time to do that. But just briefly, the Clinton Foundation made it possible for 11 million people around the world with HIV/AIDS to afford treatment, and that's about half of all the people in the world who are getting treatment. In partnership with the American Health Association, we have made environments in schools healthier for kids,
Secretary
including
Clinton,
healthier
respectfully, this is an open discussion.
Well, it is an open discussion.
I understand, and the specific question went to pay for play. Do you want to talk about that?
But there is no evidence. But there is a lot of evidence about the very good work
and it's a criminal enterprise,
that
and
the
so many people know it. It's a criminal enterprise. Saudi Arabia giving $25 million, Qatar, all of these countries. You talk about women and women's rights. So these are people that push gays off buildings. These are people that kill women and treat women horribly, and yet you take their money. So I'd like to ask you right now, why don't you give back the money that you've taken from certain countries that treat certain groups of people so horribly? Why don't you give back the money? I think it would be a great gesture, because she takes a tremendous amount of money, and you take a look at the people of Haiti. I was at a little Haiti the other day in Florida, and I want to tell you, they hate the Clintons, because what's happened in Haiti with the Clinton Foundation is a disgrace. And you know it, and they know it, and everybody knows
Secretary
it.
Clinton.
Well, very quickly, we at the Clinton Foundation spend 90% of all the money that is donated on behalf of programs of people around the world and in our own country. I'm very proud of that. We have the highest rating from the watchdogs that follow foundations, and I'd be happy to compare what we do with the Trump Foundation, which took money from other people and bought a 6-foot portrait of Donald. I mean, who does that? It just was astonishing. But when it comes to Haiti, Haiti is the poorest country in our hemisphere. The earthquake and the hurricanes, it has devastated Haiti. Bill and I have been involved in trying to help Haiti for many years. The Clinton Foundation raised $30 million to help Haiti after the catastrophic earthquake and all of the terrible problems the people there had. We've done things to help small businesses, agriculture, and so much else. And we're going to keep working to help Haiti because it's an important part of the American
They don't want you to help them anymore. I'd like to mention one thing. Trump Foundation, small foundation. People contribute. I contribute. The money goes 100% goes to different charities, including a lot of military. I don't get anything. I don't buy boats. I don't buy planes. What happens is the money goes out.
Wasn't some of the money used to settle your lawsuit, sir?
No, it was. We put up the American flag, and that's it. They put up the American flag. We fought for the right in Palm Beach to put up the American flag.
There was a penalty that was imposed by Palm Beach County, and the money came from your foundation.
And by the way, the money went to Fisher House, where they build houses. The money that you're talking about went to Fisher House, where they build houses for veterans and disabled.
I want to get into one last...
But of course, there's no way we can know whether any of that is true because he hasn't released his tax returns. He is the first candidate ever to run for president in the last 40-plus years who has not released his tax returns. So everything he says about charity or anything else, we can't prove it. You can look at our tax returns. We've got them all out there. But what is really troubling is that we learned in the last debate he has not paid a penny in federal income tax. And we were talking about immigrants a few minutes ago, Chris. You know, half of all immigrants, undocumented immigrants in our country, actually pay federal income tax. So we have undocumented immigrants in America who are paying more federal income tax than a billionaire. I find that
let me just tell you very
astonishing.
Simply, we're entitled, because of the laws that people like her pass, to take massive amounts of depreciation and other charges, and we do it. And all of her donors, just about all of them, I know Buffett took hundreds of millions of dollars, George Soros,
took hundreds of millions of dollars. Let me just explain. All of her donors, most of her donors have done the same thing as I did.
Okay.
And you know what she should have done?
Folks, we heard
and
this.
You know, Hillary, what you should have done? You should have changed the law when you were a United States Senator. If
Folks,
you don't like
we heard
it.
this.
Yeah.
Because your donors and your special interests are doing the same thing as I do, except even more so.
Well,
you
you know,
should have changed the law, but you won't change the law because you take in so much money. I mean, I sat in my apartment today on a very beautiful hotel down the street, known as Trump.
Made with Chinese steel.
But I will tell you, I sat there watching ad after ad after ad, false ad, all paid for by your friends on Wall Street that gave so much money because they know you're going to protect them. And frankly, you should have changed the laws.
Trump,
if you don't like what I did, you should have changed the laws.
Mr. Trump, I want to ask you about one last question in this topic. You have been warning at rallies recently that this election is rigged and that Hillary Clinton is in the process of trying to steal it from you. Your running mate, Governor Pence, pledged on Sunday that he and you, his words, will absolutely accept the result of this election. Today, your daughter Ivanka said the same thing. I want to ask you here on the stage tonight, do you make the same commitment that you will absolutely, sir, that you will absolutely accept the result of this election?
I will look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. What I've seen is so bad. First of all, the media is so dishonest and so corrupt, and the pile-on is so amazing. The New York Times actually wrote an article about it that they don't even care. It's so dishonest, and they've poisoned the minds of the voters. But unfortunately for them, I think the voters are seeing through it. I think they're going to see through it. We'll find out on November 8th, but I think they're going to see through it.
But, sir, there's
if you look, excuse me, Chris, if you look at your voter rolls, you will see millions of people that are registered to vote. Millions. This isn't coming from me. This is coming from Pew Report and other places. Millions of people that are registered to vote that shouldn't be registered to vote. So let me just give you one other thing. So I talk about the corrupt media. I talk about the millions of people. Tell you one other thing. She shouldn't be allowed to run. She's guilty of a very, very serious crime. She should not be allowed to run. And just in that respect, I say it's rigged because she should never have been allowed to run for the presidency based on what she did with emails and so many other things.
But, sir, there is a tradition in this country. In fact, one of the prides of this country is the peaceful transition of power, and that no matter how hard fought a campaign is, that at the end of the campaign, that the loser concedes to the winner. Not saying that you're necessarily going to be the loser or the winner, but that the loser concedes to the winner and that the country comes together in part for the good of the country. Are you saying you're not prepared now to commit to that principle?
What I'm saying is that I will tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense.
Well,
okay?
Chris, let me respond to that because that's horrifying. You know, every time Donald thinks things are not going in his direction, he claims whatever it is rigged against him. The FBI conducted a year-long investigation into my emails. They concluded there was no case. He said the FBI was rigged. He lost the Iowa caucus. He lost the Wisconsin primary. He said the Republican primary was rigged against him. Then Trump University gets sued for fraud and racketeering. He claims the court system and the federal judge is rigged against him. There was even a time when he didn't get an Emmy for his TV program 3 years in a row, and he started tweeting that the Emmys were rigged against him.
Should have gotten it.
This is a mindset. This is how Donald thinks. And it's funny, but it's also really troubling.
Okay.
Now, that is not the way our democracy works. We've been around for 240 years. We've had free and fair elections. We've accepted the outcomes when we may not have liked them. And that is what must be expected of anyone standing on a debate stage during a general election. You know, President Obama said the other day, when you're whining before the game is even finished, it just shows you're not up to doing the job. And let's be clear about what he is saying and what that means. He is denigrating, he's talking down our democracy. And I, for one, am appalled that somebody who is the nominee of one of our two major parties would take that kind of position.
I think what the FBI did and what the Department of Justice did, including meeting with her husband, the Attorney General, in the back of an airplane on the tarmac in Arizona, I think it's disgraceful. I think it's a disgrace.
All right.
I think we've never had a situation so bad.
Hold on,
in this
folks.
country.
This doesn't do any good for anyone. Let's please continue the debate, and let's move on to the subject of foreign hotspots. The Iraqi offensive to take back Mosul has begun. If they are successful in pushing ISIS out of that city and out of all of Iraq, the question then becomes, what happens the day after? And that's something that whoever of you ends up as president is going to have to confront. Will you put U.S. troops into that vacuum to make sure that ISIS doesn't come back or isn't replaced by something even worse? Secretary Clinton, you go first in this segment. You have 2 minutes.
Well, I am encouraged that there is an effort led by the Iraqi army, supported by Kurdish forces, and also given the help and advice from the number of special forces and other Americans on the ground. But I will not support putting American soldiers into Iraq as an occupying force. I don't think that is in our interests, and I don't think that would be smart to do. In fact, Chris, I think that would be a big red flag waving for ISIS to reconstitute itself. The goal here is to take back Mosul. It's going to be a hard fight. I've got no illusions about that. And then continue to press into Syria to begin to take back and move on Raqqa, which is the ISIS headquarters. I am hopeful that the hard work that American military advisors have done will pay off, and that we will see a really successful military operation. But we know we've got lots of work to do. Syria will remain a hotbed of terrorism as long as the civil war, aided and abetted by the Iranians and the Russians, continue. So I have said, look, we need to keep our eye on ISIS. That's why I want to have an intelligence surge that protects us here at home, why we have to go after them from the air, on the ground, online, why we have to make sure here at home we don't let terrorists buy weapons. If you're too dangerous to fly, you're too dangerous to buy a gun. And I'm going to continue to push for a no-fly zone and safe havens within Syria, not only to help protect the Syrians and prevent the constant outflow of refugees, but to frankly gain some leverage on both the Syrian government and the Russians, so that perhaps we can have the kind of serious negotiation necessary to bring the conflict to an end and go forward on a political track.
Mr. Trump, same question. If we are able to push ISIS out of Mosul and out of Iraq, would you be willing to put U.S. troops in there to prevent their return or something else?
Let me tell you, Mosul's so sad. We had Mosul. But when she left, when she took everybody out, we lost Mosul. Now we're fighting again to get Mosul. The problem with Mosul, and what they wanted to do, is they wanted to get the leaders of ISIS, who they felt were in Mosul. About 3 months ago, I started reading that they want to get the leaders, and they're going to attack Mosul. Whatever happened to the element of surprise? Okay? We announced we're going after Mosul. I've been reading about going after Mosul now for about, how long is it, Hillary? 3 months? These people have all left. They've all left. The element of surprise. Douglas, MacArthur, George Patton, spinning in their graves when they see the stupidity of our country. So we're now fighting for Mosul that we had. All she had to do is stay there. Now we're going in to get it. But you know who the big winner in Mosul is going to be after we eventually get it? And the only reason they did it is because she's running for the office of president. And they want to look tough. They want to look good. He violated the red line in the sand, and he made so many mistakes, made all mistakes. That's why we have the Great Migration. But she wanted to look good for the election, so they're going in. But who's going to get Mosul, really? We'll take Mosul eventually. By the way, if you look at what's happening, much tougher than they thought. Much, much tougher, much more dangerous, going to be more deaths than they thought. But the leaders that we wanted to get are all gone because they're smart. They said, what do we need this for? So Mosul is going to be a wonderful thing, and Iran should write us a letter of thank you, just like the really stupid, the stupidest deal of all time, a deal that's going to give Iran absolutely nuclear weapons. Iran should write us yet another letter saying thank you very much. because Iran, as I said many years ago, Iran is taking over Iraq, something they've wanted to do forever, but we've made it so easy for them. So we're now going to take Mosul, and you know who's going to be the beneficiary? Iran. Boy, are they making, I mean, they are outsmarting. Look, you're not there. You might be involved in that decision, but you were there when you took everybody out of Mosul and out of Iraq. You shouldn't have been in Iraq, but you did vote for it. You shouldn't have been in Iraq, but once you were in Iraq, you should have never left the way. The point is, the big winner is going to be Iran.
Well, you know, once again, Donald is implying that he didn't support the invasion of Iraq. I said it was a mistake. I've said that years ago. He has consistently denied what is a very clear fact, that before the invasion, he supported it. And, you know, I just want everybody to go Google it. Google Donald Trump Iraq, and you will see the dozens of sources which verify that he was for the invasion of Iraq. And you can actually hear the audio of him saying that. Now, why does that matter? Well, it matters because he has not told the truth about that position. I guess he believes it makes him look better now, to contrast with me, because I did vote for it. But what's really important here is to understand all the interplay. Mosul is a Sunni city. Mosul is on the border of Syria. And yes, we do need to go after Baghdadi, and just like we went after bin Laden while you were doing Celebrity Apprentice, and we brought him to justice. We need to go after the leadership, but we need to get rid of them, get rid of their fighters. They're estimated several thousand fighters in Mosul. They've been digging underground. They've been prepared to defend. It's going to be tough fighting, but I think we can take back Mosul, and then we can move on into Syria and take back Raqqa. This is what we have to do. I'm just amazed that he seems to think that the Iraqi government and our allies and everybody else launched the attack on Mosul to help me in this election. But that's how Donald thinks, you know. He always is looking for some
Chris, we don't gain anything.
He has all the
Iran is taking over Iraq.
Secretary Clinton.
Iran is taking over Iraq. We don't gain
Secretary
which
Clinton.
He's been
we would have gained if they did it by surprise.
Wait. Secretary Clinton, it's an open discussion. Secretary.
We would have gained if they did it by surprise.
Secretary, please let Mr. Trump speak.
He's unfit, and he proves it every time
You
he
are
talks.
the one that's unfit. You know, WikiLeaks just actually came out. John Podesta said some horrible things about you, and boy, was he right. He said some beauties. And, you know, Bernie Sanders, he said you have bad judgment. You do. And if you think that going into Mosul, after we let the world know we're going in, and all of the people that we really wanted, the leaders, they're all gone. If you think that was good, then you do. Now, John Podesta said you have terrible instincts. Bernie Sanders said you have bad judgment. I agree with both.
Well, you should ask Bernie Sanders who he's supporting for president, and he has said,
which is
as he has campaigned for me around the country, you are the most dangerous person to run for president in the modern history of America. I think he's right.
Let's turn to Aleppo. Mr. Trump, in the last debate, you were both asked about the situation in the Syrian city of Aleppo, and I want to follow up on that because you said several things in that debate which were not true, sir. You said that Aleppo has basically fallen. In fact, there are.
It's a catastrophe.
It is a catastrophe, but there are a quarter.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
Sir,
have you seen what's happened to Aleppo?
If I might finish my question.
Okay, so it hasn't fallen. Take a look at it.
Well, there are 250,000 people still living there and being slaughtered.
That's right.
You also
and they are being slaughtered because of bad decisions.
If I may just finish here. And you also said that that Syria and Russia are busy fighting ISIS. In fact, they have been the ones who've been bombing and shelling eastern Aleppo, and they just announced a humanitarian pause, in effect admitting that they have been bombing and shelling Aleppo. Would you like to clear that up, sir?
Well, Aleppo is a disaster. It's a humanitarian nightmare, but it has fallen from any standpoint. I mean, what do you need, a signed document? Take a look at Aleppo. It is so sad when you see what's happened. And a lot of this is because of Hillary Clinton, because what's happened is by fighting Assad, who turned out to be a lot tougher than she thought, and now she's going to say, oh, he loves Assad. He's just much tougher and much smarter than her and Obama. And everyone thought he was gone 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He aligned with Russia. He now also aligned with Iran, who we made very powerful. We gave them $150 billion back. We give them $1.7 billion in cash. I mean cash, bundles of cash as big as this stage. We gave them $1.7 billion. Now, they have aligned. He has aligned with Russia and with Iran. They don't want ISIS, but they have other things because we're backing rebels. We don't know who the rebels are. We're giving them lots of money, lots of everything. We don't know who the rebels are. And when and if, and it's not going to happen because you have Russia and you have Iran now, but if they ever did overthrow Assad, you might end up with as bad as Assad is, and he's a bad guy. But you may very well end up with worse than Assad. If she did nothing, we'd be in much better shape. And this is what's caused the Great Migration, where she's taken in tens of thousands of Syrian refugees who probably, in many cases, not probably, who are definitely, in many cases, ISIS-aligned. And we now have them in our country. And wait till you see, this is going to be the great Trojan horse. And wait till you see what happens in the coming years. Lots of luck, Hillary. Thanks a lot for doing a great job.
Secretary Clinton, you have talked about, and in the last debate and again today, that you would impose a no-fly zone to try to protect the people of Aleppo and to stop the killing there. President Obama has refused to do that because he fears it's going to draw us closer or deeper into the conflict. And General Joseph Dunford, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, says, you impose a no-fly zone, chances are you're going to get into a war, his words, with Syria and Russia. So the question I have is, if you impose a no-fly zone, first of all, how do you respond to their concerns? Secondly, if you impose a no-fly zone and a Russian plane violates that, does President Clinton shoot that plane down?
are Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. The commission drafted tonight's format, and the rules have been agreed to by the campaigns. The 90-minute debate is divided into 6 segments, each 50 minutes long. We'll explore 3 topic areas tonight: achieving prosperity, America's direction, and securing America. At the start of each segment, I will ask the same lead-off question to both candidates, and they will each have up to 2 minutes to respond. From that point until the end of the segment, we'll have an open discussion. The questions are mine and have not been shared with the commission or the campaigns. The audience here in the room has agreed to remain silent so that we can focus on what the candidates are saying. I will invite you to applaud, however, at this moment as we welcome the candidates. Democratic nominee for President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, and Republican nominee for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Good luck to you. Trump, good luck to you. Well, I don't expect us to cover all the issues of this campaign tonight, but I remind everyone there are 2 more presidential debates scheduled. We are going to focus on many of the issues that voters tell us are most important, and we're going to press for specifics. I am honored to have this role, but this evening belongs to the candidates and just as important to the American people. Candidates, we look forward to hearing you articulate your policies and your positions, as well as your visions and your values. So, let's begin. We're calling this opening segment Achieving Prosperity, and central to that is jobs. There are 2 economic realities in America today. There's been a record 6 straight years of job growth, and new census numbers show incomes have increased at a record rate after years of stagnation. However, income inequality remains significant, and nearly half of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Beginning with you, Secretary Clinton, why are you a better choice than your opponent to create the kinds of jobs that will put more money into the pockets of American workers?
Well, thank you, Lester, and thanks to Hofstra for hosting us. The central question in this election is really what kind of country we want to be and what kind of future we'll build together. Today is my granddaughter's 2nd birthday, so I think about this a lot. First, we have to build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. That means we need new jobs, good jobs, with rising incomes. I want us to invest in you. I want us to invest in your future. That means jobs in infrastructure, in advanced manufacturing, in innovation and technology, clean renewable energy, and small business, because most of the new jobs will come from small business. We also have to make the economy fairer. That starts with raising the national minimum wage and also guarantee, finally, equal pay for women's work. I also want to see more companies do profit sharing. If you help create the profits, you should be able to share in them, not just the executives at the top. And I want us to do more to support people who are struggling to balance family and work. I've heard from so many of you about the difficult choices you face and the stresses that you're under. So let's have paid family leave, earned sick days. Let's be sure we have affordable child care and debt-free college. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it by having the wealthy pay their fair share and close the corporate loopholes. Finally, we tonight are on the stage together, Donald Trump and I. Donald, it's good to be with you. We're going to have a debate where we are talking about the important issues facing our country. You have to judge us. Who can shoulder the immense, awesome responsibilities of the presidency? Who can put into action the plans that will make your life better? I hope that I will be able to earn your vote on November 8th.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, the same question to you. It's about putting money, more money, into the pockets of American workers. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lester. Our jobs are fleeing the country. They're going to Mexico. They're going to many other countries. You look at what China is doing to our country in terms of making our product. They're devaluing their currency, and there's nobody in our government to fight them. And we have a very good fight, and we have a winning fight, because they're using our country as a piggy bank to rebuild China. And many other countries are doing the same thing. So we're losing our good jobs, so many of them. When you look at what's happening in Mexico, a friend of mine who builds plants said it's the eighth wonder of the world. They're building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world, some of the most sophisticated, some of the best plants. With the United States, as he said, not so much. So Ford is leaving. You see that, their small car division leaving. Thousands of jobs, leaving Michigan, leaving Ohio. They're all leaving, and we can't allow it to happen anymore. As far as child care is concerned and so many other things, I think Hillary and I agree on that. We probably disagree a little bit as to numbers and amounts and what we're going to do, but perhaps we'll be talking about that later. But we have to stop our jobs from being stolen from us. We have to stop our companies from leaving the United States, and with it, firing all of their people. All you have to do is take a look at Carrier Air Conditioning in Indianapolis. They left, fired 1,400 people. They're going to Mexico. So many, hundreds and hundreds of companies are doing this. We cannot let it happen. Under my plan, I'll be reducing taxes tremendously, from 35% to 15% for companies, small and big businesses. That's going to be a job creator like we haven't seen since Ronald Reagan. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. Companies will come, they will build, they will expand, new companies will start, and I look very, very much forward to doing it. We have to renegotiate our trade deals, and we have to stop these countries from stealing our companies and our jobs.
Secretary Clinton, would you like to respond?
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% of the world's population. We have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals. We also, though, need to have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percent of the people in this country than we've ever had. I call it trumped up trickle down, because that's exactly what it would be. That is not how we grow the economy. We just have a different view about what's best for growing the economy, how we make investments that will actually produce jobs and rising incomes. I think we come at it from somewhat different perspectives. I understand that. You know, Donald was very fortunate in his life, and that's all to his benefit. He started his business with $14 million borrowed from his father, and he really believes that the more you help wealthy people, the better off we'll be, and that everything will work out from there. I don't buy that. I have a different experience. My father was a small businessman. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics on long tables where he pulled out those fabrics and he went down with a silk screen and dumped the paint in and took the squeegee and kept going. And so what I believe is the more we can do for the middle class, the more we can invest in you, your education, your skills, your future, the better we will be off and the better we'll grow. That's the kind of economy I want us to see again.
Let me follow up with Mr. Trump, if I can. You've talked about creating 25 million jobs, and you've promised to bring back millions of jobs for Americans. How are we going to bring back the industries that have left this country for cheaper labor overseas? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Well, for one thing, and before we start on that, my father gave me a very small loan in 1975, and I built it into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars with some of the greatest assets in the world. And I say that only because that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. Our country's in deep trouble. We don't know what we're doing when it comes to devaluations, and all of these countries all over the world, especially China, they're the best ever at it. What they're doing to us is a very, very sad thing. So we have to do that. We have to renegotiate our trade deals. And Lester, they're taking our jobs, they're giving incentives, they're doing things that, frankly, we don't do. Let me give you the example of Mexico. They have a VAT tax. We're in a different system. When we sell into Mexico, there's a tax. When they sell in automatic, 16% approximately. When they sell into us, there's no tax. It's a defective agreement. It's been defective for a long time, many years, but the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, is that okay? Good. I want you to be very happy. It's very important to me. But in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, when she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she made the agreements better? The NAFTA agreement is defective just because of the tax and many other reasons, but just because of the fact.
Let me interrupt just a moment.
Secretary Clinton and others, politicians, should have been doing this for years, not right now because of the fact that we've created a movement. They should have been doing this for years. What's happened to our jobs and our country and our economy generally is, look, we owe $20 trillion. We cannot do it any longer, Lester.
Back to the question, though, how do you specifically bring back jobs? American manufacturers, how do you make them bring the jobs back?
Well, the first thing you do is don't let the jobs leave. The companies are leaving. I could name, there are thousands of them. They're leaving, and they're leaving in bigger numbers than ever. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck. We wish you a lot of luck. But if you think you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or your cookies or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you're going to have to tax them coming in, and our politicians never do this because they have special interests, and the special interests want those companies to leave because in many cases they own the companies. So what I'm saying is we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from leaving, and that's a big, big factor.
Let me let Secretary Clinton get there.
Let's stop for a second and remember where we were 8 years ago. We had the worst financial crisis, the Great Recession, the worst since the 1930s. That was in large part because of tax policies that slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their eyes off of Wall Street, and created a perfect storm. In fact, Donald was one of the people who rooted for the housing crisis. He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way.
9 million people lost their jobs, 5 million people lost their homes, and $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. Now, we have come back from that abyss, and it has not been easy. So we're now on the precipice of having a potentially much better economy. But the last thing we need to do is to go back to the policies that failed us in the first place. Independent experts have looked at what I've proposed and looked at what Donald's proposed, and basically they've said this, that if his tax plan, which would blow up the debt by over $5 trillion and would in some instances disadvantage middle-class families compared to the wealthy, were to go into effect, we would lose 3.5 million jobs and maybe have another recession. They've looked at my plans and they've said, okay, if we can do this, and I intend to get it done, we will have 10 million more new jobs because we will be making investments where we can grow the economy. Take clean energy. Some country is going to be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. Donald thinks that climate change is a hoax perpetrated by the Chinese. I think it's real.
I did not.
Science is real.
I do not say that.
And I think it's important that we grip this and deal with it, both at home and abroad. And here's what we can do. We can deploy 500 million more solar panels. We can have enough clean energy to power every home. We can build a new modern electric grid. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of new economic activity. So I've tried to be very specific about what we can and should do, and I am determined that we're going to get the economy really moving again, building on the progress we've made over the last 8 years, but never going back to what got us in trouble in the first place.
Mr. Trump.
She talks about solar panels. We invested in a solar company, our country. That was a disaster. They lost plenty of money on that one. Now, look, I'm a great believer in all forms of energy, but we're putting a lot of people out of work. Our energy policies are a disaster. Our country is losing so much in terms of energy, in terms of paying off our debt. You can't do what you're looking to do with $20 trillion in debt. The Obama administration, from the time they've come in, is over 230 years worth of debt, and he's topped it. He's doubled it in a course of almost 8 years, 7.5 years to be semi-exact. So I will tell you this, we have to do a much better job at keeping our jobs, and we have to do a much better job at giving companies incentive to build new companies or to expand, because they're not doing it. And all you have to do is look at Michigan and look at Ohio and look at all of these places where so many of their jobs and their companies are just leaving. They're gone. And Hillary, I just ask you this. You've been doing this for 30 years. Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now? For 30 years you've been doing it, and now you're just starting to think of solutions.
Well, actually,
I will bring back jobs. You can't bring back jobs.
Well, actually, I have thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, for 30 years.
I have, well, not quite that long. I think my husband did a pretty good job in the 1990s. I think a lot about what worked and how we can make it work again.
Well, he approved
3 million
NAFTA.
new jobs,
He approved
a balanced
NAFTA,
budget,
which is the single worst trade deal ever approved in this country.
Incomes went up for everybody. Manufacturing jobs went up also in the 1990s, if we're actually going to look at the facts. When I was in the Senate, I had a number of trade deals that came before me, and I held them all to the same test. Will they create jobs in America? Will they raise incomes in America? And are they good for our national security? Some of them I voted for. The biggest one, a multinational one known as CAFTA, I voted against. And because I hold the same standards as I look at all of these trade deals. Some of them I voted for, but the biggest one, let's not assume that trade is the only challenge we have in the economy. I think it is a part of it, and I've said what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a special prosecutor. We're going to enforce the trade deals we have, and we're going to hold people accountable. When I was Secretary of State, we actually increased American exports globally 30%. We increased them to China 50%. So I know how to really work to get new jobs and to get exports that help to create more new jobs.
Well, you haven't done it in 30 years or 26 years.
Well,
any number you
I've
want
been
to
a senator,
You haven't done it.
And
You haven't
I
done
have
it.
been a
And
Secretary of State, and I have
Your
done
husband signed
a lot.
NAFTA, which was one of the worst things that ever happened to the manufacturing industry.
That is your opinion.
You go to New England, you go to Ohio, Pennsylvania, you go anywhere you want, Secretary Clinton, and you will see devastation where manufacturing is down 30, 40, sometimes 50%. NAFTA is the worst trade deal maybe ever signed anywhere, but certainly ever signed in this country. And now you want to approve Trans-Pacific Partnership. You were totally in favor of it. Then you heard what I was saying, how bad it is, and you said, I can't win that debate. But you know that if you did win, you would approve that, and that will be almost as bad as NAFTA. Nothing will ever top NAFTA.
That is just not accurate. I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the gold standard.
Well, I hope...
You called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but that is not the facts. The facts are, I did say I hoped it would be a good deal, but when it was negotiated, which I was not responsible for, I concluded it wasn't. I wrote about that.
So is it President Obama's fault?
You know,
Is it President Obama's fault?
Announced.
She says the pandemic, jobs and wages, and the environment are
because he's
bigger
pushing it.
There are different views about what's good for our country, our economy, and our leadership in the world. And I think it's important to look at what we need to do to get the economy going again. That's why I said new jobs with rising incomes, investments, not in more tax cuts that would add $5 trillion to the debt.
But you have no plan.
Oh, I do.
Secretary,
in fact,
you
I
have no plan.
A book about it. It's called Stronger Together. You can pick it up tomorrow.
That's about all you...
Folks,
at the bookstore or at an airport near you.
We're going to move to...
But it's because I see this. We need to have strong growth, fair growth, sustained growth. We also have to look at how we help families balance the responsibilities at home and the responsibilities at business. So we have a very robust set of plans.
It's a hard job.
And people who have looked at both of our plans have concluded that mine would create 10 million jobs and yours would lose us 3.5 million jobs. And
He's not resting for a week to then go to a debate.
Tax cuts in history. You are going to approve one of the biggest tax increases in history. you are going to drive business out. Your regulations are a disaster, and you're going to increase regulations all over the place. And by the way, my tax cut is the biggest since Ronald Reagan. I'm very proud of it. It will create tremendous numbers of new jobs. But regulations, you are going to regulate these businesses out of existence. When I go around, Lester, I tell you this, I've been all over. And when I go around, despite the tax cut, the things that business and people like the most is the fact that I'm cutting regulation. You have regulations on top of regulations, and new companies cannot form, and old companies are going out of business, and you want to increase the regulations and make them even worse. I'm going to cut regulations, but I'm going to cut taxes big league, and you're going to raise taxes big league. End of story.
Let me get you to pause right there, because we're going to move into the next segment. We're going to talk taxes.
That can't be left
Please
to stand.
take 30 seconds, and then we're going to go on.
I kind of assumed that there would be a lot of these charges and claims. And so we have taken the homepage of my website, HillaryClinton.com, and we've turned it into a fact checker. So if you want to see in real time what the facts are, please go and take a look. Because
and take a look at mine also, and you'll see.
Not add a penny to the debt, and your plan
tal? ¿Cómo están a todos quienes se conectan a esta hora a la transmisión de Mega Noticias a través de sus redes sociales, específicamente en YouTube? Estamos en vivo a través de nuestro canal de YouTube, llevándoles esta señal para la transmisión del primer debate presidencial de Estados Unidos a menos de un mes, a un mes de las elecciones presidenciales, a poco más de un mes de las elecciones presidenciales de ese país. A las 21 horas, hora del este de Estados Unidos, 22 horas en Chile, para que tengan la referencia, empieza este debate presidencial. Estamos transmitiendo a través de YouTube, les decíamos, pero también vamos a estar en varias otras señales. Vamos a estar en Facebook también, vamos a estar en Twitter, llevando todos los detalles de este debate presidencial. En un ratito más también parte la transmisión de nuestra señal Mega Plus, para llevarles todo lo que es un análisis completo del debate presidencial de Estados Unidos. Estamos viendo en la parte derecha de la pantalla el escenario ubicado en el Cleveland Clinic, esta clínica que se ha prestado para ser el lugar donde se realice este debate presidencial. Y a su derecha pueden ver los exteriores de este lugar, donde se acercan equipos de seguridad y también delegaciones. Estamos viendo cómo van llegando algunas delegaciones, ya sea de Joe Biden, Donald Trump o familiares. En estos momentos, al parecer, está llegando la delegación de Joe Biden en esa imagen que ustedes pueden ver en la parte derecha de la pantalla. Vamos a pasar a agrandarla. Así es, porque estamos viendo parte de la seguridad, al parecer, de Joe Biden, quien estaría llegando hasta Cleveland Clinic para el primer debate presidencial. Así es, él se está movilizando en estas camionetas, no así el presidente Donald Trump, quien lo hace a través de la limusina, la bestia, como se le conoce. Bueno, ahí estamos viendo la imagen que nos llega a través de nuestra señal AFP de la llegada de Joe Biden y su equipo de seguridad hasta Cleveland Clinic. Todo un equipo bien preparado para evitar también contaminaciones. Recordemos que estamos en medio de una pandemia. Es bastante complicado esto, pero ya vemos al equipo de Joe Biden ingresando hasta Cleveland Clinic para este primer debate presidencial. No lo ha hecho el presidente, al menos no tenemos la imagen del presidente Donald Trump hasta ese lugar. Parte de lo que está sucediendo a poco menos de una hora, mientras esperamos también. Claro, ahí se cierra el portón y seguridad, esta jaula de verdad que existe ahí para proteger a al presidente y al candidato presidencial demócrata y el presidente que representa al partido republicano. Estamos siguiendo en vivo la señal de lo que está sucediendo en ese lugar con la llegada de Joe Biden, quien acaba de llegar hasta el Cleveland Clinic. Vamos a revisar cómo luce el escenario en estos momentos. Ahí ustedes lo pueden ver, el escenario de este centro médico en Cleveland, en el estado de Ohio. Muy importante el estado de Ohio, uno de los estados bisagra, como se le conoce. Estamos hablando de estos estados que contienen un gran número de representantes del colegiado electoral de Estados Unidos, es decir, son decidores en cuanto a las elecciones presidenciales. Y también es un estado que constantemente es disputado y que en el último tiempo apoyó a Donald Trump, pero ¿podría haber una diferencia? Bueno, eso lo vamos a estar averiguando esta noche. Se dice que el primer debate marca una gran diferencia. Recordemos que son 3 debates presidenciales. Estos están organizados el 29 de septiembre, 7 de octubre y el 20. Y de ahí a fines de octubre, cuando se va a realizar este último debate presidencial, y también un debate
les va a abrir
de vicepresidentes por parte de ambos candidatos, también para enfrentar esas ideas. Recordemos, el rol del vicepresidente en Estados Unidos ha sido muy importante en este primer gobierno de Donald Trump. Veamos si se quedará 4 años más. Pero la imagen que ustedes están viendo en vivo a través de nuestra señal de Mega Noticias en YouTube es el escenario de Cleveland Clinic a minutos del debate presidencial, a menos de una hora, a las 20:30 horas, hora del este, para que ustedes tengan la referencia. Nosotros vamos a empezar una transmisión especial desde nuestra señal Mega Plus, con la conducción de Andrea Aristegui, la periodista chilena, quien va a estar con un panel analizando todos los puntos más importantes de este debate. ¿Dónde se podría marcar la diferencia? La economía, por ejemplo, la creación de trabajos. Obviamente va a estar el tema de la pandemia, la gran cantidad de muertos que ha tenido Estados Unidos en los últimos meses debido al COVID-19 y si Donald Trump ha enfrentado bien esta emergencia. Va a estar también en discusión, por ejemplo, la intervención de Estados Unidos en otros países. Recordemos, hay enfrentamientos, por ejemplo, en otras naciones. Veamos si Estados Unidos interviene ahí. Donald Trump ha dicho que él no va a priorizar la seguridad mundial, por así decirlo, por la seguridad de Estados Unidos. También va a estar, por ejemplo, el tema que se ha revelado en los últimos días, el tema de los impuestos del presidente norteamericano, que en 2016, por ejemplo, acusó el New York Times, pagó solo $750 el año que asumió la presidencia de Estados Unidos. Ha estado un... Bueno, eso es todo lo que vamos a estar analizando en esta transmisión especial de Mega Plus, que ustedes lo podrá vivir a través de las redes sociales de Mega Noticias, nuestro canal de YouTube en exclusiva, y también el debate presidencial a eso de las 21 horas, hora del este. Usted va a poder vivir este debate presidencial en español, para que lo tenga ahí claro. Si usted no entiende inglés, bueno, aquí en Mega Noticias va a poder seguir la señal en español a eso de las 21 horas, hora del este. Lo dejamos con esta imagen en vivo del escenario y también del posible arribo del equipo de Donald Trump y su llegada hasta Cleveland Clinic para el debate presidencial, el primer debate presidencial a puertas de las elecciones presidenciales de Estados Unidos. Seguimos en vivo con esta transmisión a través del canal de YouTube de Mega Noticias. En pocos minutos empieza una transmisión especial a través de Mega Plus con este debate presidencial de Estados Unidos. El primer debate en que Joe Biden y Donald Trump se verán las caras en la contienda presidencial de ese país. 4 años más de Donald Trump o 4 años nuevos de Joe Biden a la cabeza de esa nación luego de haber sido vicepresidente de Barack Obama. Bueno, eso es lo que vamos a averiguar en unos minutos más, cómo se dará esta contienda. Estamos hablando de una elección muy reñida que por lo menos en las encuestas, en las primeras encuestas ya a 2 meses de estas elecciones le da la preferencia a Joe Biden, al menos unos 10 puntos, un poco menos por sobre Donald Trump. Y este debate podría marcar una diferencia mayor para Joe Biden o menor a favor de Donald Trump, por ejemplo. Eso es lo que vamos a estar revisando a través de nuestra señal de Mega Plus mientras ustedes están viendo ahí en vivo con nuestra música en nuestra transmisión especial de meganoticias.cl, el escenario de Cleveland Clinic, la clínica donde se va a realizar de una manera excepcional este debate presidencial, donde ya ha llegado el equipo de Joe Biden y donde todavía, por lo que nos llega desde la señal de Reuters, no ha llegado el equipo de Donald Trump. Al menos la seguridad está lista, se han tomado los resguardos. ¿Saldrán con mascarilla? ¿No saldrán con mascarilla? Bueno, es parte de lo que se ha conversado y también de las ironías, ojo, que ha dicho Donald Trump en el inicio, quien se burlaba de Joe Biden, que decía, abro comillas, ¿para qué se hizo tantas operaciones si va a salir con mascarilla? Cierro comillas, es lo que decía Donald Trump, y que incluso cuestionaba a Joe Biden de que podría estar bajo el efecto de medicamentos. Bueno, es lo que vamos a ver en unos minutos más en esta trastienda que tiene este debate presidencial muy de espectáculo, hay que decirlo, en Estados Unidos. Ustedes, estamos leyendo sus comentarios a través de nuestra señal de YouTube, que nos mandan, por ejemplo, saludos desde Argentina, desde varias partes de Chile, nos están viendo desde Perú también. Somos uno de las transmisiones en vivo más vistas en YouTube, para que les sigan compartiendo, las sigan mandando a sus amigos, a quienes estén interesados en este debate presidencial, porque en pocos minutos más a través de Mega Plus vamos a ir con una transmisión especial, con un análisis muy completo a cargo de Andrea Aristigui. Nos conectamos con nuestra señal de Mega Plus y este debate presidencial de Estados Unidos.
Muy buenas noches. Comenzamos este especial de Mega Noticias con la antesala del esperado primer debate de cara a las elecciones presidenciales de Estados Unidos. Donald Trump y Joe Biden se enfrentan hoy en Ohio, precisamente en las instalaciones de la Universidad Case Western Reserve de Cleveland. Tendrá una duración de 90 minutos que se distribuye en 6 segmentos de 15 minutos cada uno. El moderador de esta noche es Chris Wallace de Fox News Sunday. En el análisis político nos van a estar acompañando Paz Milet, académica e investigadora de la Universidad de Chile, y Guido Larsson, analista y director del Instituto de Humanidades de la Universidad del Desarrollo. Ya están en pantalla y les damos, por supuesto, la bienvenida a ambos. Buenas noches. Vamos, antes de comenzar con eso, a Atlanta directamente, nuestra corresponsal Paz González, que nos cuenta sobre las expectativas y lo que ocurre ya a esta hora. Mucho movimiento, obviamente ahí estamos viendo la imagen en directo a través de las agencias de noticias, y la expectativa en las principales ciudades de Estados Unidos cuando quedan 29 minutos ya exactamente de que comience este debate. Paz, ¿cómo estás? Muy buenas noches.
Muy buenas noches, Andrea. Todo listo aquí en Estados Unidos entonces para ver este primer debate entre el demócrata Joe Biden y el presidente Donald Trump, que va a ser el primero y que por lo tanto genera muchísima expectativa. Se cree incluso que se podría superar el récord del evento político más visto de este país, que fue nada menos que el primer debate entre precisamente el hoy presidente Donald Trump y la entonces candidata demócrata Hillary Clinton, el año 2016, que fíjense ustedes que tuvo 84 millones de personas allí en la audiencia. Así es que, como les contaba, mucha expectativa. Los analistas piensan que este va a ser un debate más bien centrado en lo personal. Vamos a ver si Joe Biden es capaz de hablar de las ideas y de mover un poco al presidente Donald Trump de los ataques y de los insultos personales. Vamos a ver también si eso finalmente le va a importar o no a la media estadounidense, porque en este minuto hay 3% de indecisos. Quizá no es una cifra muy grande, pero hay otro 5% de lado y lado que dice que estaría dispuesto a abandonar a su candidato si las cosas cambian en estos debates y votar por el oponente. Vamos a ver entonces qué pasa con eso. Temas de la noche, los impuestos, por supuesto, que va a ser la primera pregunta. Vamos también a estar escuchando qué pasa con la crisis del coronavirus, con la economía, con la tensión racial, obviamente que la elección de la Corte Suprema del espacio que queda, digamos, disponible en la Corte Suprema, que va a ser vital en esta oportunidad, y también el otro tema que va a llevarse la agenda tiene que ver con estas denuncias de fraude al sistema de voto por correo que ha hecho el presidente Donald Trump. Todo eso está sobre la mesa en este debate. Recordemos que ahora estamos muy concentrados en lo que está pasando hoy, pero que hay otras fechas también. El 7 de octubre se van a enfrentar los candidatos a la vicepresidencia, Kamala Harris y Mike Pence, y hay otras 2 fechas para los candidatos a presidente, el 15 de octubre y el 22.
Exactamente, ahí estamos viendo en los próximos enfrentamientos entre el presidente Donald Trump y el candidato demócrata Joe Biden. Hay varios temas muy interesantes, algunos que tú mencionabas, Paz, que han surgido en las últimas horas, como por ejemplo el de los impuestos y las declaraciones tributarias del actual mandatario. Vamos a estar con eso, Paz, y vamos de inmediato a revisar junto a Guido Larsson y a Paz Milet el perfil de cada uno de los candidatos, quienes van a competir por la Casa Blanca el próximo 3 de noviembre. Tenemos aquí ya la cara, ¿no?, muy conocida obviamente, del actual presidente Donald John Trump, quien es bachiller en Economía y Antropología, un empresario inmobiliario, y eso es importante porque el tema de los negocios ha estado muy sobre la mesa en el último tiempo. Actual presidente desde enero de 2017, tiene 74 años, representa al Partido Republicano y su compañero de fórmula es Mike Pence, su actual vicepresidente. Seguimos de inmediato con su contendor, el candidato demócrata Joe Biden, quien obviamente llega a enfrentar a un mandatario que lo ha acusado muy duramente en materia personal, como decía recién Paz González. Pero antes revisamos lo que es la carrera política del presidente Donald Trump, quien fue candidato del Partido de la Reforma el año 2000, sus primeras incursiones en este ámbito, y posteriormente el 2016, cuando ya definitivamente se transforma en el candidato oficial del Partido Republicano y le gana la elección, le arrebata la elección a su entonces rival Hillary Clinton. Ahora sí vamos a la ficha del candidato del Partido Demócrata, Joseph Robinette Biden, quien es abogado. Tiene 77 años, ese es un dato importante si vamos a las acusaciones que va a hacer Donald Trump en términos de su capacidad personal y de salud para enfrentar una presidencia. Hay que pensar que en enero, si es que llega a asumir la Casa Blanca, va a tener ya 78 años, es del Partido Demócrata y su compañera de fórmula es un hombre muy importante, Kamala Harris, quien también ha generado mucha atracción. Ahí hubo varias candidatas, se sabía que iba a ser una mujer, pero finalmente opta entonces por quien también en algún momento fue su rival en las primarias demócratas. Él es abogado, su carrera política es muy extensa, de 2009 a 2017 fue vicepresidente de Estados Unidos durante toda la administración, los 2 periodos de la administración del expresidente Barack Obama, y antes de eso fue senador entre 1973 y 2009. por Delaware, por lo tanto es un hombre con una gran experiencia desde el punto de vista político. Vamos de inmediato con una primera impresión de lo que se viene en estos 90 minutos de debate que van a comenzar a las 10 de la noche, hora chilena. Estamos ya con Paz y con Guido, que nos van a hacer un primer acercamiento. A ver, Paz, si tú me dices cuáles crees tú que van a ser los ejes desde el punto de vista del desempeño de los candidatos en este debate.
Bueno, yo creo que primero Donald Trump va a entrar muy fuerte a cuestionar la capacidad, ¿no es cierto?, de Biden, su edad. Ha hecho acusaciones de que él tiene que usar drogas para seguir funcionando. Ha ido mucho, a pesar de que tienen poca diferencia de edad, en estos momentos 3 años, ha ido a cuestionar directamente la capacidad de él, a decir que es un político tradicional. Y yo creo que el tema fundamental va a ser cuestionar cómo él puede enfrentar una de las crisis más profundas de Estados Unidos relacionada con el coronavirus y también con el tema económico, que él lo ve como su fortaleza fundamental.
Exacto.
Y yo creo que el eje de Biden va a ser las últimas acusaciones que han surgido en el último tiempo respecto a las declaraciones de impuestos de Donald Trump, su participación, ¿no es cierto?, en posiciones muy controversiales a nivel nacional e internacional, y su gestión respecto al coronavirus, cómo ha enfrentado esta pandemia.
Quiero tomar lo que tú mencionabas, Paz, en relación a los cuestionamientos a la salud mental, porque eso es lo que se ha planteado de parte de la campaña de Donald Trump, que ha puesto en duda siquiera que él esté en capacidad de participar de este debate sin dopaje. Ha dicho que quería el presidente Donald Trump incluso un examen antidoping para asegurarse de que no estuviese bajo los efectos de algún medicamento. Guido, ¿qué te parece eso? ¿Cuánto puede influir ese tipo de cuestionamientos que se está haciendo desde la campaña del presidente Trump al candidato demócrata?
Mira, me parece que es una estrategia que Donald Trump ya ha ocupado en el pasado, lo ocupó con Hillary Clinton, de hecho en los debates previos a su elección presidencial. Él lo que hace es preparar un poco el escenario en torno a resultados de debate que hoy día son inciertos y que ciertamente él no quiere perder. Hay toda una serie de evidencia que muestra de que si hay debates presidenciales consecutivos previos a una elección, el primero de esos debates es absolutamente clave. Y considerando la distancia electoral que hoy día aparentemente tiene Biden con relación a Trump, Trump hoy día tiene que realmente tratar de mejorar su posición con vistas a noviembre, mejorar sus resultados en estados que van a ser claves para la elección, como Arizona, como Florida, como Georgia, como Carolina del Norte, e intentar ser competitivos en estados que hoy día Biden se está llevando y que muy posiblemente van a decidir la elección, como Michigan, como Pensilvania y como Wisconsin. En consecuencia, si Biden tiene un buen resultado, Donald Trump siempre va a poder apelar a la idea que acá hay un factor exógeno que explica el buen rendimiento de Biden. Y esto es algo que Donald Trump aplica no solamente con relación a los debates, sino que prácticamente con cualquier política, políticas que tienen que ver con su propia responsabilidad, suele encontrar algún tipo de chivo expiatorio que lo exculpe de su mal rendimiento, de su negligencia. Y creo que en este debate vamos a observar algo de eso, a pesar de que muy posiblemente la estrategia sea de atacar fuertemente a Biden, criticarlo e intentar enmarcar la posibilidad de Biden y de Kamala Harris y del Partido Demócrata para todos los efectos como una pésima alternativa para el futuro de los Estados Unidos.
Claro, llega el presidente Donald Trump con las encuestas en su contra. Sabemos que lo aventaja Joe Biden con un resultado que podríamos decir histórico a esta etapa de la carrera presidencial, si comparamos lo que han sido los otros candidatos que han llegado finalmente a la Casa Blanca. Estamos hablando de Joe Biden, un hombre, ya lo veíamos, con una gran experiencia política, y Donald Trump con su particular estilo, pero es una persona obviamente muy conocida y muchos esperan también verlo en esa dimensión de su personalidad durante esta noche. Paz, hablemos de algún hito de cada uno de ellos, ¿no? ¿Cuál podríamos decir es un hito de Joe Biden y de Donald Trump?
En términos políticos y
Bueno,
cómo fue
yo creo
creciendo, por ejemplo, la carrera de Donald Trump hasta ahora llegar a ser presidente de Estados Unidos, no nos podemos olvidar, Andrea, tú lo dijiste en múltiples oportunidades, que ha fluctuado entre el Partido Demócrata, el Republicano, en algún minuto incluso fue independiente. Pero tampoco podemos dejar de lado que él fue una de las personas que, digamos, agredió muy fuertemente durante la presidencia al presidente Barack Obama y fue el creador, de hecho, de una teoría que sembró la duda sobre la nacionalidad del expresidente de Estados Unidos. Entonces, con esa actitud, con ese approach, vamos a decir, fue que él ya derechamente entra a ser comentado dentro de los círculos políticos. También quería decir que Joe Biden ha sido una persona que, claro, más allá de estar 47 años en la política de Estados Unidos, ha tratado de ser presidente 3 veces. Esta es la tercera. Y es un político que es conocido por su reputación de ser un hombre honesto, pero también de ser extremadamente espontáneo en ocasiones, y eso lo lleva a cometer errores cuando habla, a meter la pata, han dicho en muchas oportunidades, y contra eso es contra lo que tiene que luchar esta noche.
Exacto, con desempeños bien irregulares en los distintos debates en los que él ha tenido que participar, así que vamos a ver qué pasa esta noche. Estamos muy pendientes con Guido Larson, Paz Milet y Paz González desde Atlanta. Tenemos la imagen en directo también de lo que está ocurriendo a esta hora en Ohio, cuando faltan 17 minutos para el inicio de este primer cara a cara entre los dos candidatos a la presidencia de Estados Unidos. Con esa imagen en directo nos vamos a la pausa. Ya estamos de regreso con más de esta transmisión especial de Mega Noticias.
My name is Janet Brown. I'm Executive Director of the Commission on Presidential Debates, and I'd like to welcome you to the first
a la señal en vivo del debate presidencial de Estados Unidos. Así luce el escenario desde Cleveland. En estos momentos se está realizando parte del audio. Ya los equipos de Donald Trump y Joe Biden han llegado hasta el lugar. Estamos esperando que comience nomás este debate, que en unos 15 minutos, exactamente en 15 minutos más, comenzará en Estados Unidos el primer debate entre Joe Biden y Donald Trump. Joe Biden, el representante demócrata, quien ha llegado, vamos a conectarnos, vamos a buscar la señal de Reuters para poder darles más detalles en el lugar. Vamos a escuchar un poco de lo que está llegando desde el escenario.
It's just a great tribute to everyone who's been involved with it, and it's so important to our nation. To say, as Janet mentioned, that this has been the most challenging time for this commission in its 33 years of existence due to the coronavirus problems. So many people, as Janet said, were responsible. We normally don't come out when my co-chairman and I come out and thank people, but we wouldn't be here today if it had not been for them. As we serve as both the sponsor and the producer of the debates.
Claro, ahí estamos escuchando al equipo de producción encargado de esta comisión de debates presidenciales que tiene Estados Unidos. Ellos están comentando de la dificultad que ha sido preparar este debate presidencial. El equipo de producción, cómo se ha complicado el tema de la pandemia, cómo ha sido difícil convivir con esto, tanto para un lado como para el otro.
Anheuser-Busch has been with us for 28 years. as has the firm of Crowell & Mooring in Washington, D.C. Also, special thanks to some people in the network business.
Claro, y ahí está el equipo de producción de este debate, quienes están agradeciendo a las televisoras, básicamente, a pesar de que este debate es llevado por la cadena Fox News. Hay un esfuerzo conjunto, podríamos decirlo, en estos momentos. Seguimos escuchando parte de estas declaraciones, es parte de lo que está ocurriendo en la previa de este debate presidencial en Estados Unidos.
The cut down that we've had, you can look around this audience. We normally have 900 people in the audience. You people are very fortunate to have the opportunity to be here tonight. But the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. tonight is hosting a media filing center for those journalists in Washington who couldn't be here tonight. And so we're very, very thankful for that. Many of you, I see faces here I've known and been in the audience before. There will be, in the estimate of most experts, close to 120 million people watching this debate this evening. It'll be on their TV sets, it'll be on their computers, it'll be on their iPads, it'll be on their iPhones, they're listening on the radio. And those 120 million, or however it works out to be, deserve to be able to listen and observe on this stage tonight. These two men put forth the reasons.
Ahí continúan parte de las declaraciones de los organizadores. Recordemos que Estados Unidos tiene una comisión especial para los debates presidenciales. Así, esta comisión es la encargada de entregar un poco de igualdad, equilibrio a las fuerzas políticas que hay en ese país para poder entregar un debate bien informado, un debate más justo también y que quede bien expuesto las intenciones y también las declaraciones de cada uno de los candidatos. Es parte de lo que está sucediendo en estos momentos, que nos llega a través de nuestras señales internacionales. Así es como van a ver los candidatos al público, al poco público que va a haber en esta ocasión, y que están bien distanciados con todas las medidas de seguridad, mascarillas y todo eso, por la pandemia del COVID-19. Nos vamos a reconectar con nuestra señal de Mega Plus, que nos están llevando este especial de prensa para analizar todo lo que es el primer debate presidencial entre Donald Trump y Joe Biden en la carrera por la Casa Blanca.
Entonces el departamento de policía que está tratando de mantener nuestro país en las mejores condiciones. Déjeme introducir a uno de los miembros del liderazgo más nuevos, con 27 años en el Partido Demócrata, y estamos muy felices de que él nos acompañe en el día de hoy.
Es parte de la presentación, la introducción que se está realizando a esta hora de lo que va a ocurrir exactamente en ese escenario en 11 minutos más, en un debate distinto, evidentemente por la pandemia del coronavirus. Es una puesta en escena diferente a la que estábamos acostumbrados. Menos de 100 asistentes, todos con mascarillas a excepción de los dos candidatos, y tras haber pasado el test de coronavirus. Es parte de lo que vamos a ver en algunos momentos. Seguimos conversando, pero ahora con la información que evidentemente ha marcado las últimas horas. El diario The New York Times tuvo acceso a 20 años de información fiscal que el presidente Donald Trump ha tratado de mantener en secreto y que se encuentra bajo investigación. Vamos a escuchar cuáles fueron sus declaraciones.
Son noticias falsas, son noticias totalmente falsas, inventadas, falsas. Pasamos por lo mismo hace 4 años, las mismas preguntas. Tuve que litigar esto y hablar de ello, noticias totalmente falsas. De hecho, pagué impuestos, pero lo verán tan pronto tenga mis declaraciones de impuestos. Está bajo auditoría, han estado bajo auditoría durante mucho tiempo.
Claro, este ha sido uno de los temas más recurrentes en términos de los cuestionamientos al presidente Donald Trump, quien no ha querido transparentar la información tributaria. Guido Larson, ¿qué tanto puede influir lo que conocíamos hace algunos días del New York Times y también información que pueda empezar a surgir ya a pocos días de la elección presidencial?
Mira, una de las demografías claves para Donald Trump están asociadas a trabajadores no calificados que observan a Donald Trump como una persona que, si bien es cierto, nace en una familia acomodada, es capaz de sostener e incrementar la fortuna que tiene. Y lo hace sin ayuda, lo hace sin el apoyo del Estado, lo hace simplemente por las habilidades y capacidades que tiene. En consecuencia, cuando observamos que Donald Trump hoy día, aparentemente, de acuerdo al New York Times, no está pagando los impuestos que debiera pagar y tiene una deuda cercana a los 400 millones de dólares, perfectamente ese votante puede empezar a cuestionar toda la narrativa que Donald Trump ha tratado de imponer al votante y al elector republicano, no solamente desde que es presidente, sino desde la elección pasada y casi durante toda su carrera. En consecuencia, hoy día todavía es muy temprano para determinar si el reportaje va a tener un impacto. No es para nada casualidad que Joe Biden hoy día mismo esté transparentando lo que fueron sus pagos impositivos, precisamente para llegar con un dato duro previo al debate. Pero creo yo que esto cuestiona parte de lo que es la personalidad de Donald Trump y parte de lo que son sus afirmaciones. Y creo yo que durante el debate muy posiblemente Joe Biden va a decirle, mira, hay una manera muy fácil de comprobar si el New York Times ha mentido o no, transparente lo que ha sido su vida financiera. Bueno, y eso hasta ahora, como lo dices tú muy bien, Andrea, no ha ocurrido por parte de Donald Trump.
Ya lo adelantó y tú muy bien lo dices, ¿no? Joe Biden, en una jugada evidentemente muy inteligente, él inmediatamente contesta y entrega su información, publica su declaración de impuestos de 2019, donde se demuestra que pagó $346.204, Paz Milet, que es obviamente muy distinta a la cifra que conocíamos del New York Times en relación a la declaración de impuestos de Donald Trump. Ahí tenemos su cuenta de Twitter, donde él dice: el pueblo estadounidense merece transparencia de sus líderes y por eso hoy publiqué mis declaraciones fiscales de los últimos 22 años. ¿Qué tan importante podría ser esto?
Fundamental, yo creo, porque como dice Guido, plantea dos temas. La historia de éxito de Donald Trump desde el punto de vista económico, financiera, se asume que ha tenido una serie de errores en su gestión empresarial, pero que también que ha utilizado una serie de subterfugios para pagar menos impuestos.
Y da cuenta también,
y
Paz, de...
ayer precisamente, junto con...
Da cuenta también, Paz, de una historia distinta a la historia de un empresario exitoso, que ha sido parte del discurso fundamental del presidente Donald Trump hasta ahora, ¿no?
Exactamente, y se une con una estrategia que planteó ayer el Partido Demócrata, que sacaron una serie de videos diciendo: un profesor pagó más impuestos que Donald Trump, una enfermera pagó más impuestos que Donald Trump. Y sacaron a la venta un sticker diciendo: usted paga más impuestos que Donald Trump.
Exacto, y eso puede ser una frase que escuchemos durante esta noche, considerando además un discurso que va a ir dirigido al votante de Donald Trump, a la clase trabajadora, quizás afectada de manera muy dura por la actual crisis económica. Vamos a ir a una pausa muy breve y ya regresamos con más de la antesala cuando se acerca la hora del inicio de este primer cara a cara. Volvemos de inmediato.
This spectacular space we created together. Research has long shown care leads to better outcomes for patients. Yet nearly every academic institution continues to prepare students in separate buildings.
Seguimos revisando lo que es la transmisión oficial de este debate presidencial entre Joe Biden y Donald Trump desde Cleveland, en el estado de Ohio. Quedan pocos minutos, 5 minutos exactamente, para que comience a la hora que está programada, a las 21 horas, hora del este de Estados Unidos, este debate presidencial. Es el primero, lo decían en la transmisión de Mega Plus, el primero de 3 debates que van a realizar los presidentes, y además habrá un debate entre los vicepresidentes, los candidatos a la vicepresidencia. Este 7 de octubre es ese debate, luego viene el 15 de octubre y luego el 22 de octubre los otros 2 restantes. Uno de ellos es muy interesante porque estamos hablando de un debate que debería, debido a la pandemia, debería ser con público, porque es un debate donde las personas hacen sus preguntas casi como un foro, y las personas hacen sus preguntas y los presidentes contestan en el mismo lugar a estos cuestionamientos, a estas dudas que tenga la ciudadanía estadounidense. Se eligen representantes de varios lugares, una especie de foro, y que es muy dinámico y que incluso da para que los propios candidatos presidenciales se levanten de sus asientos, interactúen entre ellos, casi como una especie de baile frente a las personas que están ahí presentes. Bueno, es parte de lo que está sucediendo en estos momentos. Han salido los organizadores de este debate presidencial de la Comisión para Debates Presidenciales en Estados Unidos, y también parte de los coordinadores. Y ahí estamos viendo la señal oficial, los familiares de Donald Trump. Vemos a su hija Ivanka, vemos a sus yernos, también parte de las familiares, quienes vienen ingresando hasta el Cleveland Clinic ahí en Estados Unidos para observar este primer debate presidencial entre Joe Biden y Donald Trump. También ingresan los familiares de Joe Biden hasta el lugar, y ya solo quedan 3 minutos para poder vivir este primer debate presidencial en Estados Unidos. Escuchemos las palabras de la transmisión oficial. Sí, al parecer hay un problema con la señal de origen. Estamos ahí viendo qué está sucediendo, pero nos está llegando, claro, parte de lo que está sucediendo en ese lugar. Vamos a revisar de nuevo si está llegando alguna especie de señal. No, no es así. Hay un problema con la señal de origen de audio. Es parte de... es el periodista Fox News quien está explicando parte de las... parte de cómo se va a ordenar este debate, los temas que van a tocar. Hay 6 grandes temas que van a tocar los candidatos presidenciales, parte de la economía, la seguridad nacional. También van a estar, por ejemplo, las polémicas acerca de los impuestos no pagados por Donald Trump. Seguramente deberían estar, aunque es una agenda que ya está definida hace varias semanas, pero dado lo noticioso es algo esperable a que esto se modifique. Es parte de lo que está sucediendo en estos momentos. Ustedes lo están viendo en vivo y en directo, mientras nuestra señal Mega Plus está en una pausa. Estamos llevándole esta imagen que nos llega en vivo desde nuestras cadenas aliadas, y en unos minutos más usted va a poder vivir este debate presidencial en español, para que se queden tranquilos que quienes tienen problemas con la lengua inglesa, bueno, van a poder vivir este debate presidencial totalmente en español, traducido para ustedes, gracias a la Alianza Informativa Latinoamericana, que nos otorgan esta señal. Ustedes la van a poder vivir a través de nuestro canal de YouTube y también en nuestras redes sociales de Mega Noticias. Es lo que está sucediendo en estos momentos. También queremos saludar a todos quienes están en estos momentos en nuestra señal desde Argentina, Perú, Colombia también, que nos están viendo, y vamos a pasar a nuestra señal de Mega Plus con el primer debate presidencial entre Joe Biden y Donald Trump, la carrera por la Casa Blanca.
La Universidad de Cleveland, Ohio, donde se está empezando a dar a conocer cuáles van a ser las reglas de este debate. Son 90 minutos divididos en 6 segmentos de 15 minutos cada uno, y escuchábamos ahí a Chris Wallace, el presentador del programa Fox News Sunday, quien va a estar a cargo de moderar este enfrentamiento. Vemos la entrada de Melania Trump, quien está ahí en primera fila. Sabemos, y les decíamos, que son muchos menos asistentes de lo normal, apenas 100 debido a la pandemia. Vamos a escuchar el ambiente de lo que ya se está viviendo en ese lugar. Estamos a punto entonces de comenzar, ya es la hora. Recordemos que son las 22 horas en nuestro país, 21 en el lugar donde se está llevando a cabo este primer evento, el Case Western Reserve University en Cleveland, Ohio. Les hablaba del moderador de esta noche, Chris Wallace, quien es presentador de Fox News Sunday, quien a pesar de ser parte de la cadena conservadora favorita del presidente Donald Trump, ha tenido una reputación bastante avalada por la audiencia e incluso el antecedente de una entrevista bastante tensa hace algunos meses con el presidente Donald Trump a raíz de los cuestionamientos que le hizo por la situación del coronavirus en Estados Unidos. Solo él, Chris Wallace, conoce las preguntas que deberán contestar los candidatos durante estos 90 minutos. Él dijo que quería intentar ser lo más invisible posible para que pudiera fluir el debate y la conversación entre los dos candidatos a la presidencia de Estados Unidos. Está bastante estructurado el debate, son 15 minutos de segmento, cada uno de estos 6 segmentos, donde se va a hablar de las siguientes temáticas: el historial de Donald Trump y de Joe Biden, también la situación del Tribunal Supremo. Recordemos que el presidente acaba de designar a su candidata a la jueza conservadora para ocupar la vacante de la recién fallecida Ruth Bader Ginsburg, lo que ya ha generado muchísimos cuestionamientos de parte de la oposición demócrata por el momento en que ocurre. Lo hace cuando falta muy poco para la elección presidencial. También se va a hablar de la pandemia, de economía, la tensión racial, la integridad del proceso electoral, pero sin duda esta nominación a la Corte Suprema ha sido uno de los temas que más ha llamado la atención. Vamos a escuchar justamente declaraciones que ha hecho el presidente Trump al respecto.
Bueno, no creo que conozcan a Amy cuando la conocen y la ven, pero ya sabes, tenemos mucho tiempo porque si realmente miras, no tenemos que hacerlo antes. Creo que enviará una gran señal a mucha gente. Todo esto que les he estado diciendo, toda esta estafa electoral, va a causar muchos problemas en nuestro país. Quiero ver una transición muy pacífica, pero tiene que ser un proceso legal.
Se refería el presidente Donald Trump, a quien él ha nominado como la candidata para ocupar ese puesto en el Tribunal Supremo, un hecho fundamental en el medio de esta carrera presidencial. Él ha designado a Amy Coney Barrett, que es una mujer muy conservadora y religiosa, muy distinta, absolutamente diferente al perfil que tenía Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Vamos de inmediato a Ohio, estamos escuchando el inicio de este debate.
Y la clínica Cleveland. Soy Chris Wallace y les doy la bienvenida al primero de los debates presidenciales entre el presidente Donald J. Trump y el ex vicepresidente Joe Biden. El debate ha sido auspiciado por la Comisión sobre Debates Presidenciales, que ha establecido el formato con segmentos de 15 minutos y con respuestas de 2 minutos de parte de cada candidato a la primera pregunta y un debate abierto para el resto de las preguntas. Las campañas han estado de acuerdo con estas reglas. Yo elegí los temas y también escogí las preguntas, y son preguntas que no han sido compartidas ni con la comisión ni con ninguno de los dos candidatos. Este debate se realiza con protocolos de salud y seguridad de la clínica Cleveland, que servirá como asesora para la comisión en los 4 debates. Ambos acuerdan que los candidatos no se darán la mano al comienzo del debate. La audiencia aquí en la sala se ha comprometido a mantenerse en silencio, sin interrumpir, y más importante aún, para que ustedes puedan concentrarse en lo que los candidatos tienen para decir. El único ruido se permite ahora. Damos la bienvenida al candidato republicano, el presidente Donald Trump, y al candidato demócrata, el vicepresidente Biden. Caballeros, Muchísimas personas han estado aguardando con entusiasmo esta noche. Pasemos al primer tema, la Corte Suprema. El presidente Trump, usted ha nominado a Amy Coney Barrett durante el fin de semana para ser sucesora de la fallecida Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Usted dice que la Constitución está en claro con respecto a su obligación de considerar y designar un nominado para la Corte. El vicepresidente Biden dice que este es un esfuerzo del presidente para incorporar una designación y un poder abusivo. Mi primera pregunta para ambos de ustedes esta noche: ¿a dónde creen que la jueza Barrett llevaría a la Corte?
Muchas gracias, Chris. Voy a decirle simplemente que ganamos las elecciones. Las elecciones tienen consecuencias. Tenemos el Senado, tenemos la Casa Blanca y tenemos una excelente candidata, respetada por todos. Es una candidata de primer nivel y es buena en todos los aspectos. Se trata de algunos de las personas que la avalan a ella. Son liberales, ha sido profesora de Notre Dame y incluso después de las elecciones esto también va a ser así. Ella va a ser realmente excelente, va a ser tan buena como cualquier persona que esté allí y que haya estado allí en la Corte Suprema. Una profesora de Notre Dame altamente respetada, ha sido profesora durante mucho tiempo en una excelente universidad y ganamos las elecciones y en consecuencia tenemos el derecho de elegirla. Y muy pocos dirían a sabiendas otra cosa. Si tuviesen la posibilidad, todos lo harían. Nadie abandonaría esta posibilidad. El problema es que no tuvieron las elecciones, así que se los detuvo. Esto también pasaría del otro lado. Nosotros ganamos las elecciones y tenemos el derecho de hacerlo, Chris.
Presidente Trump, muchas gracias. La misma pregunta para usted, vicepresidente Biden. Tiene 2 minutos para responder.
Antes que más nada, muchas gracias. Acuerdo muy interesado a hacer este debate. El pueblo norteamericano tiene derecho de decidir quién será nominado y esto sucede cuando votan por los senadores de Estados Unidos y cuando votan por el presidente de Estados Unidos. No van a tener esa oportunidad ahora porque ya nos encontramos en medio de una elección que ya se ha iniciado, decenas de miles de personas ya han votado. Entonces lo que tendría que suceder es que esperemos a ver cuál es el desenlace de esta elección, porque es la única forma en que el pueblo norteamericano podrá expresar su postura, su punto de vista a través de quién elijan como presidente o vicepresidente. Lo que está en juego, el presidente lo ha dicho muy claro, quiere acabar con la ley de salud asequible. Él está tratando de obrar en la Corte Suprema, ahora mismo tratando de deshacerse de esa ley de salud asequible, lo cual quitaría a 20 millones de personas el seguro médico. Ahora, si lo consigue, yo no me opongo a la jueza, me parece una persona excelente, pero ella ha escrito antes de subir al estrado, y es su derecho, ella cree que no es constitucional esa ley de salud asequible. Y en el caso de que se eliminara, derogar esa ley, entonces los derechos a las mujeres van a cambiar. Las mujeres que tienen más dinero podrán terminar su embarazo, y esto ha terminado cuando se instituyó esa ley. Hay muchas personas que tienen condiciones preexistentes y esa previsión de la ley se va a quitar. Entonces no es apropiado hacerlo antes de la elección. Si él gana la elección y si el Senado es republicano, entonces él puede seguir adelante, si no debemos esperar.
En realidad hay mucha gente que tiene estas condiciones preexistentes, miles y miles de personas. La jueza Ginsburg lo dijo en forma muy fuerte. En algún momento, hace 10 años más o menos, dijo: un presidente y un Senado son elegidos durante un periodo, pero un presidente tiene 4 años. No fui electo yo por 3 años. Tenemos el Senado, tenemos el presidente, y durante ese periodo tenemos la posibilidad de esta apertura. Se me eligió por 4 años, no por 3. 100 millones de personas, dice usted. Esa cifra no sé de dónde la sacó usted. Usted tiene el problema de extinguir 180 millones de personas con seguro de salud privado. Y usted lo va a hacer, es socialista, eso es un tema socialista.
Bueno, ahora vamos a pasar a la discusión abierta. Adelante, vicepresidente.
Él sabe lo que yo propongo, lo que yo propuse fue que ampliásemos Obamacare, que lo aumentásemos, y uno de los debates más importantes que tuvimos con 23 de mis colegas tratando de ganar la nominación que yo gané, decían que Biden quiere permitir a las personas tener seguro privado y pueden hacerlo bajo mi propuesta.
Lo que usted dijo no era eso. Lo que usted dijo no era eso. El partido de usted quiere un tema socialista. Eso es lo que quiere, básicamente. Usted ya lo sabe, quiere dominar.
El Partido Demócrata ahora. La plataforma del Partido Demócrata es lo que yo, de hecho, aprobé, lo que yo he aprobado. Entonces, ahí está. Es que esto puede eliminar las condiciones preexistentes. Dicho sea de paso, las 200.000 personas que han fallecido durante su presencia, ¿cuántas de esas personas hubieran sobrevivido? 7 millones de personas que han contraído la COVID. ¿Qué significa para esas personas en el caso de que eliminásemos la ley de salud asequible?
380.000 personas de las Fuerzas Armadas que murieron porque no le pudieron dar seguro de salud en las Fuerzas Armadas. No sé de qué estás hablando. Si estuvieses tú aquí, serían 2 millones de personas, no serían 200.000, porque llegaste siempre muy tarde. China fue totalmente infectada y...
Caballero, señor presidente. Señor presidente.
2 millones de personas, dice usted.
Como moderador, vamos a hablar de la COVID-19 en el próximo segmento.
Déjeme terminar, por favor. A lo que voy es que el presidente también se opone a Roe versus Wade. Eso también está ante la Corte Suprema, está en juego.
Usted no sabe si esto
va a figurar
discutiéndose en estas elecciones. ¿Por qué piensa usted que este es un tema a debatir en las elecciones?
En la Corte, ante la Corte Suprema. Donald, por favor.
¿Usted no sabe cómo piensa ella respecto de Roe contra Wade?
Un momento. Entonces, tenemos muchísimo para considerar, tenemos mucho tiempo sobre la atención de la salud y luego pasaremos a Roe versus Wade. Señor presidente, la Corte Suprema va a escuchar un caso una semana tras las elecciones y la administración Trump con los procuradores procuran acabar con Obamacare. Usted pasó, si me permite,
quieren ellos hacer eso con la salud.
Pregunta, presidente.
Queremos un buen sistema de salud nosotros.
En los últimos 4 años usted prometió reemplazar tras anular Obamacare, pero no ha generado un plan integral para reemplazar
Por supuesto que
Obamacare.
Bueno, yo
si me permite terminar la pregunta, yo va a poder hacer su explicación.
Esto es sumamente importante.
Yo todavía no he hecho mi pregunta, señor. Permítame hacer la pregunta.
Le voy a preguntar a Joe, incluso el mandato individual fuera una de las partes más importantes que tenía Obamacare.
Soy el moderador del debate y me gustaría que me deje hacer mi pregunta y luego usted podrá responderla. En el transcurso de los 4 años no generó un plan integral para reemplazar el Obamacare. Y el jueves pasado usted firmó un decreto ejecutivo en gran medida simbólico para proteger a las personas con enfermedades preexistentes 5 días antes del debate. Mi pregunta es, presidente, ¿cuál es el plan de salud
Primero me
de su
parece que estoy debatiendo con usted y no con él. No me sorprende para nada. Pero le voy a decir algo. No hay nada simbólico. Estoy reduciendo los precios de los medicamentos. Ningún presidente antes lo ha hecho porque tenía que ir en contra de las grandes farmacéuticas. Ha habido un recorte del 80 o 90%. En 47 años en el gobierno estuvo él y ¿qué hizo? No lo hizo. Nadie lo hizo antes. Así que estamos haciendo esto con el seguro de salud. Le voy a dar un ejemplo. La insulina estaba destruyendo a las familias. Y ahora es sumamente barata. Es como el agua de barata. Piensen en lo que estamos haciendo con los precios de los medicamentos recetados. Otros tienen que ir a comprar medicamentos a otros países.
Presidente, esta es una discusión abierta.
Esto es muy importante, muy importante.
Presidente, en este momento voy a tomar uno de sus puntos. Le complacerá para hacerle una pregunta al vicepresidente. El presidente dice que usted querría tener una opción privada Obamacare, una opción pública, y que esto acabará con el seguro de salud privado. Permítame hacer la pregunta.
Eso no es lo que dice el partido de ellos.
Esto acabará con los servicios de seguro privado y generará una toma de los seguros de salud de parte del
personas que son tan pobres que son aptas a recibir el Medicaid, lo cual pueden recibir gratuitamente la mayoría de los estados, salvo en aquellos estados cuyos gobernadores quieren negárselo. Cualquiera que sea apto a recibir Medicaid de forma automáticamente se inscribiría en la opción pública. La gran mayoría del pueblo norteamericano no estaría apta a recibir esta opción.
¿Estuviste de acuerdo con Bernie Sanders de la ultraizquierda respecto de este manifiesto de la medicina socializada?
Mire, no le voy a escuchar.
Usted dice que no lo hizo.
El hecho es que yo le gané a Bernie Sanders por un gran margen, holgadamente.
No, por mucho. Si Pocahontas no se hubiese ido 2 días antes, no hubiese sido así.
Bueno, entonces tuve mucha suerte, ¿cierto? Tuve mucha suerte esta noche, además. Y voy a
¿Con qué? ¿Con qué lo va a hacer?
El hecho es que todo lo que él dice es una mentira. No estoy aquí para revelar las mentiras. Todo el mundo sabe que él es un mentiroso.
¿Estuviste de acuerdo?
Yo quiero asegurarme.
Señor presidente, ¿podría dejarlo terminar?
Él no sabe hacerlo.
Te sorprenderías. Es el hombre incorrecto, la noche incorrecta, el momento incorrecto. Bernie Sanders también.
Déjelo terminar. Por favor, presidente, déjelo terminar.
Número 2.
Perdió la izquierda ya. Acaba de perder la izquierda. ¿Estuviste de acuerdo con Bernie Sanders respecto de un plan que era totalmente ridículo? Medicina socializada.
¿Qué estamos haciendo aquí?
Así le dicen.
Señor presidente.
Decirle, él no es a favor de ayudar a las personas que necesitan de seguro de salud, porque él, de hecho, ya le ha costado a 10 millones de personas su salud, seguro de salud de sus empleadores debido a la recesión. Número 2, hay 20 millones de personas que reciben seguro de salud a través de Obamacare. Él quiere quitárselos. No nos quiere mirar a los ojos y decir que eso es lo que él quiere hacer, quitárselo.
Quiero dar un mejor servicio de salud a mejor precio.
No sabe hacerlo. Nunca ha presentado un plan.
Ya lo hemos solucionado. Obamacare, seguramente usted lo sabe esto.
Caballeros, me doy cuenta de que están ambos hablando al mismo tiempo. Presidente, adelante.
Obamacare no es bueno. Lo mejoramos y yo tuve la oportunidad de hacerlo. Quitamos el mandato individual, garantizamos las condiciones preexistentes, dejamos sin efecto el mandato individual y así son las cosas. Y esto ni siquiera debería llamarse Obamacare. Yo puedo hacer que mi gente lo opere muy bien o muy mal. Y no sé si le van a echar la culpa a él o a mí, pero yo dije que lo vamos a operar tan bien, lo vamos a hacer funcionar tan bien. Independientemente de lo bueno que uno haga funcionar Obamacare, es un desastre, es demasiado caro y no funciona. Nosotros queremos
Pero yo entiendo eso, presidente, pero tengo que dar la misma cantidad de tiempo a ambos. Ahora dejemos que el vicepresidente hable.
Él no tiene plan alguno para la salud.
Por favor, presidente.
Lo único que hace es emitir órdenes ejecutivas que no tienen poder alguno. No ha bajado los costos de los productos farmacéuticos para nadie. Él hace promesas y no las cumple. Como todo lo demás que él hace, no tiene un plan, no cuenta con un plan. Y de hecho, ese hombre no sabe de qué está hablando.
Tengo una pregunta final para usted, señor vicepresidente. Si los republicanos en el Senado nosotros estábamos hablando hace un momento sobre la Corte Suprema. Si los republicanos en el Senado confirman a la jueza Barrett, se ha hablado acerca de acabar con uno de los procesos, o incluso usted dijo que esto sería una distracción de parte del presidente, pero no fue generado por el presidente, sino por algunos de sus colegas demócratas. Mi pregunta para usted es la siguiente. Usted se ha negado a hablar de esto antes, pero va a decir al pueblo estadounidense si usted va a respaldar el acabar con las tácticas dilatorias o...
Cualquiera que sea la postura que yo adopte, será esa la cuestión. Lo más importante es que el pueblo norteamericano debe poder expresarse. Salgan a votar, dejen saber eso los senadores, lo mucho
va a
que
poner
sienten en
más
cuanto a
gente
eso.
en la Corte Suprema, ¿no? Va a ampliar la cantidad de miembros de la Corte Suprema.
Dejen
Eso es lo
saber
que
a los senadores lo que piensan.
Responda a la pregunta.
No voy a contestarle la pregunta.
Izquierda radical. ¿Quién está en la lista de usted, Joe?
Caballeros,
¿Quién está en la lista de usted?
creo que hemos concluido con este segmento y vamos a pasar al segundo segmento.
Siga hablando
Claro que
usted.
entiende.
47
No ha hecho nada.
años estuvo allí,
Muy
usted
bien,
no
el
hizo nada.
segundo
La gente
tema
entiende.
es la COVID-19. Es un tema sumamente serio, así que seamos serios al respecto. Hemos tenido más de 7 millones de casos de coronavirus en los Estados Unidos y más de 200.000 personas han perdido la vida. Incluso luego de la producción de la vacuna, los expertos dicen que podría llevar meses o años antes de volver a algo cercano a la normalidad. Mi pregunta para ambos es la siguiente, con base en lo que ustedes han dicho y hecho hasta el momento y lo que han dicho harían a partir de 2021. ¿Por qué el pueblo estadounidense debería confiar en uno de ustedes más que en su oponente para abordar esta crisis de salud pública? En adelante, en primer lugar, la pregunta es para el vicepresidente. 2 minutos sin interrupciones.
200.000 personas muertas, 7 millones de personas afectadas aquí en Estados Unidos. Nosotros, de hecho, tenemos 4% de la población del mundo, 20% de las muertes, 40.000 personas por día están contrayendo la COVID-19. Aparte de esto, cerca de 50 o 1,000 personas por día se mueren. Cuando a él se le presentaron estas cifras, dijo, así es así, es lo que es, porque usted es quien es. El presidente no tiene plan. Él no ha presentado nada de plan. Él sabía en febrero lo seria que era esta crisis. Él sabía que se trataba de una enfermedad mortífera. ¿Qué hizo? Se la ha grabado, se la escucha en una grabación. Dijo que no quiso advertirle a la gente para que la gente no entrara en pánico. Él fue quien entró en pánico. Aparte de eso, ¿qué fue lo que hizo? Nosotros insistíamos que la gente que nosotros teníamos sobre el terreno en la China tendría que haber ido a Wuhan para averiguar el grado de peligrosidad. Él ni siquiera pidió a Xi que lo hiciera. Nos estaba diciendo lo bien que hacía Xi. Decía que deberíamos agradecerle por sernos tan transparente. ¿Y qué hizo? Enseguida esperó y todavía no tiene equivocado.
Acaba de completar sus 2
marzo yo
minutos.
dije exactamente qué es lo que teníamos que hacer. En julio lo volvió a hacer. ¿Qué es lo que tendríamos que hacer? Entonces tendríamos que estar brindando todo el equipo de protección para poder salir a darle a la gente la salud necesaria, la ayuda necesaria para que pudiera mantener las escuelas abiertas, los centros abiertos. Él tendría que salir del búnker o del campo de golf para financiar aquello que tiene que hacerse ahora para ahorrar vidas.
Entonces, si lo hubiésemos
Tiene 2
escuchado a
minutos,
usted,
presidente.
si lo hubiésemos escuchado a usted, el país hubiese estado totalmente abierto, millones de personas hubiesen muerto, no 200.000. Una persona ya es demasiado, es la culpa de China, nunca debería haber sucedido, la culpa es de China. Usted no sabe cuántas personas murieron en China, usted no sabe cuántas murieron en Rusia, ni tampoco en India. No les dan a ellos nos dan ellos a nosotros un cálculo correcto. Yo cerré en las fronteras y me llamaron xenófobo. Espera un minuto. ¿Usted no pensó que había que cerrar las fronteras, porque era terrible. Usted no hubiese cerrado las fronteras durante otros 2 meses. El doctor Fauci dijo que el presidente Trump había salvado miles de vidas. Algunos de los gobernadores demócratas dijeron que el presidente Trump hizo un excelente trabajo. Fíjese, los gobernadores dijeron que hizo un trabajo fenomenal. La mayoría dijo eso. Quizás algunos que no necesariamente estarían avalándome lo dijeron. El presidente Trump hizo un excelente trabajo. Teníamos los respiradores, las mascarillas. Ahora estamos trabajando hacia la vacuna. Estamos teniendo tratamientos terapéuticos. Muchas menos personas están falleciendo. Y las noticias falsas siempre le dan a uno una mala imagen. Le dan a usted buena prensa y a mí mala prensa. Así son las cosas, lamentablemente. No hay problema, a mí no me molesta eso. Pero usted nunca hubiese podido hacer el trabajo que hicimos nosotros. Nunca podría haberlo hecho.
Yo sé cómo hacer bien el trabajo. Yo sé cómo conseguir
con
hacer
la fiebre porcina, H1N1, ustedes fueron un desastre.
14.000 personas fallecieron, no 200.000 personas. No hubo recesión económica.
Ya hizo su comentario y ahora permítame responder.
No cerramos la economía. Es la economía de él la que estamos viendo. Él la cerró. La razón por la que la economía se cerró. Ustedes que están en casa, ¿cuántos de ustedes se levantaron en la mañana y tenían una silla vacía en el comedor de la sala porque alguien falleció? ¿Cuántos de ustedes perdieron sus parientes, madre, padre, no pudieron ni siquiera hablar con ellos por una enfermera?
Hubiéramos perdido muchas más personas. Usted hubiese perdido muchas más personas.
Y el director de CDC de él dice que podremos perder hasta más 200.000 personas adicionales entre ahora y el final del año. Y él dice que si nada más usásemos una mascarilla, podríamos ahorrar la mitad de esa cifra. En cuanto a esa idea de la vacuna, sí, claro que queremos una vacuna, pero no confiamos en él. Confiamos en los
científicos. No confían en Johnson & Johnson, en Pfizer, no confían en ellos.
Caballeros, permítanme pasar a las preguntas acerca del futuro, porque ambos han mencionado dos de los elementos sobre los que quiero preguntar. Concentrémonos en el futuro primero. Presidente Trump, usted ha repetidamente contradecido a algunos de los principales científicos de su gobierno. El jefe de los Centros para el Control de Enfermedades dijo que no tendríamos una vacuna disponible en general hasta después del verano. Y usted dijo que le estaba equivocado y confundido. Esas fueron sus palabras. Pero el doctor Slowey, el director de su operación Velocidad Máxima, ha dicho exactamente lo mismo. ¿Están los dos equivocados?
He hablado con las empresas y podríamos tenerla mucho antes, la vacuna, porque gente como él quieren hacer una cosa política de todo esto en vez de salvar vidas. Es un tema muy político. He hablado con Pfizer y he hablado con todos los que tengo que hablar, con Johnson & Johnson y con otros, y ellos podrían avanzar mucho más rápido. Pero la cosa se puso muy política, porque la izquierda, no sé si usted quiere llamarlo a la izquierda,
Velocidad Máxima está equivocado.
en desacuerdo con ellos. Dijo que podría estar allí o que podría ser mucho antes.
Él habló acerca del verano, antes de para que esté disponible
Dijo
para
que era una
el público
posibilidad
general.
Y que tendrían antes del 1 de noviembre la respuesta.
Pero lo importante es saber cuándo va a estar disponible para el público en general.
Tenemos toda la logística militar establecida ya. Tenemos también soldados. Pueden hacer 200.000 por día.
Es el mismo hombre. Ese es el mismo hombre que dijo que ya para la Semana Santa todo esto se acabaría como un milagro. Y si uno se inyectara el cloro en el brazo, esto podría eliminar el problema.
Eso era sarcástico, eso lo dije en forma sarcástica.
Es lo que les voy a decir. Ese hombre está hablando de una vacuna. Cada compañía seria está hablando de la posibilidad de quizás contar con una vacuna para el final del año. La distribución de esa vacuna no se va a dar hasta mediados del próximo año para distribuirla. En el caso de que la tengamos, sí, oramos a Dios que
Señor
la conseguimos.
vicepresidente, quiero ir a algo que usted acaba de mencionar. Usted dijo que el público puede confiar en los científicos, pero no en el presidente Trump, y lo acaba de decir. Su compañera de fórmula, la senadora senadora Harris va más lejos. Él dice que los expertos serán censurados. Habida cuenta de que los sondeos muestran que las personas están preocupadas sobre la vacuna, están renuentes a recibirla. ¿Usted y su compañera de fórmula están contribuyendo a este temor?
Usted mismo lo dijo. Él se opone y contradice a sus propios científicos.
La senadora Harris dice que no se puede confiar en los científicos.
Ella no dijo esto.
Ella dijo, los expertos de salud pública estarán censurados.
Sí, esto es lo que él va a tratar de hacer. Pero hay millones de científicos, miles de científicos como en este hospital que no trabajan para él. Sus empleos no dependen de él. Son esas las personas.
Yo hablé con los científicos y dijeron que tendrían la vacuna dentro de muy poco.
¿Ustedes creen acaso lo que él les está diciendo a la luz de todas las mentiras que él les ha contado sobre toda esa cuestión relativa a la COVID? Él ni siquiera ha terminado de reconocer que él sabía que esto estaba sucediendo, lo peligroso que era en febrero, y ni siquiera lo dijo. Se le ha grabado. Está registrado haberlo dicho. Entró en pánico o estaba viendo la bolsa de valores, una de las dos cosas, porque muchas personas fallecieron y muchísimas más van a fallecer a menos que él se ponga más listo.
Señor presidente.
Usted dijo inteligente, ¿no? Usted fue a la Universidad de Delaware, pero se olvidó el nombre de su universidad. Usted se graduó en el nivel más. Y le digo, Joe, si usted hubiese tenido que vivir lo que yo viví, yo tuve que cerrar la economía más grande de la historia de nuestro país.
Vamos a pasar a la economía en el próximo segmento.
Estamos avanzando rápidamente con la economía.
Cuando se trata acerca de ver la manera en que se ha abordado el virus hasta el momento, ustedes han tenido enfoques muy distintos y esto, por cierto, va a afectar la manera en que el virus es abordado en el futuro por quien de ustedes termine siendo presidente. Hablemos de diversos puntos. Las reaperturas. Vicepresidente Biden, usted ha sido mucho más renuente que el presidente Trump con respecto a reabrir la economía y las escuelas. ¿Por qué?
Él no tiene un plan. Yo tengo un plan. Hay que darle a las empresas la posibilidad de tener dinero para volver a abrirse con el PPP y también con la sanidad necesaria de que necesiten.
Es como Nancy Pelosi.
Que él se calle, por favor.
Dígaselo a Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi y Schumer tienen un plan. Él ni siquiera quiere reunirse con él. Los republicanos no se reúnen con ellos en el Senado. Él se la pasa en su campo de golf. Piénsenlo.
Usted juega más al golf que yo, Joe.
¿Podría hablar usted, presidente, de la reapertura?
Él quiere cerrar este país y yo quiero mantenerlo abierto. Y
Déjelo terminar,
un momentito. Cállese un momentito. Él quiere cerrar este país. Lo acabamos de ver. No sabemos nada de esta enfermedad. Sabemos que la gente de más edad que tiene diabetes y problemas cardíacos son mucho más vulnerables. Los niños no, los jóvenes no. Él quiere cerrar este país. Más personas van a ser lesionadas con todo esto. Fíjense, Pensilvania y otros estados han sido cerrados. Él quiere que esto quede cerrado, la economía quede cerrada hasta después de las elecciones.
Quiero pasar a otro tema. Caballeros, quiero pasar a otro tema.
Están haciendo...
Yo quisiera contestar.
Presidente Trump,
también no están avanzando tanto.
Usted ha cuestionado la eficacia de las mascarillas para impedir los contagios y usted también habló acerca de los mozos que tocan la mascarilla y luego
No. Fíjense, yo tengo una mascarilla aquí. Cuando yo pienso que necesito, me la coloco. Todo el mundo aquí ha tenido la prueba, hay distanciamiento social. Cuando son necesarias las máscaras, yo las
Permítanme entonces preguntar.
No como él. Él, cada vez que uno lo ve, tiene una máscara. Podemos estar a 200 metros de él y todavía tiene la máscara puesta.
Biden, adelante.
Mire, la forma de abrir los negocios es darles los recursos económicos para abrirse.
Pero yo estaba preguntando sobre las mascarillas, vicepresidente.
Las mascarillas hacen una gran diferencia. El jefe del CDC dijo que si nada más usásemos las mascarillas, todo el mundo utilizase mascarillas entre ahora y enero con distanciamiento social podremos salvar
Y también dijeron lo
1,000
opuesto.
vidas. Ninguna persona seria diría lo contrario. Toda persona seria
Fíjese lo que dijo
estaría
el
de
doctor
acuerdo.
Fauci.
Quiero
El doctor Fauci
preguntarles
lo
algo
dijo.
más. Tenemos un minuto restante en este segmento.
Primero dijeron que las máscaras no eran buenas, después dijeron que sí,
Quiero
que eran
hacer
buenas.
otra pregunta a ambos sobre otro tema, porque sus enfoques diferentes han también afectado el modo en que han llevado adelante sus campañas. Presidente Trump, usted está haciendo actos de campaña grandes con miles de personas
Siempre
afuera,
fuera.
sí, de acuerdo. El vicepresidente Biden, usted está realizando eventos mucho más pequeños.
Nadie
Las
aparecía allí,
personas
nadie
llevan
Nadie
mascarillas.
va a los mítines políticos de él,
sea.
nadie va.
¿Por qué uno está haciendo los grandes eventos y otro los pequeños?
Porque la gente quiere escuchar lo que tengo para decir.
Pero no tiene
Soy el
miedo de los
presidente,
contagios.
tengo 25.000, 30.000 personas que aparecen allí en aeropuertos. Vamos a hacer nuestros mítines, los hacemos en aeropuertos. Hasta ahora no hemos tenido ningún tipo de problema. Todo esto afuera, se hace afuera, según los expertos, hacemos todo esto afuera. Tenemos enormes multitudes, como pueden ustedes ver, con un aviso previo de solamente 24 horas. Y él hace un mítin y tiene 3 personas que van allí.
¿Vieron el último meeting político que él tenía? Un reportero se le acerca para hacerle una pregunta y él dice, aléjese, póngase la mascarilla, se le ha hecho la prueba y yo estoy muy alejado de esas personas, voy a estar bien. Él no está preocupado por ustedes, las personas que están
No
respirando
hemos
el
tenido
aire.
ningún tipo de efecto negativo, ningún efecto negativo. 35.000, 40.000 personas en nuestros mítines
Terminemos
políticos.
con este segmento para avanzar.
Él ha sido irresponsable en la forma que él ha manejado la cuestión del distanciamiento social, el uso de mascarillas, alienta a la gente que no las use.
Si usted tuviese estas multitudes, hubiese hecho
Caballeros,
exactamente lo
podemos
mismo. Si pudiera
continuar.
tener estas
Me
multitudes,
gustaría que
hubiese
hablemos
hecho lo
ahora de la
mismo.
economía. La economía está recuperándose más rápido de lo previsto luego
Mucho más rápido.
del cierre. La tasa de desempleo ha tenido una caída importante el último mes y según la Reserva Federal, el golpe al crecimiento no será tan grande como habían previsto. Presidente Trump, usted dijo que tenemos una recuperación en forma de V. Vicepresidente Biden, usted dijo que la forma de esta recuperación es diferente. ¿Qué significa esto para el pueblo estadounidense en cuanto a la economía? Señor presidente, usted comienza.
Construimos la economía más grande de la historia y tuvimos que cerrarla por la plaga que vino de la China. Y él pensaba que no teníamos que cerrar la economía. Estaba equivocado. 2 millones de personas estarían muertas ahora en vez de 200.000 personas. 200.000 personas, claro, es demasiado. Una persona es demasiado. Nunca debería haber sucedido esto, pero vino de China. Cerramos las fronteras y ahora estamos reactivando la economía. Tenemos 10 millones de personas que han vuelto a la fuerza laboral. Es un récord que nunca había visto nadie antes y él quiere cerrar la economía. Él va a volver a cerrar la economía, va a destruir este país. Muchos entre la depresión, la droga, el alcohol. Bueno, cuando uno cierra la economía puede ver lo que está sucediendo. Tenemos estos cierres tan duros en los estados gobernados por los demócratas y justamente ustedes vieron esto, que dijeron que el 9 de noviembre iban a reabrir la economía. ¿Por qué en esa fecha? Porque es después de las elecciones. Ellos piensan que nos lesionan a nosotros porque mantienen las cosas cerradas. Ellos pueden lavarse las manos, pueden tener distancia social, pueden hacer lo que quieran, pero hay que abrir estos estados. Carolina del Norte y bueno, estos gobernadores están asediados, Pensilvania, Michigan. No, hay que abrir estos lugares. No es justo. Es como estar en la cárcel. Fíjense lo que sucede con los divorcios y con el alcoholismo, con la drogadependencia. Y él va a cerrar todo el país. Todo el país quiere cerrar y lo va a destruir. Nuestro país se está recuperando muy bien a niveles récords. No tenemos que esperar que venga alguien para que
Muy bien,
diga
ha completado
"Lo voy a
sus
cerrar el
2
país".
minutos, señor. Ahora pasamos a usted. Tal como dije antes, vuelvo a hacer la pregunta. El presidente dice que es una recuperación en forma de V. Usted dice que la recuperación es en forma de K. ¿Cuál es la diferencia?
Es que millonarios y multimillonarios como él, durante esa crisis de la COVID, se han salido muy bien, les ha ido muy bien. Han ganado $300 millones más debido a la propuesta impositiva de él y él solo se ocupa del mercado. Las personas que están en su casa, los que viven en Scranton, en Cleveland, en las pequeñas ciudades, trabajadores de este país, ¿cómo les va?
Muy bien.
Él pagó $750 en impuestos y mientras un recorte impositivo a
Sí,
los ricos.
usted estuvo de acuerdo con los 2 minutos.
Entonces,
Dele los 2 minutos al
me dan mi tiempo.
vicepresidente.
El hecho es que él lo ha hecho de una forma que él será el primer presidente de Estados Unidos a salir del cargo, dejando menos cargos o trabajos en el país que cuando él se hizo presidente la primera vez en la historia de Estados Unidos. Segundo, las personas que han perdido sus empleos son aquellas personas que están en la primera línea, la línea de frente, los que nos están salvando la vida, los que se exponen y se mueren, los que tratan de asegurarse de que nosotros sobrevivamos. Y la idea que él insiste él, en que nos abramos cuando la mitad de los estados de Estados Unidos tienen un aumento significativo en las muertes por COVID y casos de COVID en Estados Unidos. Él quiere abrir aún más la economía. ¿Por qué quiere hacer esto? ¿Por qué no cuida del pueblo norteamericano? No se puede recuperar la economía hasta que no se resuelva el problema de la COVID, y él no tiene ningún plan para aumentar su seguridad de salud. Las escuelas, ¿por qué están abiertas? Cuesta muchísimo dinero abrir de forma segura las escuelas. El gobierno de él iba a dar mascarillas a los maestros en las escuelas. Luego decidieron que no podía hacer esto porque no es una emergencia nacional. Entonces no han hecho nada por ayudar a las pequeñas empresas. Nada. Se están cerrando. Uno de seis pequeños negocios ya se han esfumado. Él debe hacer su trabajo, ocuparse de las necesidades del pueblo norteamericano para que podamos abrir con
Tengo que
seguridad.
responder.
Ambos tuvieron 2 minutos.
Perdón,
señor.
él hizo una declaración
también.
y la gente quiere que las escuelas estén abiertas, no cerradas. No quiere que sus estados estén cerrados. Fíjense en Nueva York, es muy triste lo que sucede en Nueva York. Es como una ciudad fantasma y no sé si se podrá recuperar alguna vez. La gente quiere que sus localidades se abran.
Las personas
Van a
quieren estar
tener
seguras.
cuidado, pero quieren que las escuelas, se abran. Yo volví a traer el fútbol americano y los partidos de fútbol, y
Vamos
realmente
a
estoy muy orgulloso
continuar.
de eso.
Vamos a pasar ahora a sus planes económicos para el futuro en un momento, pero primero, señor presidente, como sabrá, hay un nuevo informe acerca de que en 2016 y en 2017, 2016 el año en que fue electo presidente, usted pagó $750 al año en impuestos sobre la renta federal ambos años. Yo sé que usted paga muchos otros impuestos, pero le estoy preguntando específicamente sobre esto. ¿Es cierto que pagó $750 en impuestos sobre la renta federal esos 2 años?
Pagué millones de dólares en impuestos, millones de dólares en impuestos a la renta. Hubo un artículo en uno de los periódicos. 38 millones de dólares pagué un año. 27 millones
Entonces, enséñenos su declaración de impuestos.
Año. Verán los impuestos cuando estén listos. Vaya usted a la Junta de Elecciones. Hay un informe larguísimo que indica todo lo que yo tengo, todos los bancos que tengo. Estoy subapalancado realmente y yo
Señor, le estoy preguntando específicamente. Yo entiendo todo eso, pero le estoy haciendo otra pregunta. No, señor presidente, le estoy haciendo una pregunta específica. ¿Puede decirnos cuánto pagó en impuestos sobre la renta federal en 2016 y en 2017?
Millones de dólares.
¿Usted pagó millones de dólares? No $750.
Lo verán.
¿Cuándo?
Chris, le digo. La legislación tributaria, bueno, está allí. Yo no quiero pagar impuestos. Antes de venir aquí, yo era un empresario privado, era desarrollador privado. Cualquier persona del sector privado, salvo que sea estúpida, utiliza las leyes a su beneficio. Y nosotros construimos un edificio, teníamos créditos fiscales, como el edificio que está aquí en Pensilvania, y esto me lo dio el gobierno de Obama, si lo pueden creer. Después de lo que sucedió,
Vicepresidente Biden, ¿desea responder?
Miren, el código impositivo que lo coloca a él en una situación en la que él paga menos impuestos que lo que paga un maestro escolar por lo que gana. Él dice que es inteligente, es listo porque puede sacar provecho del código impositivo y así es, se aprovecha. Por eso voy a eliminar estos recortes impositivos de Trump y impartir a las personas que necesitan de la ayuda. Las personas allá necesitan de ayuda.
No lo hiciste tú. ¿Por qué no lo hiciste
Porque
en
usted
los
es el
últimos
presidente.
años?
Y usted
¿Fuiste
es el
senador?
peor presidente que Estados Unidos ha tenido jamás.
He hecho más en 47 meses yo que usted en 47 años. He hecho cosas que ni siquiera usted hubiese imaginado. En las Fuerzas Armadas que
Señor
estaban
presidente, estamos hablando de la
destruidas,
economía. Me
yo
gustaría
hice mucho más.
preguntarle acerca de sus planes para el futuro. Señor vicepresidente, su plan económico, si fuera elegido presidente, se concentra en un gobierno grande, grandes impuestos y gran gasto. Me quiero concentrar en primer lugar en los impuestos. Usted ha propuesto más de $4 billones en una década en nuevos impuestos para las personas que ganan más de $400,000 al año y también sobre las corporaciones. El presidente Trump dice que ese tipo de incremento en los impuestos perjudicará a la economía justamente luego de una recesión.
Bien, además, el análisis hecho por las empresas de Wall Street resulta, ellos dicen que mi plan económico crearía 7 millones de empleos más que el plan de él en 4 años, número 1. Y 2, crearía $1 billón adicionales en crecimiento económico porque se trata de comprar productos hechos aquí en Estados Unidos. El gobierno federal gasta 600 trillones, $1,000 millones todos los años en embarcaciones, edificios, bajo mi propuesta. Entonces, nos aseguraríamos de que cada centavo de eso se gastara en productos hechos aquí en Estados Unidos.
Estoy hablando de los impuestos, no el gasto.
Voy a eliminar gran parte de los impuestos. Voy a colocar a 28% el impuesto corporativo. No debería estar a 21%. 19 empresas de la Fortuna 500 no pagan nada, ni siquiera un centavo de impuestos y ganan
cuando eres vicepresidente de
millones de
Obama?
dólares.
Yo lo hice yo. Nuestra economía estuvo en auge, hubo un auge económico.
Señor presidente, permítame tomar ese punto. ¿Usted continuaría con su enfoque de libre mercado, impuestos bajos y más desregulación, o no? Pero en la era de Obama, los últimos 3 años como presidente, se crearon más puestos de trabajo, 1,5 millones que en los primeros 3 años de su presidencia.
Tuvieron la recuperación más lenta económica desde 1929. Fue la recuperación económica más lenta. También lo único que tenían que hacer es justamente encender la luz y, bueno, las cosas funcionaban. Desde 1929, la recuperación económica más lenta. Estos trabajos también significan fondos 401k. Las ideas de ustedes quieren hacer que terminar con nuestros impuestos. Ustedes perderían la mitad de las empresas que ingresan aquí. Se van a ir a otros lugares. Se van a ir a otros lugares y ustedes tendrán una depresión que ustedes nunca han visto antes.
Nosotros heredamos la peor recesión en comparación con la recesión de la historia de Estados Unidos. A mí se me pidió recuperar la economía. Nosotros conseguimos una recuperación económica creando los empleos de los que usted está hablando. Nosotros creamos una economía
no estaba en auge.
Él
Era
la echó
la
a perder.
recuperación más débil.
Un momento, por favor. ¿Es justo decir que lo arruinaron porque había un desempleo récord bajo antes de la COVID?
La fabricación se esfumó.
Perdón, disculpe.
Número 3.
Ellos dijeron que iba a necesitarse un milagro para volver a reactivar la manufactura, el sector manufacturero.
No lo hicimos. Yo soy el que trajo de vuelta a la fabricación del sector manufacturero. Se me pidió a mí a ayudar a recuperar el Chrysler General Motors aquí en el estado de Ohio y Michigan. Él fue quien quién metió la pata.
Ohio tuvo el mejor año que tuvo en el año pasado. Y Michigan también. Muchas automotrices fueron a Michigan y a Ohio.
Señor vicepresidente,
Entonces,
adelante.
veamos lo que él realmente ha hecho. Ha hecho poquísimo. Los negocios comerciales son lo mismo. Habla de los grandes tratos comerciales, habla del arte del trato comercial, y China ha perfeccionado el arte del robo, de la estafa. Nosotros tenemos un déficit más grande frente a China que antes.
China te comió el almuerzo ya. Él saca miles de millones de dólares. Y
no es cierto, no es cierto.
Mientras estamos hablando de estos temas, por curiosidad simplemente, la esposa del
no es cierto.
alcalde de Moscú le dio a usted $3,5 millones de dólares.
Nada de eso es
¿Qué
cierto.
merecía usted?
Nada de eso
Señor, hizo una
es
pregunta,
cierto.
permítame
Nada de eso
responder.
es la verdad.
Señor presidente, por favor, deje que responda la
Eso se
pregunta.
ha probado, incierto.
Entonces no recibió $3,5 millones de dólares.
No es cierto.
Señor
Yo
presidente,
pensé que era así.
es una discusión abierta, por favor.
Es un hecho.
No es cierto.
Usted presentó un punto, deje que responda.
Está probado que esto es
Sin
incierto.
experiencia ganaba miles
Señor
de dólares por
presidente.
mes.
No hizo nada.
Sin experiencia.
Nada de malo.
Señor presidente, deje que responda.
Él no quiere dejar que yo conteste porque sabe que voy a contestar con la verdad.
¿Por quién? ¿Por quién? Por los medios,
se
¿no?
ha probado incorrecta.
Por los medios.
Por los aliados,
Porque
por el
los
Banco
medios-
Mundial, por todo el mundo. Ha desdicho lo que él dice.
Señor presidente.
El presidente declaró
Le
bajo
pregunto
juramento.
lo siguiente, Joe.
Adelante, señor vicepresidente, lo estoy escuchando.
Él declaró bajo juramento que su gobierno, su administración dijo que yo hice mi trabajo, lo hice muy bien.
Claro que lo hice muy bien.
Le voy a dar la lista.
Adelante.
Ya dimitió a la mayoría de ellos porque hicieron
Señor vicepresidente,
su trabajo bien
usted
hecho.
tiene la
Es
última
muy difícil
palabra.
poder hablar con ese payaso.
Perdón,
No,
yo quiero
señor
decir
presidente.
Esa persona.
No.
No es cierto.
¿Por qué merecía él $3,5 millones de Moscú?
Les voy a decir la verdad. Vamos a hablar sobre familias y ética. No quiero hacerlo. Podríamos hablar de la familia de él toda la noche.
Mi familia
Adelante, señor
viene a ayudar
vicepresidente.
con el gobierno.
Señor presidente, por favor,
No
déjelo terminar.
se trata
perdieron una
de mi familia, de la
fortuna
familia
para venir a
de él,
ayudarnos.
sino la familia norteamericana, el pueblo norteamericano. No es cierto. No, él no quiere hablar sobre lo que ustedes necesitan. Ustedes, el pueblo norteamericano. Debemos estar hablando sobre ustedes,
Ese
el
es el
pueblo
fin del
norteamericano.
segmento. Vamos a continuar. No,
¿Puedo ser honesto? Realmente,
Trate de serlo. Trate de ser honesto.
no, la respuesta es no. Señor,
el tema de Ucrania
Eso
tiene que
no es
plantearse
cierto.
también.
Es una mentira.
señores, odio tener que elevar mi voz, pero realmente, ¿por qué voy a hacer diferencias? No.
Bien dicho.
Tenemos 6 segmentos. Acabamos de concluir ese segmento y vamos a pasar al próximo. En el próximo segmento, cada uno tendrá 2 momentos sin interrupciones. En ese momento, señor presidente, puede decir lo que desee. Yo voy a hacer una pregunta sobre la cuestión racial, pero si quiere contestar otra cosa, puede hacerlo. Pero creo que el país se vería beneficiado si ustedes hablan de los temas que estamos tratando de abordar sin interrupciones. Señor presidente, usted está interrumpiendo mucho.
Él también
El
interrumpe
vicepresidente ha
bastante.
interrumpido menos que usted. Continuemos. El tema de la raza. Vicepresidente Biden, usted dice que la respuesta del presidente Trump en la violencia de Charlottesville, cuando habló de gente fantástica de ambos lados, es lo que lo llevó directamente a lanzar su candidatura presidencial. presidente Trump, usted a menudo ha dicho que cree que ha hecho más por los afroestadounidenses que cualquier otro presidente, con la excepción de Abraham Lincoln. Mi pregunta para ustedes es, ¿por qué los votantes deberían confiar más en uno de ustedes en lugar de su oponente en cuanto a la cuestión racial? Vicepresidente Biden, usted comienza.
Se trata de la equidad y la igualdad, decencia y la Constitución. Y nunca nos hemos alejado de tratar a todo el mundo por igual, que haya igualdad para todo el país. Nunca lo hemos logrado, sin embargo, nunca nos hemos alejado de ese principio. Es cierto que la razón por la que yo me postulé es porque la mayoría de la gente, bueno, cierren los ojos y piensen en aquellas personas que salían con las antorchas de los campos, diciendo cosas viles y acompañados por el Ku Klux Klan y personas que fallecieron. Y el presidente dijo que había gente buena a ambos lados. Nunca hubo un presidente que haya dicho algo parecido.
Tiene su
El segundo punto que quisiera enfatizar. Cuando al señor Floyd lo mataron, había una protesta pacífica frente a la Casa Blanca. ¿Qué fue lo que él hizo? Salió de su búnker, pidió que las Fuerzas Armadas utilizasen gas lacrimógeno para que él pudiera ir a una iglesia y levantar la Biblia. Y el obispo de la iglesia dijo que era algo bochornoso. Es un presidente que utiliza todo a manera de mensajes cifrados para causar divisiones raciales. Cuando hablamos de ayudar a los afroestadounidenses, 1 de 1,000 afroestadounidenses han fallecido debido al coronavirus. Entonces, no hace algo antes del final del año, 1 en 500 afroestadounidenses habrán fallecido. Ese hombre es el salvador de los afroestadounidenses. A ese hombre le importa su situación. Casi no ha hecho nada. El hecho es que hay que ver qué es lo que él dice, de qué habla. Veamos qué es lo que él hizo. Lo que ha hecho ha sido desastroso para la comunidad afroestadounidense.
Presidente Trump tiene 2 minutos. ¿Por qué deberían los estadounidenses confiar en usted por encima de su opositor?
Nosotros en 1994 sabemos que él firmó una ley para los delincuentes, para los depredadores, y yo estoy ahora sacando a la gente de la cárcel, que ustedes pusieron en la cárcel. Usted ha tratado a la comunidad negra muy mal, peor que casi nadie en este país. Y yo he hecho algo que muchos republicanos no hicieron en mucho tiempo. Usted dijo que ellos eran súper depredadores y los llamó cosas peores que eso. Usted los ha insultado, incluso peor. En cuanto a la iglesia, en cuanto a los generales, bueno, tenemos el apoyo de 250 líderes y generales de las Fuerzas Armadas. En cuanto a las Fuerzas del Orden también. Casi todos los grupos de la Fuerza del Orden en Florida, en Texas, en Ohio nos han apoyado. También Portland, el sheriff también hoy dijo que apoyaba al presidente Trump. Ustedes ni siquiera pueden decir la palabra fuerzas de orden, porque si dicen fuerzas del orden van a perder a todos los que los apoyan de la izquierda. ¿Por qué no dicen la frase fuerzas del orden? Nosotros, si nos hubiesen llamado en Portland, hubiésemos terminado todo en media hora, pero no lo hicieron porque esa ciudad está gobernada por demócratas de ultraizquierda, en Chicago también. Y nosotros, cuando nos llamaron en Seattle, al día siguiente arreglamos todo. Nosotros creemos en la ley y el orden. Ustedes no. Las 10 ciudades y casi las 40 ciudades que están gobernadas por la ultraizquierda y por los demócratas y te tienen aquí en el bolsillo, no dicen nada respecto de la ley y el orden. La gente de este país quiere y demanda ley y orden. Y usted ni siquiera puede decir esa frase, tiene miedo de decirla.
Quiero volver a la pregunta con respecto a la raza. Señor vicepresidente Biden, luego del gran jurado y el caso de Breonna Taylor, y se decidió no enjuiciar a ninguno de los miembros de la policía, usted dijo si había que ver. ¿Usted cree que hay un sistema de justicia separado y diferente para los afroestadounidenses?
Injusticia sistémica en ese país, en la educación, en el trabajo, y en las fuerzas del orden, en la forma en que la ley se hace cumplir. Vean, la gran mayoría de los policías son personas, hombres, mujeres de honor que se arriesgan todos los días para cuidar de nosotros. Sin embargo, hay algunas manzanas podridas y cuando se les identifica hay que llamarlos a cuenta. Y lo que voy a hacer como presidente de Estados Unidos es reunir a un grupo grande de personas en la Casa Blanca, integrado por jefes de policía, policías, la sociedad civil, para encontrar una solución, para que haya más transparencia cuando esas cosas suceden. La policía no está contenta en ver lo que sucedió a George Floyd, o tampoco quedan contentos al ver lo que le pasó a Breonna Taylor. La mayoría de ellos no les gusta que esas cosas sucedan, pero tenemos que tener un sistema que llama a cuentas a esas personas. La violencia nunca se propaga. Las manifestaciones pacíficas
¿Qué es una protesta pacífica? Cuando
Señor presidente, presidente Trump.
Van allí y matan a gente y destruyen la ciudad. Eso es algo pacífico.
Me gustaría continuar con el tema racial y vamos a pasar al tema de las fuerzas del orden en un momento. Este mes, su administración instruyó a las agencias federales a terminar con la capacitación de sensibilización racial. ¿Por qué decidió hacer eso? ¿Por qué acabar con la capacitación para aumentar la sensibilización con respecto a la cuestión racial? ¿Y cree que hay racismo sistémico en el país?
Le puse fin porque es racista, porque muchos se quejaban de que se les pedía hacer cosas que eran totalmente locas, que se trataba de una revolución que existía en las Fuerzas Armadas, en las escuelas, en todos lados. Usted lo sabe y
¿qué es radical con respecto a la capacitación para concientizar sobre el racismo?
No tiene ninguna condición en la vida. Era como algo invertido. Nosotros le pagábamos a personas cientos de miles de dólares para que enseñasen ideas enfermizas, ideas muy malas, francamente. Estaban enseñando a la gente a odiar a este país. No voy a permitir que eso suceda. Tenemos que volver a los valores centrales de este país. Le enseñaban a la gente que este país es horrible, es racista, y le enseñaban a odiar a este país. Eso no lo voy a permitir.
Señor vicepresidente,
Nadie está haciendo esto. Él es el racista.
Claro, usted no lo sabe.
Déjeme
Usted no
decirle,
lo sabe,
yo
usted
sé
lo
mucho
sabe.
más
déjelo
sobre
terminar.
esto. El hecho es que hay insensibilidad racial. A las personas se les tiene que concientizar sobre qué es lo que siente la otra gente, qué es lo que los hace sentir insultados, degradados. La mayoría de la gente no quiere herir las susceptibilidades de las personas. Hace una gran diferencia en la forma que una persona puede crecer y tener autoestima. Es algo parecido a cómo esa persona y sus amigos ven de forma despectiva a tantas personas como a los católicos irlandeses que crecen en ciudades como Scranton y son despectivos ante personas de otras fees o de otro color de piel. Todos somos estadounidenses. La única forma de unificar a la gente es que unifiquemos a todo el mundo. No hay nada que no podamos hacer. Siempre y cuando lo hagamos juntos podemos derrotar
Presidente Trump.
el racismo.
Durante el gobierno de Obama y de Biden existió una enorme división, había odio. Fíjense el caso de Ferguson, muchos lugares, Oakland. Fíjense lo que pasó allí en Baltimore. Francamente, era algo más violento de lo que vemos ahora.
Dios mío.
La razón era
No,
que
es cierto,
los
es
demócratas
ridículo.
estaban gobernando estas ciudades. Usted
Delincuencia
mencionó el tema de la ley y el orden. ¿Está a favor de la ley y el orden? ¿Está usted a favor de la ley y el orden?
Hizo una pregunta, déjelo responder.
El orden, ley y orden con justicia, que a las personas se les trate con justicia, igualdad. Y hubo una caída de 17% de delincuencia violenta en nuestro gobierno. Ha aumentado
Bajó mucho
durante
más
la
en nuestro
presidencia.
gobierno.
Señor presidente,
índices bajaron mucho más en nuestro gobierno.
señor presidente va a estar muy complacido porque ahora vamos a hablar de la ley y el orden.
Ciudades gobernadas
Esa
por
es mi
demócratas. Ahí
pregunta. Ha
estaban
habido
los
un
problemas.
aumento significativo en homicidios en Estados Unidos y usted culpó por ello a los alcaldes y gobernadores demócratas, pero los aumentos han sido equivalentes en ciudades republicanas como Tulsa y Fort Worth y en ciudades demócratas. ¿Es un tema partidario?
Sí, podemos dar algunos ejemplos, pero fíjense lo que sucede en Chicago. 53 personas fueron muertas por bala. Nueva York, por ejemplo, los índices suben enormemente, 200% los índices de delincuencia. Es una locura realmente. Él no quiere decir la frase ley y orden, no lo puede decir porque si no pierde el apoyo de la izquierda radical. Si él llegase a ser presidente de este país y lo gobernase como lo quiere gobernar, entonces nuestros suburbios desaparecerían. Ustedes verían problemas con...
Él no conocería un suburbio a menos que...
Conozco muy bien los suburbios, muy bien los conozco.
El camino equivocado. Yo crecí en los suburbios. No estamos hablando de los años 50. Esas expresiones racistas y mensajes cifrados ya no funcionan. Los suburbios están integrados, muy grandes. Hay mucha gente que van a las partidos de fútbol, morenos, negros, blancos, todos juntos. El problema en los suburbios es su fracaso en cuanto a la gestión de la COVID. Se está muriendo, se les está, el ambiente se está inundando, quemando por
Quiero hablar
su
acerca del
inactividad.
tema de la ley y el orden, sin embargo, y en las recomendaciones conjuntas presentadas por la Fuerza de Acción de Biden y Bernie Sanders, usted habló acerca de reimaginar la actividad policial. ¿Qué significa esto? Y otra pregunta, permítame terminar la pregunta. ¿Qué significa reimaginar la policía? Y también me gustaría saber si usted respalda el movimiento, la llamada del movimiento Las vidas negras importan, de
Es que la
tener
policía
policía
tenga la
comunitaria.
oportunidad de lidiar con los problemas a los que se enfrenta. Me opongo a quitarle el financiamiento a la policía, de hecho, la policía local. 400 millones de dólares de recortes en asistencia a la policía local es lo que propone él. Necesitan de más ayuda para que cuando lleguen a acudir a una llamada 911 que haya psicólogos, psiquiatras que puedan ayudar a evitar que tengan que echar mano de la fuerza para convencer a la gente a rendirse. Como teníamos antes, policía que llegaba a conocer a la gente en la comunidad. Es así que la delincuencia baja y no sube, está bajando y no subiendo.
No sabe de lo que está hablando. No sabe de lo que está hablando. Desfinanciar la policía.
Es cierto.
No tiene ningún tipo de apoyo de las fuerzas del orden. Nombre un grupo que lo avala a usted. Uno. Tenemos tiempo.
No hay tiempo para hacer esto.
Un grupo de
Señores,
policía
voy a volver a
que lo
asumir el
apoya a
papel
usted.
de moderador. Quiero llegar a otro tema, que es el tema de muchas ciudades que se han vuelto violentas. En Portland tuvimos más de 100 días de protesta y creo que estaría de acuerdo en que usted hablaba de manifestaciones pacíficas. Muchas se convirtieron en violentas. Vicepresidente, usted dijo que muchas de las personas que han cometido delitos tienen que rendir cuentas, pero como candidato demócrata, y usted dijo que en este momento usted representa al Partido Demócrata, ¿alguna vez llamó al alcalde de Portland o al gobernador de Oregon para decir tiene que terminar con esto, lleve a la Guardia Nacional, haga lo que sea necesario, pero acabe con estos días y meses de violencia en Portland?
Yo no ocupo ningún cargo público ahora. Yo soy un ex vicepresidente. Lo he dicho de forma muy clara en mis declaraciones públicas que la violencia tiene que procesarse.
Él nunca lo dijo, nunca lo dijo.
Presidente, ¿usted nunca llamó a los líderes en Portland y Oregon para que llevaran a la Guardia Nacional para no tener 100 días
de hecho,
conflicto?
pueden ocuparse de eso si él nada más se quite del medio.
Yo hice una pregunta, presidente, deje que el vicepresidente conteste.
Un joven que recibió un balazo en el medio de la calle.
Presidente
No
Trump,
hicieron nada.
hice una pregunta.
Adelante,
vicepresidente.
Su vocero personal dijo que los motines, caos y la violencia le ayudan a él, ayudan a su causa.
No sé
De
quién
eso
dijo
se
eso.
trata.
¿Quién? No creo que ella haya dicho eso, no lo creo.
A lo que voy es lo siguiente. Esto es lo que él está tratando de hacer, a soliviantar a la gente. No quiere calmarle a la gente. En lugar de hablar con la gente, tratar de reunir a la gente para encontrar una forma de resolver los problemas. Echa más leña al fuego, gasolina al fuego, constantemente, cada una de las veces.
Y para terminar con este segmento, le voy a dar un minuto para responder, señor. Usted ha criticado repetidamente. Usted ha estado hablando. Estoy haciéndole una pregunta.
Responder a lo que él dijo.
Si usted quiere cambiar de lugar conmigo, podemos hacerlo, pero...
Hay que mandar a la Guardia Nacional y ahí el problema se termina, pero no aceptan la Guardia Nacional.
Usted repetidamente ha criticado al vicepresidente por no hablar en contra de Antifa y de otros grupos, pero hoy está dispuesto a condenar a los supremacistas blancos y a los grupos de milicia y decir que tienen que dejar de azuzar la violencia en ciudades como vimos en Kenosha y como hemos visto en
Claro
Portland.
que estoy dispuesto a hacerlo, claro que
Este
sí.
es el lugar para hacerlo.
Yo diría que todo lo que veo viene de la izquierda y no de la
¿Qué
derecha.
está diciendo?
Yo quiero ver
Hágalo entonces,
paz.
presidente. Dígalo.
¿Cómo lo quieren
Supremacistas
llamar?
blancos.
¿Qué denominación le quiere dar? Bueno, les tengo que decir a los muchachos blancos que se detengan. Alguien tiene que hacer algo respecto de la izquierda y también de los antifascistas.
Su propio director del FBI dijo que los supremacistas blancos, o sea, Antifa es una idea, no es una organización.
No es así para nada.
El director del FBI de él, quien lo dijo, el director del FBI
Señores,
lo dijo.
Está
hemos terminado con este
eso es lo que
segmento y
pasa.
vamos a pasar al próximo punto.
No es una
Todo el
idea.
mundo
No
en
es
su
una idea.
gobierno le dice la verdad. Entonces, según usted, tiene una mala idea.
Mire,
Usted no
le
tiene
digo,
idea alguna.
Antifa, a los antifascistas,
Señores,
es un
vamos a
grupo
pasar
izquierdista,
a la
peligroso y
trayectoria
radical.
de cada uno de ustedes. Señor presidente, voy a hacer una pregunta. Usted cuando un presidente está buscando la presidencia nuevamente, se trata como un referendo sobre su trayectoria. Señor vicepresidente Biden, usted dice, compárenme con la alternativa. Considerando la trayectoria que ambos han tenido, ¿por qué deberían los votantes elegir a uno de ustedes por encima de su opositor? Presidente Trump tiene 2 minutos.
Porque nunca ha habido un gobierno ni un presidente que ha hecho más que lo que he hecho yo en 3 años y medio. Y esto a pesar de esta farsa del juicio político y el tema de Hillary Clinton, también un engaño total. Y yo tuve que luchar entre todos los frentes. Nunca ha habido un gobierno que haya hecho más que lo que hice yo. Fíjense los números antes de la COVID-19 en materia de empleo. También había unidad. La unidad estaba allí. La gente me llamaba por teléfono y me decía, bueno, así son las cosas. Vamos a reconstruir las Fuerzas Armadas, la Fuerza Espacial también. También el lío que era también la agencia de veteranos, la estamos nosotros reconstruyendo. Tenemos una tasa de aprobación en la agencia de veteranos del 91%. Así que hemos reconstruido las Fuerzas Armadas, hemos hecho un excelente trabajo. Un tema que es muy importante, diría mucho. Al final de mi primer mandato tendré más o menos 300 jueces federales y de las Cortes de Apelaciones allí instaurados y espero 3 ministros de la Corte Suprema. Esto realmente es un récord. Muy pocos pueden decir que lo hicieron. ¿Por qué tantos jueces? Bueno, el presidente y Obama y él me dejaron 128 judicaturas para llenar. Cuando uno sale del gobierno no deja judicaturas vacantes, 128 vacantes. Si yo fuese miembro de el partido de él, que tenemos filosofías distintas, claro, diría yo, bueno, si ustedes me dejaron 128 vacantes, usted no puede ser un presidente bueno ni un vicepresidente bueno. Probablemente esa cifra sea más alta, claro, pero estamos hablando de 300 jueces. Es un récord realmente.
Considerando las trayectorias de ambos, ¿por qué deberían los votantes elegirlo a usted en lugar del presidente Trump?
Bajo ese presente nos hemos vuelto más débiles. más divididos, pobres y violentos. Cuando yo era vicepresidente, heredamos una recesión, se me pidió repararlo, lo hice, le dejamos a él una economía pujante y él causó una recesión. En cuanto a ser más débil, el hecho es que yo me he medido frente a frente con Putin, le he dicho claramente que no le vamos a aceptar sus cosas. Entonces, él sabe, por ejemplo, que Putin ha
recibió $3,5 millones.
Señor presidente, su campaña estuvo de acuerdo en que ambas partes tendrían respuestas de 2 minutos sin interrupciones. Su campaña estuvo de acuerdo. ¿Por qué no respeta lo que acordó su campaña?
Él nunca cumple su palabra, no cumple su palabra.
Fue una pregunta retórica.
¿Puede recuperar los 30 segundos perdidos? Tercero, somos más pobres. Los multimillonarios se han vuelto más ricos por 300 o 400 mil millones de dólares más. A partir de la COVID, ustedes se han metido en más problemas que antes. En cuanto a ser más violentos, cuando nosotros ocupábamos la vicepresidencia, teníamos menos violencia de la que hay hoy en día. Él es el presidente actual. Es problema de él. En cuanto a ser más divididos, el país no puede seguir estando tan dividido. Hablando de mi hijo, la forma en que habla de las Fuerzas Armadas, la forma en que habla de que son perdedores y bobos que se dejan engañar. Mi hijo estaba en Irak, estuvo 1 año en Irak, recibió la medalla de bronce, otra medalla de servicio conspicuo. No era perdedor, era patriota. Y la gente que se quedó ahí, que falleció ahí, eran
Usted está hablando de Hunter, ¿no?
Me refiero a mi hijo.
No lo conozco a Bo, conozco a Hunter, que lo echaron de las Fuerzas Armadas en forma deshonrosa y no tuvo ningún empleo hasta que usted se hizo vicepresidente. Él ganó una fortuna en Ucrania, en China, en Moscú y en otras áreas.
Mi hijo.
Y no tenía un empleo antes.
Como muchas personas que están ahí en casa, tenía un problema de estupefacientes, se ha superado, ha resuelto el problema y le tengo mucho orgullo.
¿Por qué entonces recibió esos tantos millones, decenas de millones de dólares?
No se le dio decenas de millones de dólares.
Presidente Trump, ya hemos repasado esto. Creo que el pueblo estadounidense desea
Yo también
escuchar
estoy de acuerdo.
cuestiones de fondo. Como moderador,
Pero claro, cuando alguien recibe 3 millones y medio de dólares del alcalde de Moscú,
Entonces, ese reportaje se ha aprobado como inverídico. Esto se ha escrito por razones políticas. No valió la
¿saben qué?
pena
Me
que
gustaría hablar del cambio
el
climático.
contribuyente pagara tanto.
Los incendios en el oeste han quemado millones de hectáreas, han desplazado a cientos de miles de personas. Los funcionarios culparon al cambio climático. Usted, presidente, dijo, no creo que la ciencia sepa. Durante estos años, usted retiró a Estados Unidos del Acuerdo de París, también eliminó reglamentación ambiental de la administración Obama. ¿Qué haría usted en los próximos 4 años para enfrentar el cambio climático?
Que el aire que quiero sea el más limpio y el agua sea la más limpia que podemos conseguir. Vean las cifras. Estamos haciendo las cosas en forma fenomenal, pero no voy a destruir a nuestras empresas. Fíjese el Acuerdo de París. El Acuerdo de París fue un desastre, creemos, y la gente está muy contenta con lo que está sucediendo porque a las empresas le va muy bien, pero es necesario, en cuanto a los incendios, la gestión forestal. El suelo del bosque está lleno de hojas muertas y básicamente tirando un cigarrillo allí uno puede generar rápidamente un
¿Qué cree con
incendio.
respecto a la ciencia del cambio climático?
Creo que tenemos que hacer todo lo que podemos para tener un agua y un aire inmaculados. Estamos plantando 1.000 millones de árboles. Es un proyecto que tenemos.
¿Usted cree que la contaminación humana, las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero contribuyen
Creo
al
que
calentamiento
muchas cosas lo hacen,
global?
sí, en cierta medida sí, pero también creo que tenemos que gestionar mejor nuestros bosques. Todos los años recibo la llamada. California se está quemando. Si eso fuese algo que estuviese bien gestionado desde el punto de vista forestal y eso estuviese todo limpio, esas llamadas no existirían. En Europa ellos tienen ciudades forestales, mantienen y gestionan sus bosques. Estuve con una persona de un país muy importante y dijo esta persona, bueno, tenemos árboles que se incendiarían mucho más rápido que los de California. Yo me llevo muy bien con el gobernador de California, pero en algún momento dije, bueno, no es que todos los años uno pueda tener cientos de miles de terreno que se incendia por una falta
señor,
de
si usted cree en
gestión.
la ciencia del cambio climático, ¿por qué ha anulado, por ejemplo, el plan de usinas para limitar las emisiones de carbono en las
Porque
usinas?
estaba haciendo que los precios de la energía
¿Por qué
subiesen
también
muchísimo.
relajó las normas para la economía de los combustibles?
No es así realmente. Lo que sucede es que los automóviles son mucho más baratos y más seguros. Ahora, estamos hablando de una muy pequeña diferencia. Debido al costo del automóvil, uno tendría triple la cantidad de automóviles que se compran. Tenemos los viejos automóviles, pero con autos nuevos serían más seguros
Pero
y
en el
mucho
caso de
más
California,
baratos también.
simplemente
Y quitaríamos muchos automóviles del mercado porque mucha gente podría tener acceso a los automóviles. Vamos a ver cómo suceden las cosas, pero muchos están de acuerdo conmigo. Los automóviles ahora tienen computadoras, son carísimos. Simplemente trabajan con poquísima energía. Yo he dado grandes incentivos a los automóviles eléctricos. Lo que han hecho en California es una locura realmente.
Vicepresidente Biden, me gustaría que usted responda al historial en cuanto a cambio climático del presidente y también una inquietud. Usted propuso $3 billones en cuanto a la economía verde, también acabar con el uso de combustibles fósiles para la generación de energía para 2035 y cero emisión para 2050 de gases de efecto invernadero. El presidente dice que muchas de estas cosas destruirían a la economía.
No, él está equivocado, número uno. Número dos, sí, de hecho, durante nuestra administración, con la ley de recuperación, pude hacer bajar el costo de los renovables a un precio más barato que el petróleo, el gas o el carbón. Nadie va a construir un nuevo planta energética a base de carbón. Vamos a ir hacia la energía renovable, número uno. Número dos, vamos a tomar la flotilla federal y convertirla en una flotilla a base de electricidad, vehículos eléctricos. Vamos a colocar 500,000 estaciones de carga eléctrica en las carreteras que vamos a construir. En el futuro vamos a construir una economía que, de hecho, nos va a permitir tomar 4 millones de edificios y asegurarnos de que estén sellados contra la intemperie para que emitan menos gases de petróleo porque no va a subir el calor. Hay muchísimo que podemos hacer para crear miles de empleos. Podemos llegar a un nivel cero neto en cuanto a producción energética para 2025, creando empleos. No perdiendo empleos, creando miles de empleos que pagan bien, no $15 la hora, sino un sueldo bueno con una infraestructura verde. Y lo primero que haré es entrar nuevamente al Acuerdo de París, porque mire lo que sucede ahora que nos hemos retirado. Todo se está deshaciendo. Hablando de alguien que no tiene noción alguna sobre política extranjera, los bosques lluviosos en Brasil se están quemando, destruyendo. Más carbón es absorbido en ese bosque lluvioso que aquí en Estados Unidos. Yo lo que haría es reunir los países del mundo para reunir 20 mil millones de dólares a cambio de que dejasen de talar consecuencias económicas muy serias.
¿Y qué con respecto al argumento del presidente Trump acerca de que hay que equilibrar los intereses ambientales con los intereses económicos y que él ha marcado su línea?
Él no ha trazado una línea. Por ejemplo, él quiere asegurarse de que el metano no sea un problema. Ahora se puede emitir más metano, gas metano, sin problema.
No es así.
Es una persona que dice que no hay que tener límites en cuanto al kilometraje por galón de gasolina.
Él está hablando del nuevo trato verde. Estamos hablando de 100 billones de dólares.
Estoy hablando sobre el plan Biden.
Para reconstruir las cosas.
No es eso que estoy
las
hablando.
líneas ya no estén
no es cierto.
En
no es la verdad.
negocios, cuando
No es la verdad.
Estamos hablando de 100 billones de dólares.
No es cierto.
Permítanme.
No es mi plan.
Porque un momento, por favor. Porque yo he estudiado su plan e incluye actualizar edificios, residencias también, crear también hogares eficientes en cuanto al uso de energía. La pregunta entonces es, y el presidente lo decía, tal vez algunas personas que respaldan al presidente dirían que eso suena muy caro y que va a perjudicar a la economía.
Va a crear miles y millones de empleos bien
Déjelo terminar.
remunerados. Él no sabe hacerlo. Va a crear millones de trabajos bien remunerados, con incentivos impositivos para que las personas sellen sus casas contra la pérdida de energía, para que la economía sea mucho más segura. Vean lo que él está haciendo con los huracanes. Él dice que quizás
Nunca
debamos
dije
dejar
eso, nunca
caer
dije eso.
un arma
Nunca dije
nuclear.
eso. Se lo inventó usted eso. Usted lo inventa mucho.
Nosotros vamos a estar en una situación en que podremos crear buenos empleos al mismo tiempo que tenemos un medio ambiente limpio y que todos estemos mejor. Gastamos miles y millones de dólares cuando se dan huracanes, inundaciones, con la subida del nivel del mar, lo que sucede en el medio oeste, en que hay tempestades que arrasan con ciudades debido al calentamiento global. Nosotros tenemos 15% del problema, o somos 15% del problema del mundo. Tenemos que lograr el progreso del mundo, entonces aúne a nosotros. Por eso tenemos que entrar nuevamente al Acuerdo de París.
Durante 47 años usted fue vicepresidente. ¿Por qué no lo hizo? China y India y Rusia mandan horribles cosas ahí al ambiente. Él dijo un par de cosas. El trato verde nuevo es
no es mi plan.
100
el nuevo
billones
plan
de
verde
dólares.
no es mi plan.
Muy bien. Señores.
Él dijo algo respecto de las Fuerzas Armadas. Y quiero decir algo respecto de las Fuerzas Armadas. Él y sus amigos inventaron algo y yo no lo dije.
Hemos terminado. Usted ya terminó en este segmento.
Que los militares
Yo no dije
eran
eso.
bastardos estúpidos. Así los llamó, bastardos estúpidos.
Por favor, presidente,
yo nunca diría
basta.
eso, nunca dije algo así.
Adelante, vicepresidente Biden. Responda, por favor, su última
La
pregunta.
última pregunta es que no me acuerdo de cada una de las preguntas sin
A mí también me está costando
pies
seguirlo.
ni cabeza que él dijo sobre la economía y sobre la
Con
cuestión
respecto
de
a la economía y cuánto va a
su plan.
costar el nuevo pacto verde.
¿Y qué es lo que se propone? Va a pagarse a sí mismo al ir avanzando. No vamos a construir fábricas
¿Pero usted respalda el
contaminantes.
nuevo pacto verde?
No estoy a favor del nuevo
No
trato
lo
verde.
apoya. Eso realmente es una declaración interesante. Porque si no, perdería la izquierda radical.
Biden, el plan que yo propuse, que yo hice, que es diferente a lo que él llama
Muy
del nuevo
bien,
trato
señores,
verde
último
radical.
segmento. La integridad de la elección. Nos reunimos hoy, millones de estadounidenses están recibiendo en este momento las papeletas por correo. ¿Cuánta confianza debemos tener en que estos serán comicios imparciales? ¿Y qué piensan hacer en las próximas semanas? Porque no se trata simplemente con el día de los comicios, sino también con el recuento de los votos. ¿Qué están dispuestos a hacer a fin de asegurar al pueblo estadounidense que el próximo presidente será el legítimo ganador de las elecciones? Vicepresidente, usted primero.
Dejar que la gente vote, acudan a iowavote.com para decidir de qué forma van a votar y cuándo lo van a hacer. El director de Seguridad Interna, y al igual que el del FBI, han dicho que no existe evidencia alguna de que el voto por correo sea algo que se pueda causar o ser manipulado o ser motivo de fraude. Va a haber millones de personas que van a votar por correo debido a la COVID. Es lo que él hace. Dos, vamos a asegurarnos de que aquellas personas que deseen votar de forma presencial puedan hacerlo para que haya personas que se van a asegurar de que haya distancia social suficiente. Se trata de disuadir a que las personas voten. Él trata de meterle miedo a las personas para que piensen que no será legítimo. Acudan a votar. Ustedes van a determinar el resultado de esa elección. Voten, voten. Si pueden votar de forma anticipada en su estado, háganlo. Si pueden votar en persona, háganlo. La mejor forma para ustedes. Él no puede detenerlos para de que ustedes sean quienes determinen el resultado de esa elección. En cuanto a la hora del cómputo de los votos, cuando todos sean contados, el resultado será aceptado. Gane o pierda, yo aceptaré los resultados. Él dice lo contrario, no está seguro si va a aceptar el resultado. No importa, si conseguimos los votos, él tendrá que irse. Él no puede mantenerse en el poder. No va a suceder. Entonces, voten, por favor, asegúrense de entender que ustedes tienen en su control de poder determinar cómo será este país en los próximos 4 años, si va a cambiar o si van a tener 4 años más esas mentiras.
Señor presidente, 2 minutos.
Cuando escucho a Joe que habla respecto de esta transición, no ha habido transición. Si ven a la deshonesta Hillary y a toda la gente allí, ahí no hubo transición alguna, porque ellos vinieron después de mí tratando de hacer un golpe de Estado, espiar mi campaña, desde el día que gané y los días anteriores también. Le pueden preguntar a la primera dama. Ellos fueron una desgracia para nuestro país y los atrapamos a todos. Todo lo tenemos grabado. Y usted dio la idea de la ley Logan en contra del general Flynn. Y también lo atrapamos a usted. El presidente Obama estaba en la oficina y también lo sabía. Así que no hablemos de una transición libre. En cuanto a los votos, eso es un desastre. Un voto que uno pide está muy bien, eso no hay problema, pero si uno tiene votos que no son pedidos, que no son solicitados, entonces eso es un fraude. Se encontraron ellos en los arroyos el otro día, en un basurero. Había también papeletas de votación. En un área democrática mandaron 2 veces las papeletas electorales. Este es el fraude que ustedes nunca han visto antes. El 3 de noviembre, si ustedes están mirando y ven quién ganó las elecciones, y creo que vamos a hacer las cosas muy bien, nos va a ir muy bien, pero quizá durante meses no sepamos quién será el ganador, porque no se van a contar estas papeletas. Fíjense lo que pasó en Nueva York, en Nueva Jersey, en Virginia y en otros lugares. No estamos hablando de 2% o 1% que se pierde. Están perdiendo 30, 40%. Es un fraude y es una vergüenza. Si se dice que para el 10 de noviembre tiene que tener allí la papeleta, 7 días después del día de las elecciones, y se debería haber anunciado ya el ganador.
Presidente, 2 minutos son 2 minutos.
Regulaciones son todos
Presidente
estados
Trump,
demócratas.
usted va a poder continuar. Usted ha estado diciendo por meses que la votación por correo va a ser un desastre, que va a conducir a fraude, pero en 2018, en las últimas elecciones de mitad de mandato, muchísimas personas votaron por correo. Más de un cuarto de todos los votantes del año hicieron su voto por correo. En este momento han salido millones de estas papeletas. ¿Qué va a hacer al respecto? Y usted cuenta con el que la Corte Suprema, incluida la jueza Barrett, decida en la situación.
Contando con ellos en que vean los votos de forma diferente. No en cuanto a las elecciones, pero en cuanto a los votos, sí, creo que sí, porque lo que está sucediendo es increíble. Leí hoy que por lo menos 1% de los votos de 2016 fueron invalidados. No me gusta, y lo tiran allí.
Pero hay millones de papeletas que están saliendo en este momento. No, yo no estoy hablando de eso. Le estoy preguntando acerca de que millones de personas han recibido... No, lo que le estoy diciendo es que millones de personas han recibido las papeletas.
Uno tiene una papeleta que ha sido solicitada y uno después la devuelve. Ustedes han visto seguramente lo que pasó en Virginia. occidental. Esto, hay papeletas en los ríos o papeletas que han sido tiradas a la basura. Esto no va a ser lo correcto.
Los estados que tienen voto por correo desde hace una década o más, 2 estados republicanos inclusive, donde la papeleta no tiene que ser solicitada, se la envía automáticamente a su casa. Lo que dicen es que tiene que tener matasello para el día de la elección. Si no llega hasta el séptimo, octavo día después de la elección, se tiene que contar siempre cuando tenga matasello. Él tiene miedo de que se cuente ese voto.
Quiero continuar con usted, vicepresidente Biden. En realidad, disculpe, vicepresidente Biden, el principal problema a través de los años con el voto por correo no ha sido el fraude históricamente, sino que grandes cantidades, a veces cientos de miles de papeletas se tiran porque no fueron completadas correctamente o porque hubo otras irregularidades o porque perdieron la fecha límite. Mi pregunta es, ¿usted está preocupado acerca de que la Corte Suprema con la jueza Barrett sean los que decidan?
Que esto sea dirimido en cualquier juzgado, porque lo que sucede es cuando uno recibe la papeleta, la llena, tiene que tener una declaración jurada. Alguien tiene que decir que usted es usted. O sea, debe poder hacerlo. Si uno puede verificar antes de que se vote esa papeleta, esto debe ser suficiente para que se cuente. Solo porque alguien se ha equivocado y no lo llenó de forma correcta. El poder declarar que uno llenó la papeleta debe ser difícil.
Señores, tengo una última pregunta.
Papeletas. No se puede hacer, no se puede hacer. Ya se sabe eso.
Bueno, ahora, señores, tengo la última pregunta del día. Nosotros podríamos seguir hablando, pero
es una desgracia realmente.
Los trabajadores en los comicios en 8 estados, los trabajadores de los comicios no pueden empezar siquiera a procesar las papeletas y abrirlas hasta el día de las elecciones. Esto significa que, dado que habrá un gran aumento en voto por correo, que la noche de las elecciones no vamos a saber quién ganó. Tal vez sean días, semanas, hasta que sepamos quién es el próximo presidente. Primero para el presidente, luego el vicepresidente. Espero que no se interrumpan. Instarán a sus partidarios a que estén calmos en este periodo tan largo, sin que haya disturbios sociales, y esperarán para declarar victoria hasta que las elecciones sean certificadas de manera independiente.
Estoy instando a quienes me respaldan a que vayan a las elecciones y al escrutinio y vean las cosas de forma muy detallada. Los insto a hacerlo. Hoy hubo un gran problema en Filadelfia. Tenían allí personas que iban a ver las elecciones, pero no les permitieron ni siquiera observar las elecciones. Eran observadores de las elecciones. ¿Por qué? Porque pasan cosas malas en Filadelfia. Insto a mi gente a que lo haga. Espero que la elección sea justa. Eso es lo que espero. Pero si veo yo miles y miles de papeletas de votación manipuladas, eso no lo puedo aceptar. ¿Qué significa eso? Bueno, significa que hay una elección fraudulenta.
¿Y qué van a hacer?
80 millones de papeletas. No estamos equipados para tramitar eso. Y aparte, ellos hacen trampa. Encontraron papeletas de votación hace 3 días en un basurero y eran papeletas de voto de militares y todas eran para Trump.
Vicepresidente Biden tiene la última pregunta ahora. ¿Instará a sus partidarios a mantener la calma mientras se hace el recuento de votos y se compromete a no declarar victoria hasta que las elecciones sean certificadas independientemente?
Vamos a contar las papeletas, como usted bien lo ha dicho. Algunas papeletas en algunos estados ni siquiera se pueden abrir hasta el día de la elección. Y si son miles de papeletas, va a tardar tiempo para hacerlo. Nuestras fuerzas armadas, desde el final de la guerra de secesión, ha votado así. Eso es lo que va a suceder. ¿Por qué en el caso de las fuerzas armadas no es fraudulento? Es el mismo proceso. Es un proceso honesto. Nadie ha probado que haya fraude relativo a los votos por correo, que sea un proceso fraudulento.
Fíjense,
yo le hice su pregunta y tuvo la posibilidad de responder.
No se sabe lo que pasó en las elecciones.
no sabe de qué hablar. Lo voy a aceptar los resultados, él también va a aceptar el resultado, porque una vez que se declare el victorioso, una vez que se haga el cómputo y todas las papeletas sean contadas, esto será el final del proceso. Si me toca a mí, está bien. Si no, yo apoyo el desenlace. Ser el presidente, no tan solo para los demócratas, sino para los demócratas y los republicanos. Y ese
me gustaría ver que todos los votos
con
se
esto
cuenten.
hemos concluido el debate.
Quiero ver un
Vamos a
escrutinio
dejarlo
honesto.
ahí y continuaremos con más debates a medida que avancemos. Presidente Trump, vicepresidente Biden, ha sido 1 hora y media interesante. Les agradezco a ambos por participar en el primero de 3 debates en que participarán, y queremos agradecer a la Universidad Case Western Reserve y a la Clínica Cleveland por ser los anfitriones. Luego tendremos los próximos debates que serán en una semana en la Universidad de Utah, en una semana en la ciudad de Salt Lake City. También con el vicepresidente Pence y la candidata Kamala Harris. Esperemos que vean, y hasta entonces les agradezco y buenas noches.
Gracias.
El cierre de Chris Wallace a esta hora y media, un poquito más de debate, muy difícil para el moderador, donde poco se respetó del orden y las reglas que se habían puesto, caóticos a momentos. Bueno, ahí vemos ya a los candidatos dejando el escenario. Comenzamos a analizar lo que fueron estos 90 minutos con Paz González. Paz, vamos contigo. ¿Cuál es el análisis de esta noche? Tuvimos todos los temas, quedó algo pendiente, cuéntanos.
Tuvimos todos los temas e incluso más, porque el cambio climático no estaba necesariamente incluido en los puntos que se nos habían dado inicialmente, pero la verdad que fue tan caótico todo que si alguien buscaba algún tipo de claridad para decidir su voto esta noche, la verdad que se equivocó de día. Eso no pasó en este primer debate entre el presidente Donald Trump y Joe Biden. Muchísimas interrupciones, fue un buen show televisivo, pero si hablamos de una herramienta para poder decidir el voto, la verdad es que yo creo que no fue demasiado útil. Tuvimos a un presidente, Donald Trump, que perdió el control en muchas oportunidades, que se lo vio desesperado, a ratos como que necesitaba descansar, tomar aire, y eso que fue su campaña la que en las negociaciones previas pidió que no hubiese comerciales, que no hubiese interrupción para de alguna forma mostrar a su contendor, a Joe Biden, cansado, agobiado. Y la verdad que siento que en muchas oportunidades fue el presidente Donald Trump el que necesitó ese paréntesis que al final no se dio. Por otro lado, Joe Biden un poco más calmado, pero sin embargo sí le ocurrió lo que él y su campaña decía que podía pasar, y que era dudar un poco en las palabras, tartamudear a ratos, que era una de las instancias que el presidente Trump pudo haber aprovechado para de alguna manera decir que o sugerir que el candidato demócrata no está tan lúcido, que se supone que iba a ser su primera arma en contra de Biden. Y la verdad es que se vio a un Donald Trump tan molesto, tan agitado, que no supo aprovechar las oportunidades que tuvo.
Exactamente, veíamos ahí a Joe Biden que en varias oportunidades no podía terminar las frases, obviamente en medio de esta caótica conversación que, insisto, era muy difícil de moderar de parte de Chris Wallace. Se habló de Corte Suprema, el tema de los impuestos, evidentemente, COVID-19, la economía, el movimiento contra el racismo, el tema de la ley y el orden, que es el tema donde Donald Trump supuestamente tenía que mostrar sus cartas, cambio climático, que es algo que sorprendió, y se cierra con el sistema electoral, que es un tema también bien relevante. Pero todo esto marcado por distintos tipos de descalificaciones, acusaciones personales. Vamos a revisar uno de los momentos que se dio en los primeros minutos ya de este debate y que encendió la discusión, donde el presidente Donald Trump respondió a algunos cuestionamientos, a críticas que estaba haciendo Joe Biden. Escuchemos.
Usted fue a la Universidad de Delaware, pero se olvidó el nombre de su universidad. Usted se graduó en el nivel más bajo de su clase. No puede usar la palabra inteligente frente a mí porque no hay nada inteligente respecto de usted. Durante 47 años no ha hecho usted nada. Y le digo, Joe, si usted...
Ahí está, no fue lo único, hubo varios momentos, también Joe Biden, que habla del presidente Trump como mentiroso, irresponsable, payaso, le dice en alguna oportunidad, lo que da cuenta de algo que se temía, Paz, ¿no? Que se sabía que iba a ocurrir, se había adelantado que iba a ser muy tenso y evidentemente se muestra a un presidente Donald Trump siendo lo que su electorado espera de él en una plataforma como esta.
Claro, siempre se pensó que este iba a ser un debate, digamos, que iba a ir muy en lo personal, que iba a ser difícil discutir las ideas, los temas país. Efectivamente, así fue. Y cuando se llegó a dos de los temas principales, vamos a decir, al coronavirus y al tema de los impuestos a raíz de la publicación del New York Times, el presidente Donald Trump, sabiendo que ese era uno de los francos abiertos que él tiene, no pudo defenderse de manera correcta. Nuevamente con el coronavirus, culpó a China, habló de números muchas veces cuando Biden hizo el quiebre y habló de las personas, de los más de 205,000 víctimas y todas las familias que los rodean y que han sufrido entonces de primera mano lo que está pasando aquí en Estados Unidos con el coronavirus. Le echó en cara además que sabiendo lo mortal, lo complicado que iba a ser este virus aquí en Estados Unidos, porque eso lógicamente quedó patente en el último libro de Bob Woodward, no hizo nada tampoco por defender a su país. Ese fue un punto fuerte de Biden, diría yo.
Sigamos revisando, muchas gracias Paz González desde Atlanta, los puntos más relevantes de este primer debate presidencial. Paz, te despedimos por esta noche, que estés muy bien. Y nosotros seguimos analizando lo que ha ocurrido en este primer cara a cara de los candidatos a la Casa Blanca. Estamos nuevamente con Paz Milet, académica de la Universidad de Chile. La pregunta que se van a hacer todos a partir de ahora, ¿hay algún ganador de este debate?
Yo creo que ninguno de los dos puede capitalizar una victoria. Trump se ofuscó, no dejó que Biden contestara completa casi ninguna respuesta y sabiendo que habían temas que se iban a plantear en esta ocasión, no los preparó adecuadamente o no supo responder adecuadamente. Por ejemplo, en el tema de la Corte Suprema, estuvo muy débil cuando abordó el tema desde la perspectiva del Obamacare, ¿no es cierto? Y no supo contestar adecuadamente respecto al cuestionamiento que le hizo el propio moderador en relación con una ausencia de un plan de salud por su parte. También estuvo muy débil cuando habló respecto a los impuestos y dijo que él había logrado hacer esos aprovechamientos o pagar menos impuestos a raíz de una normativa que había aprobado el propio Biden. Y por su parte yo creo que Biden estuvo muy débil cuando respondió los cuestionamientos que habían a su hijo Hunter, respecto al caso Ucrania y Rusia, porque debería haber incorporado, ¿no es cierto?, las acusaciones que hay en contra de Donald Trump de haber chantajeado al líder ucraniano para que aprobarle una serie de préstamos si inculpaba directamente a Hunter Biden. Todas esas acusaciones que él debería haber planteado, más allá de defender a su hijo, debería haberlo hecho de manera mucho más enfática. Yo creo que Biden tampoco aprovechó una serie de las oportunidades que se le dieron para dejar más debilitada la posición de Donald Trump. Por ejemplo, en el tema de la Suprema, hace referencia a que había una acusación de que él quería tener 9 jueces de la Corte Suprema porque no estaba favorable a reconocer una posible derrota, si esta era muy estrecha.
Exactamente, ahí estamos con la imagen en directo, la salida del presidente Donald Trump de la Universidad de Cleveland, donde se realizó este primer cara a cara. Y le hacemos la misma pregunta que le hacía Paz Millet a Guido Larsson, analista de la Universidad del Desarrollo. Guido, ¿hay vencedores en esto o todos perdieron?
Mira, va a depender, creo yo, un poquito del estándar. Con qué estándar evaluamos quién gana y quién pierde, y consideremos también el contexto con el cual ambos contendientes llegan a este debate. Trump llega por debajo de Joe Biden entre 7 y 9 puntos porcentuales, dependiendo de la encuesta. Joe Biden, por lo tanto, tiene cierto grado de margen para poder equivocarse. Y por otro lado, estamos en una situación donde ya el país se encuentra completamente polarizado y donde todos los candidatos están apelando más bien a cuestiones de orden instintiva y de orden emocional. Todos sabíamos que este no iba a ser un debate en donde se iban a contraponer ideas, que iba a seguir un criterio de orden lógico, una estructura. Iba a ser un debate como el que vimos, altamente beligerante, apelando a la emoción, muy agresivo. Y hay que reconocer de que por lo general los debates no mueven mucho la aguja electoral. Yo creo que la gran responsabilidad en este primer debate, y hay mucha evidencia en torno a eso, el primer debate es clave para lo que viene de la campaña, se encontraba en Donald Trump, en el sentido de que requería necesariamente intentar hacer algo que le permitiese acortar la diferencia que tiene con Joe Biden. Pero sin embargo, me parece a mí, vimos más o menos más de lo mismo. No nos dio ninguna sorpresa. A mí no me sorprendió para nada lo que ocurrió dentro del debate. Y por la misma razón yo tendería a pensar de que la campaña está relativamente estable desde el punto de vista electoral. Sería muy raro de que alguno de los dos contendientes tuviera un salto porcentual en intención de voto después de esta participación, lo que indica, como comentábamos al inicio, de que realmente la campaña no se va a jugar tanto en el debate, sino que se va a jugar en los estados clave que todavía están por ser visitados tanto por Donald Trump como por Joe Biden.
Exactamente. Guido Larsson, Paz Millet, muchísimas gracias a ambos por acompañarnos esta noche con el análisis de este primer debate presidencial en Estados Unidos. Que estén muy bien. Buenas noches.
Muy buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Y vamos a revisar también algunas de las reacciones que ha habido en Twitter. Vamos de inmediato a ver algunos de los mensajes que más han llamado la atención. Vamos a partir por uno que ya está siendo bastante viralizado aquí en nuestro país, porque además tiene una referencia a un personaje que todos probablemente conocemos muy bien. Se trata de la congresista Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, quien por supuesto apoya, es demócrata, a Joe Biden, y que dice, en medio de las discusiones que había, que alguien llame al chacal de la trompeta, porque esto es una situación de y fuera, ¿no? Es más o menos así la traducción. Claro, haciendo referencia a la necesidad de sacar a Donald Trump, quien estaba muy tenso, o al menos estaba atacando muy fuertemente a su contendor Joe Biden, y también en algún momento al moderador, a Chris Wallace. Y vemos otro tuit, en este caso de Tim Murtaugh, que es del equipo de Donald Trump, quien dice que el presidente controló el debate en cada momento de esta noche. Parte de las reacciones que empiezan a salir, obviamente que ha sido comentario a nivel mundial, hay varios conceptos ya que se están repitiendo, que tiene que ver con algunas de las frases que se han pronunciado durante esta noche, y que va a ser también parte del análisis durante la jornada de este miércoles. Les recordemos además que viene otro debate el próximo en Utah, que es de los candidatos a vicepresidente, y posteriormente, las semanas subsiguientes, los otros dos debates presidenciales que faltan, ya cuando nos acercamos rápidamente al 3 de noviembre, la fecha de esta elección presidencial. Nos despedimos de este especial del primer debate en Estados Unidos con el presidente Donald Trump y el candidato Joe Biden, que se enfrentaron en una acalorada discusión y van a ser parte de las imágenes que van a quedar de esta jornada. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. Que tengan muy buenas noches.